Ah! Hey guys, what's up? It's me, your girl Alex, and I'm back, and I'm up in a gas station. Yo, being for real, for real? Being the for realist for real reals, I completely forgot about this game. I saw it. I think I saw Markiplier play. I think it was Markiplier. I don't remember exactly. It interested me, and it's just kind of like it was there. I wanted to play it and I completely forgot about it until I saw Queso's gameplay of it yesterday and this afternoon. I'm like, bro, no, I have to play it. No. I have like I have 3 prior businesses to this already going. Can you believe it? I have my pool cleaning service. I have my stove. I have the home renovations, which is going pretty good. I had another place running up and running too. I forgot all about it though. Oh, the hotel. I have so many businesses going. They're making me so much money. I modded this one. Honestly, these types of games, I just like having money just to build it and stuff. Alright, yeah, I'm putting on chapstick. My lips are a little dry. I always like kind of kick that shit on, just have it on for a few hours. Cause I kind of bite and lick my lips a lot. Oh shit! God damn it! And it had to be the right fucking eye. It's putting on the headphones and they kind of juked out of my hands, knocked my glasses off, and he rubbed against my lips. So fucking annoying. But yeah, I'm gonna be playing Gas Station Simulator, build that shit up, see how far I can go. I'm also gonna be listening to the One Piece fanfic, because fuck yeah. It got to such an interesting part. Right now, we're on the Rainbow Mist filler. We're on Thriller Bark, and we left off with Moria unlocking his fruit, awakening it. It's just fucking crazy. I love this fucking fanfic, and it's only halfway done. A little reminder: the author said that they will stop writing it until the series, the manga series is done. Then they'll go back to the second part and finish it up, which is after the 2-year time skip. Because they want to have like their ducks in a row, basically. Like they want to have everything laid out so they can like mess with it to their heart's content. Because if you've been hearing it so far, like they change things around so much, and it's so cool. Honestly, I love the way this chapstick feels on my lips. It's so smooth and hydrating. Alright, I have the game open. Let me just put it on screen. Oh, I turned up the brightness a little bit because I seen how kind of dark it is, and I don't want to be squinting for it. Oh, it's like little squared in. Oh right, I have the DLCs. I have it I bootleg downloaded it, and it has the DLCs for it. A new mod with open gameplay recommended for players familiar with the basics of Gas Station Simulator, Rubija Empire, and Paradise Land. No, I'll start off with the classics. With the classic game, Route 66. I'm gonna start the fanfic though, cause it's here, cause I got used to it.
That dream was put on hold by my leg getting snatched out of midair, and our resident witch using an iron-clawed hand to plant me in front of her, a neutral expression on her face. Given how much treasure is at stake here, I'll make this easy for you. Tell us what you know, and I'll stop compounding the interest on your debt. Wait, what was that? I choked as I processed what she had said. I'm not going to decrease it, but I'll stop increasing it from now on if you tell us how we can get in, get the treasure, and get out safely. She repeated. Crew all looked surprised to varying degrees, but I hardly noticed as I considered it. There was a cap on the debt, then I actually had a chance of paying it off before I started to sport liver spots. Still, was that worth the risk of whatever could be waiting for us in that fog? Just for the record, here's where you currently stand, Nami added, handing me a piece of paper. I took one look at the bottom line before crushing the page in my hands. Right. Let's raid you as a temporal Helmuth, I barked, spinning to look at Mary. We need an anchor to the outside to get back. In the story, a villain used a huge tower to bridge our world with Apes concert. But seeing how close the mist is to the shore, we can probably pull it off with Sunny's anchor chain. Wonderful, Nami said sweetly, turning towards the fox. Sue, you'll get a full % of whatever we find in there. Yes. Sue pumped her paw triumphantly. I should have known you didn't do that out of the goodness of your heart, Kana sighed. Yet you want half of my cut. As I was saying, I love you very much, my darling Sue. Kana squealed as she swept her pet up in a hug. Hang on just a second, I piped up. Cross, the deal is off if you talk us out of this, Nami warned. That depends entirely on how much you're willing to risk, Nami, I said seriously. Even if we have a way out, the place is still more warped than Kizaru's sense of justice. If we're not careful, we could wind up having brunch with our great-grand descendants. And yes, I know that none of us have kids. That's the degree to which this place is whacked out of its non-existent mind. There was a pause. Worth it. I was not surprised in the least when Nami confirmed our choice. Well, if things still went crazy, they couldn't say I didn't warn them. And so, with that final decision having been made, we started to ready ourselves to delve into the spatio-temporal abyss of Rainbow Mist. I could only hope that things wouldn't get too... shit. That's it. I'm doing this seminar on tempting fate, come hell, high water, or every sea king in the calm belt. Only so I don't keep getting mixed up in these situations. Oh, mist rose around me in every direction, thick as cotton balls. It made keeping my footing difficult. The wood was wet and slippery. Sounds were muted, when there were any to be heard at all. The impaired visibility didn't help things either. Claws dug into my shoulders. Ruatha was not pleased that I kept skidding and sliding across the wrecks. I flicked him on the snout. You could always get down and walk by yourself, you know. Row. Claws loosened, although they were replaced by a tail tightening around my arm. I sighed. The dragonette seemed determined to inflict bodily injury upon me.
Damn.
Ever since we come to this eerie place. Or better yet, you could have stayed on the ship. I don't need your help for this. Gin would have been more useful, or even Johnny or Yosaku. I mean, what can you do if I fall in? Whine at me. My questions were answered by a winged slap to the face and a pair of sad blue eyes. I spat out a mouthful of scales. Ruatha must be molting or something. Because he'd been shedding worse than a long-haired cat heading into summer lately. Actually, in hindsight, a devil fruit user going out alone into what appeared to be a mess of shipwrecks was probably a bad idea. But the mist had risen up so quickly, too thick for Nami to find a way through the oceanic graveyard. We needed boots on the ground. Or water, as it were. So half the crew had split up and was wandering around in search of a path through the derelict hulks, while the other half stayed with Mary. We rolled my dice to see who was in which group. This resulted in possibly the worst available combination, as Luffy, Zoro, and I were all on the away team. But Luffy took off before Nami could demand that we re-roll. Or even that the explorers be in pairs, which meant that Zoro was now lost and we had two fruit users with no one to rescue us if we fell.
Let's go!
Not that I was going to fall in, bad footing or no. With Ruatha now pouting and silent, the sound of my footsteps was the only thing to be heard, the hollow thudding of sneakers on wood. And even that was muffled. There was something off about these mists. The didn't sound was only part of it. Then my hand met my forehead as I remembered Eerie Mist, collection of Shipwreck Apes concert. Tabernacle. Great, just great. Not only did we have to find a physical path through the wrecks, we had to figure out how to get back to our own time as well. How were we supposed to do that without a DeLorean? Plus, weren't we supposed to encounter the mists after Alabasta, if at all? I groaned and turned my middle finger in the direction of the fourth wall. Damn riders in their metal. More footsteps, not mine, I wasn't alone. Heavy and metallic, like someone wearing armor. And they were moving fast. What at first looked like yet another broken figure had approached through the mist, resolving itself into a young man in dark clothes. Much taller than me. I caught a glimpse of blonde hair as he raced past. Blinking slowly, I followed him with my gaze until he disappeared into an open door on one of the other wrecks. Wonder where he was going in such a hurry. Well, to each his own. I shrugged and got back to figuring out where I was and how to get back to the Mary. Or at least, I tried. Not 30 seconds after Blondie scrambled out of sight, there was a tremendous crashing, splintering noise from the same direction he'd come from. It was followed by a great sucking splash. A shadow fell over the wreck I was standing on. A wall of silver blue scales rose above me, a massive body tipped and an angular head. Teeth the size of swords dripped salt water as dark eyes scanned the shipwrecks. Barracuda, Sea King. Murd. My stomach decided to vacate my body via my knees right at the same moment the Sea King saw me, and decided to go all Finding Nemo prologue on my ass. Asti de Pies de Mard. I jumped out of the way as that huge head crashed down where I'd been standing. Getting far enough away used most of the charge I had left from sparring with Gim last night, not that I could hope to fight something like this alone regardless. Okay, maybe Blondie had the right idea. Hold on, Rurutha. We're using the Sir Robin maneuver. Scraw. As much as I hated running from a fight, it was the only thing to do. This wasn't a real fight anyway, I was prey, not a combatant. I spun on the ball of my foot and took off in the same direction as Blondie had gone. Hopefully there would be somewhere over there to hide, or a cannon or something. And until I found something like that, discretion was in this case the better part of valor. I didn't expect to see Blondie again. With his longer legs and head start, he should have been well ahead of me, even in the unlikely event that I did end up going in the exact same direction. So you can imagine my surprise when I found him paused on the deck of half a barge. And he must have heard me coming, since he was facing me when I skidded to a stop. Nice weather we're having, ain't it? Never-ending fog, just gotta love it. I stared at Blondie, trying to figure out if he was serious. And my crewmates thought I was insane. At least I acknowledged the presence of danger, even if I did end up thumbing my nose at it and jumping in anyway most of the time. Hello. Earth, the tall person. Is the thin air up there shorting out your brain? What in the nine hells is a bloody barracuda, Sea King, doing in this part of the Grand Line? Blondie's expression mirrored Luffy's. Are you an idiot? Look with astounding precision. Hello right back, this is the Grand Line lady. You know, the stretch of ocean sandwiched between their breeding grounds and packed to the gills with their favorite snack. You can skip a stone and 9 times out of 10 you'll hit one of them. The 10th just means you miss them. The snail on his shoulder cackled. Wait, his snail was talking. Well, yes, it was a den mushy and they were supposed to talk, but that weird voice mashup sure didn't sound like any call I'd ever heard. I stared at the mollusk. Well, there was only one logical explanation for that. I almost winced at the realization that I now automatically put those supreme avatars of BS in the category of logical explanation. Almost. I'm guessing the invert ate a devil fruit. Both Snail and Blondie rolled their eyes. Finally. Somebody gets it. Was it just me, or was Blondie somehow expressing both relief and exasperation at the same time? Well, that aside, alright, back to the original question, and let me rephrase it. What's a Sea King doing in this part of the Grand Line chasing you? Blondie pointed at his snail, which tilted its eye stalks in his direction. It's his fault. They then glared at one another. My fault? Are you nuts? You jumped on its head. That was an honest mistake, I thought it was a rock. You're the shit stain that chose to comment on its body odor when it glared at us. It's a fish, it smells fishy. That's just a fact. But you don't say that to its face. What the hell's with the double standard here? I've taunted these bastards 1,000 times in the past, and you've never complained before. Those times we were near someone who could kill it dead in a single hit, or at the least we had our partners nearby. You slimy bastard. Learn some time.
Congratulations on your purchase and investment.
This bickering and a talking snail. This seemed familiar. But I could work.
I'm a busy person, but luck would have it that the land you've purchased once belonged to my father. Since you are not only a potential business partner, but family no less, I'll do my best to help you. I will send you emails on a regular basis providing you with information on how to handle each part of the business. Do make sure to pay attention. Well, I must head off now. It was pleasant speaking to you again. Good luck.
Thanks, homeboy.
But I could worry about that later. I used the absolute last of the force I had charged up in a stomp that shook the floor. Guys, focus. Giant man eating fish monster trying to eat us. Blame later. Solution now. Great, now the tall guy and the snail were looking at me like I was an idiot. Excuse you, this is a coping mechanism. Yeah. Snark takes the edge off the impending doom. Helps us function better under pressure. Observe. Blondie beamed victoriously as he pointed to the side of the derelict marine galleon. White Hat warship at 3 o'clock. Those things were built to last, so it's better footing than these wrecks. See progress. Now stop distracting us and freaking run faster. Normally I wouldn't have taken orders from a snail, but this one had a point. And a galleon, very stable and relatively lightly armed, usually with demi-culverins and demi-cannon. I doubted an 8-pound demi-culverin shot would do much to the monster following us, but a demi-cannon shot 32 pounds. Normally I wouldn't have taken orders from a snail, but this one had a point. And a galleon, very stable and relatively lightly armed, usually with demi-culverins and demi-cannon. I doubted an 8-pound demi-culverin shot would do much to the monster following us, but a demi-cannon shot 32 pounds. That should do the trick. I scrambled after Blondie and his mouthy passenger. Ratha's claws dug into my shoulders as I vaulted and climbed.
Can be bought
Still,
or stolen from
until the mast from another ship made a decent way up, though the angle made it more of a ladder than a bridge. I'd still be trying to clamber up the side of the ship by hand with our hanger-on chasing after us, though. Plus, it even gave us access to an open port in the galleon's gun deck. So not only did we not have to waste time finding our way through the ship's corridors, but I could also spin on my heel and pin Blondie and his pet with a glare. Forgive me for being a little concerned, Monsieur Escargot, I growled. From my perspective, being lost in a place like this with a Sea King on my ass is a pretty serious problem. So my being unhappy that the only other people I can find are joking about the impending doom is quite understandable. Blondie gave me a way too bemused look as he dropped in alongside me before smirking condescendingly. Your rookiness on the Grand Line is showing quite clearly. And look at all the fucks I give. I made a zero with one hand as I swung my head around and searched for gunpowder and ammo. My crew may be rookies, but we can handle ourselves well enough. Better than that even. Captain's gonna be king of the pirates someday. Now we're gonna need 18 pounds of black powder for every shot. I hope it's still dry enough to use. The galleon shook, the Sea King was ramming it. Every time I passed a portal or gun port, all I could see was silver blue scales. It didn't take long to find ammunition at least, even if black powder was still in short supply. I suppose if worse came to worse, I could ask Blondie to beat me up and then use the force to smash the Sea King's face. That might work. Might. I had little confidence in the idea. Right. If we don't find any black powder soon, I need you to. After I said that, things got a bit weird because we both spoke at the same time. Punch me in the face. The harder the better. Quick, punch my palm and fast. Your face. What are you? Bob, not questioning it. I'm sure you have your reasons, but look, rookie, this is no ordinary gauntlet. I've got a special shell in it known as an impact dial. Yeah, I know what those do. I basically am an impact dial. Among other things. Yet Blondie was definitely familiar. Where had I heard about a guy with a snail partner and an impact dial in his gauntlet? Worry about that later. There were a few barrels of powder wedged in a corner behind one of the demi-culverins. I yanked one open, but it was wet, practically mud in fact. Stupid mist, how long had this stuff been here? Opening the other barrels yielded similar results. Murd. I stared up at Blondie, trying to get a sense of him as a fighter. Tall, kinda skinny, not a SDR build. Hardly any say from the way he acted. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bard. Still, shouldn't judge based on appearances alone. Luffy was even smaller after all. So it comes down to a question of who can punch harder. What kind of training you got? Blondie gave me another flat look, which I was really starting to want to slap off his face before holding his palm up. Would I be using this thing if I could hit harder than it could? Hurry the hell up and hit me. Come on and slam. His snail crowed, before flinching fearfully as the ship was suddenly rammed head-on by our pursuant. Before we all get jammed. I rolled my eyes. As you wish. Deep breath. 10 punches, hard and fast. Kai on 10. Tai. Follow up with a snap kick. Turn 45 degrees for a round kick, then finish with a spinning back kick. I landed back in fighting stance. Think that'll be enough. Or should I keep going? The ship rocked to punctuate my words. Teeth like swords ripped the cover off a nearby gunport. Blondie shot a fearful glance at the teeth, waved his arm out, and nodded firmly. Compounded with what I'd taken the time to accumulate since the last time I discharged, I'd say so. Though, I did not like the way cold sweat started forming on the Jax's brow. I just realized a flaw with this plan that would have come up no matter who had the energy. Flaw. How could there be a flaw in the plan? Punch each other, smash thing in face, very straightforward. What kind of flaw? All you need to do is blast the thing in its fugly mug. Yale Blondie nodded slowly. Wham! Before flinching and scowling as we were rammed again. And either you or I am supposed to get close enough to touch the ugly face without getting up close and personal with those fangs. How exactly? I felt the blood drain from my face. That's a very good point, I gurgled. Suggestions before we both get up close and personal with Uncle Davy instead. All Blondie's eyes scanned over the room desperately, uncertainty obvious as he came up with nothing, noth I. Oh, now that wasn't the look you got when you had nothing. Key rack. To reiterate, I seriously hope he didn't have nothing. What? I demanded. Whatever the hell idea you just got, I don't care how dumb it is. What are you thinking? Blondie spared me a hesitant glance before nodding with determination and darting across the deck, where he started clawing at the top of an overturned crate. I'm gonna answer your question with two of my own, he grunted. Are you familiar with Garp the hero? Clunk. He grinned viciously as the crate's lid came off, and a slew of cannonballs rolled across the wood. And do you know, he intoned menacingly, exactly which law of physics relates to the transfer of energy? It took me a second to connect the dots, but once they did, I really couldn't keep my jaw from dropping because holy hell, that was smart. Newton's second, and you're a genius. Don't sound so surprised. Blondie barked with laughter. Sorry. Not used to anyone else around here having high school science. Note to self, bash head on something for being an idiot. Later. Heh, tell me about it, Blondie started to chuckle. Crack. Before flinching as our footing shuddered from a titanic impact. On second thought, tell me later. For now, he hefted a cannonball off the ground and tossed it to me. Enough chatting. Let's get slamming. His snail cackled. I nodded as I caught the sphere of metal in my hand. Agreed. I held the cannonball out and away from my shoulder, like an Italian waiter with a pizza tray. Assume the position. Anything for the lovely lady. The smile-happy pirate smirked in agreement, positioning himself next to me, his palm outstretched and hovering next to the munitions. Now for maximum impact, the best place to hit would be the innards. Don't fire until you smell the reek of its breath. I froze up as I processed both parts of that. Two things. First, call me a lady again and I'm kicking you in the face, danger or no danger. I glared at him frigidly, before turning a hesitant gaze towards our attacker. And second big problem with that plan is that. Wham! I flinched as the wall of white cracked clean through the actual wooden wall. That thing's the one Sea King in the world that's not actually opening its mouth to attack. Got one more bright idea. Ooh. That did not fill me with confidence, but before I could actually start to worry. Hey, big, gross, and slimy. For once I was semi-relieved by my comrade in struggle's shoulder-bound parasite opening its mouth. Seeing as it somehow made our assailant pause in the middle of winding up for its next run. Your mama was a barnacle, and your papa was a half-rotted trout. This really was a day of firsts, because it was also the first time in my life I was grateful for Sea King's veins suddenly pulsing with outrage. Although did Sea Kings feel rage the same way mammals did? Too bad trying to find out would get me killed. How would you find out anyway? Was there such a thing as Sea King therapy? I'd have to ask one of the mermaids when I met them, or, well, one mermaid in particular. Gotta learn to prioritize better. Well, Sea King seemed to understand English at any rate. Enormous jaws split open, drool running down each sword-length fang. Cable-like tendons tensed all over the aquatic titan's body as it prepared to leap. Impact, you slimy son of a... Blam. Only it never actually got the chance to leap, on account of my backup ramming his palm into the cannonball and essentially slapping it down the Sea King's gut. Kablam! Where it detonated in a plume of fire and smoke. The Sea King's head snapped back. It let out a roar of surprise. Eyes the size of rowboats spun. Silver scales shining, the great beast twisted around and circled out, preparing for another ramming run. A tiny trickle of blood dripped from the corner of its mouth. Tabernac. If it came at us again, there was no time for either of us to charge up more force. What could we? Time to roll an intimidate check. I snatched up another cannonball and started tossing it from hand to hand, a mad grin lighting up my face. See? Foolish Sea King. You are truly willing to risk our wrath a second time. You shall pay dearly for your transgressions. Indeed. Going by Blondie's ear-to-ear grin and the way he was holding his palm out towards the not-so-wee beastie, he'd gotten the gist of my idea and was playing along to the hilt. We have dozens of cannonballs here with us, each ready to give you another world-class case of heartburn from hell. So unless you want to learn what it's like to get fried from the inside out, I suggest that you turn your fishy tail around and swim away right damn now. The great beast paused, uncertain. Basically, the transponder snail bared his teeth in the most menacing expression I'd ever seen a snail make, and then the air rumbled. Run. That proved to be too much for the Sea King. It turned tail and fled, battered ships rocking in its wake. The turning of said tail also happened to whip up some lovely spray that got me full in the face. I dropped the cannonball and took off my glasses to wipe them clean, sagging back against the wall as I did so. Man, could that Sea King move fast. There was a tense moment of silence as we waited to make sure the damn kaiju was actually gone. And then, just to confirm, we were both totally speaking out of our asses. Yes. Blondie breathed nervously. Straight from the large intestine, I agreed. All right. Just checking. Cause honestly. A thud sounded beside me. When I put my glasses back on, Blondie and his snail were on the floor. While the mollusk was for once silent, Blondie himself seemed to be shaking with some sort of nervous laughter. Or at least, I thought it was laughter. He ran a hand through his hair as he brought himself back under control. Oh man, that was a close one. We would have been so screwed. Yeah, my voice went quiet as I checked to make sure Ruatha was alright. Of course, the little guy hadn't had to do anything but hold onto my shoulder, so he was having a blast. I don't know why I worried. Maybe because this was the third thing in the past week that had tried to eat us. Or maybe higher, if individual velociraptors counted rather than a pack. Although, at least I'd been able to fight them. The Sea King left me jittery, frustrated. I had half a mind to ask Blondie to spar with me, but considering that scarecrow build of his, I doubted he'd accept. Needed to do something though. As soon as I was sure Ruatha hadn't been injured, I stood up and started pacing. The dragonet rested his chin on my head and hummed a soothing
My
rhythm.
bad.
Eye stalks followed me back and forth. Barnacle breath's gone, you know. Someone needs to chill out. Forgive me for being a little on edge when that thing was just trying to eat us. Deep breaths, I needed to calm down. I imitated Blondie's earlier actions, taking my hat off to run a hand through my hair. It helped. I still wanted to fight something, but the desire was manageable now. Replacing my hat, I sighed. Sorry about that. Being away from my crew in a place like this, it leaves me on edge. You know what I'm saying, eh? Nope. I shot a dry look at the bastard, who was now grinning unabashedly as he remained prone. Come again. You heard me, Blondie chuckled without remorse. I'm confident in the fact that the vast majority of my crew can move major ass with 3 out of 4 limbs tied behind their backs, so I've got no reason to worry about them. And as for me, I'm confident combat seasoned, but it's as skeeking. Bullshit, Tilda. The snail cut him off in a sing-song voice. Blow it out, your non-existent ass Tilda. Blondie sang right back, without even missing a beat. Anyways, yeah, no, I'm good. This place is a bit freaky, but apart from that, I hummed. Gotta side with the French food there. Kiss my shell, Indiana, nobody. I've marked enough English papers to know bullshit when I hear it. And that sounded like prime bull moose shit. If you're a frontline fighter, I'm a Hufflepuff. And it's not that I'm worried about my crew exactly. They can handle themselves. Something about this place gives me the heebie-jeebies. Plus, I didn't like being alone in strange places at the best of times. For some reason, Blondie stared at me in confusion for a moment before shrugging and jerking his way up into a sitting position, glancing to the side with a grimace as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, alright, I guess you've got a point on that last one. If it weren't for this damn fog, I'd have been able to call for help. But with the merry hell, this shit's pulling on my senses. The snail stuck its tongue out in disgust. No dice, sister? Damn. So there's no reception, eh? I patted absent-mindedly at the pocket where Samson lived before fixing my companion's mouthy mollusk with a flat stare. Seriously, where had I heard about this guy before? Something about his den was really familiar. And it's Jones, actually. Go ahead and laugh. My pleased JRK. The snail's ear-to-ear grin was interrupted by his owner grabbing his tongue with what looked to be way too much practice. My dragonet squawked, indignant at being forgotten. I reached up to scratch his mane. Oh yeah, this little ball of scales is my dragon, Ruatha. Although he's more of a baby than a fire-breathing terror. Ruatha started to preen and ruffle his scales proudly. BZRRRT. Gah. Before a klaxon suddenly blared right behind me and caused me to jump in shock and Ruatha to take a flying leap off my shoulder. He. The mucus-ridden menace cackled unabashedly, even as his owner rolled his eyes in bemusement. Don't try to boggle us, you overgrown lizard. Bit harsh, but he does have a point. Blondie sighed with a what can you do shrug. This is the grand line. The lookout for one of our allies is one of you two, and hers is bigger. I grabbed my dragon as he went to leap up and maul Blondie with a snail. I wasn't sure which was his first target. Down, boy. And at the risk of one of my crewmates appearing out of nowhere and bringing me, it isn't size that counts, it's what you do with it. Cue a reflexive flinch and nervous stare just to make sure Nami wasn't nearby. For example, Ruatha, if you really care that much, spit. Chi. A glob of sticky dragon saliva shot at the snarky snail. Of course, as soon as I gave the command, it occurred to me that this could be a bad idea, but too late. The mollusk started it anyways. Unfortunately, the effect was entirely nullified by the spineless stain cackling even harder. I'm a snail dipshit, I'm slimy 24/7. You might as well huck slop at a pig. In a way, he just did, Blondie muttered accurately before shaking his head and pasting an ear-to-ear grin on his face. Anyways, I don't know how the heck you haven't recognized me by my voice yet, but I might as well introduce myself anyways. Voice of Anarchy Jeremiah Cross, Bane of the World Government. He then reached up to his shoulder, plucked his snail off, and held it out to me. And this is my partner in crime, the other voice of Anarchy and Bane of pretty much anyone with common decency, Soundbite. Ack, a dog got a noise. The snail hollered, emphasizing his point with an ear-rending guitar riff after which he promptly adopted a grimace. That was not smart. Error 404. Brain not found. My mind froze, processing everything that had seemed familiar over the last few minutes. With no one at the controls, my hand automatically reached out to pet the snail because damn, he may have been allowed. Annoying little ball of snark, but he was still above all else a little ball, which thereby made him adorable. And hey, Samson like Pat, so slimy snail nest was nothing new to me. God, no, wait, don't. Sorry, Cross, my brain doesn't have enough available RAM to understand words right now. Chomp. Put your fingers near his mouth, damn it, Cross groaned, dragging his hand down his face. I was, however, capable of understanding the fact that a surprisingly sharp set of teeth was suddenly clamped onto my hand. Unfortunately, I didn't register what they were connected to in time, so before I knew what I was doing, I reflexively jerked my hand back to free Ata and sent the mouthy mollusk flying as a result. Well, with any luck he'd stick on the ceiling, which had a hole in it. Tabernacle. You stupid little slime stain. Cross roared as he shot to his feet and started dancing back and forth below the hole, arms spread wide. Thankfully, when physics reasserted itself and the invert that went up came back down, Cross was able to make a successful dive forwards and nab him before he could hit the deck. The so-called voice of Anarchy sighed in relief as he stood back up and replaced his snail before pinning his companion with a blistering glare. Soundbite. One of these days, you're going to need to learn how to weigh the risks and benefits of biting someone 100 times bigger and stronger than you. Especially when we're on footing patchier than Frankenstein's monster. Bite me, Soundbite rolled his eyes with a scoff before leering as he tilted his eyes downwards. Better yet. And with that, the snail hopped backwards as much as he could. Chomp. Yee-ugh! And I was treated to the sight of Cross running in circles like his ass was on fire, which I imagine was what it felt like considering how hard Soundbite was gnawing on him. And then everything snapped into place. I facepalmed so hard, I actually got a bit of a charge from it. This bites, I whispered. Osti de Pies de Mard. That's my fucking line. Cross roared as he tugged at his partner's shell to no great effect. I know, bloody foo, excuse me one moment. I spun away from Cross in my as usual fruitless search for the fourth wall. Up went my middle finger, combined with a Brazdo Hanura so as to properly express how I felt about the shenanigan. A crossover. Really? Then to say he? Gods above and below. A crossover, okay, this is a good one. That pun is worth a crap ton of shenanigans. I turned back to Cross and his snail, who'd both paused mid-run and mid-gnaw, respectively, so that they could look at me like, well, like I was crazy. I was used to that by now. So hypothetically speaking, if I told you that you were a character in a 1PC fanfic, and I was a character in a 1PC fanfic, and our writers were apparently getting together for multiverse warping shenanigans, how would you react? Cross and Soundbite both blinked at me in confusion for a moment before Cross calmly yanked his partner from his ass, replaced him on his shoulder, and then turned his eyes skyward and spread his arms wide. A crossover? Are you out of your... Oh, who the hell am I kidding? Of course, you are. Well, just know that this shit never works. If we weren't bombing before by dint of being a self-insert in one piece, we're sure as shit hitting rock bottom now, jackass. Okay, Johnny and Yusaku were right. Seeing it from this side was freaky. Still, might as well snap him out of it. Actually. Bang! Something whizzed through the air, cutting between me and Cross. The noise was followed immediately by the splintering thud of a bullet punching a hole through wood. Cross summarized the situation best. Oh. Sniper, get down! I barked with all the tried and true practice of a gamer, as I slammed my back into the nearest wall opposite the bullet hole. My heartbeat going through the roof as I processed what the fuck had just happened. Not far away, Jones dubbed behind a cannon and hit the dirt. Of all the... Why does it have to be ranged? She pulled a pistol from somewhere along her belt, but made a face at it rather than actually doing anything. I don't suppose you're as good with that thing as your namesake. I called over tentatively.
There's
I
a
might have known about the way she was
ghost!
glancing upwards. Let's just put it this way, I am to guns as Zoro is to a GPS. My specialty is unarmed combat. Shoot that away, maybe we'll get lucky. Soundbite snorted as he jerked his eye stalks in the direction of the bullet hole. Oh, like you two are much better without your mutt. Soundbite and I exchanged bemused looks and conceded the point with a shrug. Fair enough, I mused before sobering up as I inched towards the cannon's porthole. Anyway, if you know who I am, you know my position, so if you don't mind, I'll be taking point here. And first point of order is to find just where we're being shot at from. Soundbite. Ready. He nodded firmly. All right then. I grit my teeth as I clenched and unclenched my fingers in preparation. This is in a suit, and without giving myself enough time to build up any doubt, I swung my arm up. Bang! Scrang! Gah, son of a bitch! And roared as I snapped my arm back and clutched my hand to my chest, which, besides ringing like a bell, was absolutely killing me. What caliber was that ass? At using, fuck you millimeters. Joan shot me a sympathetic wince. Need me to get another shot out of them. She hissed. No need, twice was enough, Soundbite informed her darkly. She's an is she about 30, 35 feet that way, and going by how she's almost 50 feet high. I'd say she's made a crow's nest into a sniper's nest. Oh, did she? A disturbing grin grew across Joan's face. We'll see about that. So saying, the small blonde made to bolt out of the portal. Got tabernac. Until I snapped my fingers and Soundbite forced her to stay in place with a point-blank blare. Oh, ow, ow, ow. She massaged her ears, wincing mightily, before glaring at me. The hell was that for? I responded with a decidedly flat glare. Jones, clear this up for me. Your devil fruit has something to do with kinetic energy, obviously, and yet you're hiding from our sniper, whose bullets are only lethal because of kinetic energy. So, are you or are you not legitimately and confidently Luffy levels of immune to firearms? I got an uncomfortable feeling of deja vu from the way she grinned and rammed her knuckles together. No idea, never tried it before. But there's gotta be a first time for everything, and I'm still in the mood for a fight. I took a brief moment to glance heavenwards in exasperation. Someone help me, now I knew how my crewmates felt whenever I did something brain dead. So, you decided to test that little application of your abilities against the sharpshooter who has pinpoint. Split-second accuracy, it is aiming to kill. Jones' expression crumbled into a sheepish and somewhat ashen look. Okay, admittedly not my best idea. You got one better. Yeah, I grunted, turning myself around so that I was facing our enemy, even as I readied my other hand. You get ready to run while I get ready for round 2. So saying, I jabbed my hand out just like last time. But unlike last time, this go around. Gesture flash. Wha-bam. I flexed my palm at my partner and I proceeded to blind our assailant senses. Effectively, too, going by how another shot went off, but the actual impact wasn't anywhere near us. Get him. I roared, darting out from behind my cover and running towards the enemy. Within a few steps, something small and purple shot past me. Huh. Shorty was pretty fast when she wanted to be, and she seemed to be pounding her fists together as she ran. Newton second. Crack. Wood splinter. There was an ominous creaking noise as the mass began to fall towards me. Oshachit. I hastily skidded to a halt and flung my arms up before my face, just as a pillar of timber slammed down on the decks of several ships next to me. Sadly, life wasn't so convenient as to deposit our shooter at my feet, but the crow's nest did land not more than a half-dozen meters away. So I made the snap decision to leap onto the mast and run along it to the nest. With any luck, our shooter would still be stunned from a click. False Novavich. I froze on the edge of the crow's nest and snapped my hands up. I briefly considered trying to work out any details concerning our assailant that I could, but my attention was a wee bit distracted by the gun being pointed in my face. Alright, I just needed to be smart about this, just needed to find an opening. Just needed to. Why was the air starting to screech and howl like a pack of babu? I leapt at the sniper the second they hunched over due to inner ear-induced nausea, and with only a split second to choose, planted my boot in their face with extreme prejudice. The sound of their noses' cartilage snapping was uncomfortably welcome, as was the sound of the back of their skull smashing against the somewhat rotted wood of the ship. After nudging the snipers down form raid, delivering a hefty, ire-ridden kick to their ribs to confirm that they were well and truly KO, I proceeded to do what any sane person in my greaves would do. Woo! I laughed, shooting my fist in the air. Which, of course, was Celebrate.
Bye-bye.
Who's a badass?
Thanks for the
I
tip.
whooped as I pointed at Soundbite. We got badass. Soundbite preened with a flourish. And don't you forget it. Booyah. We whooped as we exchanged a high eye. Osti de Pais de Mard. Joan stumped up the mast towards me, rubbing her ears and scowling in a half-decent impression of an angry Zoro. That was bloody loud. Is everyone still alive over Jirik? I blinked in confusion as something made her freeze and choke at the sight of the unconscious sniper, and I hastily stepped back as she darted past me to our assailant. Her hat shadowed her face as she crouched down for a better look. Then she spoke again, her voice low. Frost. I think we have a problem. Does this particular sharpshooter look familiar to you? Jones, all I saw when I got to them was gun. I crossed my arms flatly. Why, do you recognize them? Yes. And unless your memory sucks arse, you will too. She shot me a flat look before standing up and stepping off to the side. I took one look high and promptly froze in the utmost of horror. Soundbite. I whispered numbly. Can you connect to Robin? Have you not been wait a second. Soundbite cut his indignant rebuttal off partway through, a contemplative look coming over his face before he grinned triumphantly. Hawk up brain. Through him. What is it, Cross? Smugness was swapped for smugness as Robin's voice cut in. I swallowed heavily, glancing back and forth and rubbing my neck. Say, Robin, I finally managed to get out. Hypothetical question for you. Say I suddenly came under sniper fire and I managed to KO the sniper before getting a good look at them. I glanced skyward miserably, begging for mercy in light of what I was about to say next. Then say that said now code sniper was your mother. I felt a bolt of utter terror shoot through me at how flat Soundbite's face became. My mother. My mother who's been dead since I was a child, and whose absence I feel every day like a white-hot knife. That mother. I tugged on my collar, trying to alleviate the suddenly stifling pressure in whatever way I could. Let's say she were present thanks to the fact that time is more twisted than a pretzel here. I prayed to hell Robin hadn't pegged onto what I was talking about. Hypothetically, of course, Robin reiterated dryly. Fuck. Well, in Furbury. Of course, I whimpered weakly. There was a pointed silence for a full minute before Robin finally deigned to speak, her voice staying perfectly level the entire time. Well, in that case, hypothetically speaking, I would be hurt, outraged, and on top of twisting you into a Gordian knot, I most likely wouldn't speak with you for a straight month. I restrained a tortured moan as I dragged my clawed hands down my face. Love these hypotheticals, keeps the brain active, I said, my voice doing its best impression of Picas. Mr. Jeremiah. I was frozen for a bit before slapping my hand over my eyes in defeat. Yes, Robin. I groaned. Did you knock out my mother? I cracked my fingers open and stared miserably at the woman I'd assaulted in pure self-defense. More specifically, I watched blandly as while Jones checked her condition, her pet chewed on her hairdo. Or rather on her mohawk. Not your mother. Oh. No, Ruthabad. I slapped my dragon on the muzzle when I caught him nibbling on Bellamir's hair. His mom is not for eating. Oh, Rainbow Mist, if you weren't inspired by Star Trek, Generations, I'd eat my hat. Not far away, Cross was pacing in. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh goo, what I'm gonna do, was essentially all but pissing his tidy whities with how bad he was flipping out, and going by the way the shell on his shoulder was shivering. His partner in noise wasn't far behind. Unfortunately, warranted as his apparent terror was, it was equal parts distracting and confusing. Aside from a broken nose and being unconscious, Bellamir seemed to be fine. Although she'd probably have a concussion. Ooh, alright, let's end this. I glanced up at the old straw hat and snapped my fingers. Cross, I spoke up, trying to grab his attention. Going by how he snapped his around to stare at me with wide, twitching eyes, I'd succeeded. I rolled my eyes in exasperation, but still I put on the best air of serenity I could. I realize you're scared, Cross, I spoke slowly and methodically. But please be serious. Nami is not that bad. Cross scowled at me accusingly. You are lying, he shot back just as firmly. Come on, Cross. I flung my arms wide in exasperation. You're overreacting. What's the worst she could do to you? And there was the are you stupid crazy look again. You're kidding, right? He demanded incredulously. It's Nami, I reasserted firmly. Sure, she was a little too liberal with the staff to the head thing sometimes, but not dangerous. Yeah, my Nami. Cross emphasized frantically. I raised a finger and opened my mouth to reply, and then I thought about what he'd just said, and I slowly lowered my finger with a sympathetic wince as I got what he was getting at. Ooh, oh, yeah, you're fucked. Note to self, keep my Nami far away from any and all rare dials. Ooh, great, now the poor bastard actually sounded like a wounded animal. Ah, fuck it, this was going to suck, but I couldn't just leave him to his fate. No matter how much that fate scared the shit out of me. So saying or thinking or rating, whichever I tried to reach out and pat Cross on the shoulder to comfort him, but my hand fell halfway. Nope, couldn't do it. Well, look on the bright side. I tried to make up for it by sounding as chipper as possible. At least we're fucked together, right? That snapped him out of his panic in favor of pure confusion. Heck, even Soundbite poked his eye stalks out in surprise. Come again. I waved my hands in a so-so manner. I did drop the mask she was hiding in, right? And I mean, I gestured at Bellamir's face helplessly. Just look at the poor woman. Her face is so beat up, it's impossible to tell if she got hit by one person or, say, two. Cross gaped at me as though I were an angel come down to earth. I would very much like to hug you right now, he breathed reverentially, starting to step towards oh hell no. If you touch me, I will track down that Sea King, chop you up, and feed you to him as chum, I promised him in a solemn whisper. Fair enough, Cross transitioned smoothly, stepping past me and walking around to Bellamir's head. Alright, enough dilly-dallying. Come on, Soundbite's got a beat on the sunny, and I'd rather follow the Rottenwood Road while we have the chance. I glanced down at Bellamir's ankles uncomfortably before shooting my counterpart a pleading look. You sure you can't do it on your own? Really starting to hate that idiot look. Me and what muscle tone? He demanded. I really couldn't argue with that, could I? Tabernacle, this was going to suck. I crouched down and began the awkward process of getting Bellamir up onto my back. Ruatha was not happy about this as it meant someone else had his place on my shoulder, but he could walk. I don't have enough hands. Help me get her arms around my shoulder so I can get a decent grip on her legs without her falling over backwards. On it, Cross nodded, circling around behind me and heaving Bellamir's torso into position before loosely putting her arms around my neck. This was so much easier with conscious people who could hold on under their own power. At least the Marine wasn't that heavy. Alright, let's go, I gritted.
Oh,
Starting
this
to
is
crouch
hard.
forwards as I tried to convince myself that I was carrying a sack of potatoes rather than something that would definitely trigger a panic attack. Keeping pace with Cross as we made our way across the broken ships wasn't exactly the easiest feat to pull off. Stupid tall people and their stupid long legs and doubly stupid uneven and unstable footing. Either way, between my conservative stature and my endeavoring to remain upright, I spent a lot of time looking at his back. His very stiff, tense back. Guess he was still worried about Nami's reaction, not that I could rightly blame him. Screw it, his tenseness was making me tense. Coming to a decision, I jogged for a moment so I could try to comfort him face to face, forcing a small smile into place. Still freaking out about Nami, eh? Absolutely not in the slightest. Cross ground out around the armored thumb he was gnawing on. Thank God our show is audio only, sound by deadpan, though the fact that he was sweating like a pig didn't really give his words much weight. Tell me about it, I mused for a moment before tilting my head to the side thoughtfully. Try not to worry, it only makes you suffer twice over. And, if it helps, look on the bright side. We are hauling the concussed body of my volatile, lightning-slinging crewmate's mother, Cross deadpanned. What possible bright side is there to the situation? I made my expression as flat as his. You only have to deal with one of her as opposed to two at once. And just like that, I'm bouncing back. Cross perked up instantly, his smile radiating hope and positivity. Oh. Meanwhile, back on the Thousand Sunny, Mary, who was standing on the forecastle with Frankie, was staring down a spyglass at something off the port quarter. Something that, in hindsight, they really should have seen coming. Yeah, no, I'm getting the distinct impression that Cross was absolutely correct when he said that this place is a temporal clusterfuck, she remarked, her voice pointedly calm. One bright blue eyebrow arched over Frankie's sunglasses. What makes you say that, sis? He queried, sliding her spyglass shut with a distinct snap. Mary indicated in the direction she'd been looking, a very clear twitch in her jaw. Because I am sailing right towards us, and there's someone very familiar on my forecastle. Flicking his sunglasses up and out of the way, Frankie followed her gaze towards the horizon, where a familiar sheep-headed caravel was slowly tacking towards them. An equally familiar shock of orange hair visible standing right next to said sheep's head. How Frankie slowly blinked in surprise. So you are. Oh. Funny, I actually did feel better about that. And hey, even if she was, and would ever be Nami, she was still my friend, and she had notably mellowed out quite a bit since Nice. Hell, who knows, I might just be able to fast-talk my way out of this yet. Alright, most likely I was just bullshitting myself, and we'd still both be crapping thunder for a few hours, but at least a man can dream. Still, the feeling cleared away the last of the panic and let me think clearly again. And the first thing I noticed was that Joan's shoulders were hunched up. And looking closely, she just seemed tense in general. No idea why though, even if she was willing to stand alongside me against Nami, chances were I'd catch a load more flack than her. So why did she flinch just a hit, and considering the sheer level of piss at my hug offer earlier? You sure you don't want me to try and carry her, Jones? I offered. Because you look well. Like she's about to hawk everything from the stomach down. I was trying to be subtle, but I shrugged helplessly. Soundbite can be a blunt ass, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's always wrong. She winced uncomfortably, but set her jaw and didn't even pause in marching onwards. It's fine, alright, that's a lie, but don't worry about it. I don't like being touched. But I can handle
drew a
this.
weenus?
Joan's expression of discomfort turned into that was one of the fakest smiles I'd ever seen. Alright, change the conversation, that'll do it. So, Newton second, eh? I queried with an inquisitive look. Let me guess, Dana fruit. Now, Jones visibly perked up, life re-entering her countenance. Force, actually, but yours is clever. Still, mine's more accurate because it's only physical energy I can deal with.
I need to buy more
See,
gas.
I absorb, reflect, and manipulate force, although if I absorb too much or too quickly, I tend to just sort of explode without control. The force of impact is easiest, but I've started having some success with friction too. I'd demonstrate, but she shrugged, jostling Bellamere lightly. Ooh, oh, neat. I grinned eagerly. Now that is a brilliant and highly exploitable ability. What are your highest and lowest moments with it? Highest for me was blasting Lucci's feather rat with Ma-based cannon. Soundbite cackled, before grimacing to the side. Lowest was when I let a prototype of phony slap me upside my shell. It took a long moment of thought before Jones answered. Lowest would be blowing myself backwards off a cliff while fighting Eric, the scythe bastard. She clarified at my confused expression. Back before I knew what my fruit did. I couldn't help the cheeky grin that spread across my face. You thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was Star Wars. Get off my ass, I was desperate. She waved me off with a scowl. Anyways, highest, probably blowing up a T-Rex's head when it tried to eat me. Although I don't remember that one very well, you'd have to ask Vivi. I kind of lost consciousness right after. Nice, I barked enthusiastically. Escaping, surviving, killing, and riding a T-Rex are the coolest actions you can perform concerning those things. I only managed one, but you got two at once. Seriously impressive. Oh, idea. Soundbite waved his eye stalk eagerly before dropping his voice into a guttural growl. Once a T-Rex bit Jones, and in a blood-filled, gore-soaked instant, it was dead. See? Jones jerked forward as she giggled ecstatically. You don't make me laugh. Nami really will kill us if I give Bellamere a second lump. Chuck Norris jokes. Really? I deadpan a soundbite and Jones reveled together. Whatever, I contemplated what else we could talk about that didn't involve a done-to-death if admittedly epic meme. So, any good movies come out recently? Disney and DreamWorks have done alright. That's not really important, although there was a new Star Wars movie supposed to come out about a month after I left. Jones shot me a curious look. Really though? You asked about movies, not how your own story's going. Aren't you the least bit curious? I shrugged with a dismissive scoff. Why ask about the obvious? Good CR once in a Blue Moon deal, and the One Piece fanfiction community is both comparatively minuscule and polarized.
Thanks,
With Fitz
homegirl.
being either amazing
Why
or
do you have
awful.
a Christmas
And
hat
a
on?
combination
It's
of both. The lowest of both
July
sides,
or
fine.
August, I
Face
think.
facts, we both suck her in a literary way, I mean. No offense. None taken, and you're a bit off the mark, Jones deadpanned. Last I saw. This Bites was pretty popular. Oh yeah. I shrugged without a care. Hey, I guess that's nice then. How many fades does it have? 100. 2. Try over 2,000. I nearly snapped my spine. I spun around so fast, but hell if I could give half a damn about that. Squeeze me. I choked out. Jones shrugged carelessly and rolled her eyes. You heard me, Jar Jar. When I left, you were on the front page in terms of reviews, follows, and favorites. Undeniably the most popular C in the fandom, although I'll agree. That's not necessarily saying much on its own, and 8th most popular fic overall in terms of favorites. Might be higher by now. Basically, she freed a hand to give me a thumbs up. Congrats, friend, you're officially what's known as an E-celebrity. What the foo? Has encountered a fatal error and has to shut down. Reboot. YN. Why? Reboot accepted. Formulating appropriate response. What? Any further responses were cut off by a loud thump on the deck behind us. Oh. My first inkling that something was wrong was how hard and ungiving my bed seemed to be. I like a firm mattress as much as the next guy, but to my sleep-addled sub, conscious it felt more like a hardwood floor. Not comfy. My second inkling was that I was asleep in the first place, though my brain was decidedly unhelpful in telling me why that was a problem. The third and most important was a finger jabbing into my ribs. With the ease of long practice, I pried my eyes open and sat up, locking my gaze with Robin's brown orbs for a brief second. Long enough for the worry in her expression to dim somewhat. It also served to reassure me. The last thing I remembered was seeing Enrico fucking Pucci out and about on the street, and then, yeah, that blank spot in my memory was all kinds of worrying.
Bye,
I
homeboy.
slowly turned my head around, a sinking pit opening up in my stomach as I took in the derelict ship, a wooden one at that, and massive too we were on, as well as the multitude of others that were surrounding our perch, and the rainbow-colored mist we were enshrouded in, which was nigglingly familiar, and I dealt with that the way I usually do. Well, this definitely is Louisiana, I remarked. Unfortunately, that didn't get even a snort out of Robin, which was worrying, since she usually laughs at even my worst jokes. No, it's not, she agreed, glancing around. Are we in the Bermuda Triangle? I doubt it. Contrary to popular belief, the triangle isn't any more dangerous than the rest of the ocean. Believe me, we've checked, I replied as I stood up, my jeans crackling. Ugh. Salt water. Unless some rogue stand user has set up shop there since we last checked. I frowned as I realized that in addition to not knowing where we were, I also had no idea how we'd gotten here. How did we get here anyway? I remember seeing Pucci on the street. I glanced over to Robin for answers to see her shuffling back and forth on her feet, looking away. Ah hell, I knew what that expression meant. I lost it and attacked him, didn't I? I sighed, rubbing my forehead. Yeah, you didn't even use the catalyst's abilities, Robin replied, her tone readily relaying what she thought about that decision. And then this fat slob in glasses stepped out of an alley and touched you and you vanished. I almost didn't grab him, he stank. Seriously, but I used my arms to try and lock him, and then I blacked out and woke up on this ship a few minutes before you did. Ugh, that damn priest must have been there to recruit stand users. And got one, I groaned, moving my hand away so I could look around again. Alright now, where are we? I froze as the memory that had been tickling me since I saw that fucking rainbow mist hit me like a thunderbolt. And as someone who's actually been hit by lightning, long story, let me tell you that was pretty hard. Rainbow mist, I breathed. Son of a gun. You know where we are then? Robin asked hopefully.
Excellent,
Yeah,
girl.
I know where we are. We're in your old world. Those words got the reaction I expected, anger and fear flitting over her face, her fists clenching at her sides, and her stand, Pompey, springing into sight, glaring at me. Thankfully, I knew the remedy for this sort of thing. I pulled her into a hug. Don't worry, I said, stroking her hair, feeling her tense muscles under my other hand. If I remember correctly, that ice bass guy is nowhere nearby. More importantly, you're not the same as you were back then. It's okay, we're safe. I made soothing noises, continuing my stroking, and slowly I felt the tension ebb out of her. Finally, I felt her push against me, which was the usual signal that she'd had enough. Feel better? I asked as we separated. Yeah, she said softly, brushing at her eyes. So, now what? I grimaced. My rather hazy memories of this arc, thank you ex-chick, I think it was indicated there was supposed to be an island here. But all I was seeing were dead ships, as far as the eye could reach. I don't know, I answered, frustration leaking into my voice. What I remember of this part of One Piece is both super hazy and clearly wrong. I simply don't know enough about the rainbow mist to know what to do. Robin nodded grimly. Then we should probably find somebody and see if they know more. I chuckled. We'll make a stand warrior out of you yet. That's exactly what I was thinking. I glanced up at the mast rising above the deck and pressed a hand to it, the catalyst manifesting and overlaying its own arm. And the first step towards that is to find a mast that hasn't been rotted through with seawater. Stepping up, Robin gave the mast a hearty poke and then stepped back. After a brief second, the mast creaked and began to fall over, making a classic cartoon falling tree sound before crashing onto a neighboring wreck. Yeah, probably a good idea, she drawled. Getting to other ships was a simple matter of having our stands pick us up and ferry us over. Navigating the ships themselves was trickier. Salt water and the creatures within it did nasty things to ships, steel, wood, or otherwise. But it was still surprising how bad off many of the wrecks were. I didn't want to think about how long some of these wrecks must have been here to get that bad. After the first time Robin nearly fell through a rotten patch of planking, I had the catalyst out constantly to keep an eye on the chemical composition of the wood. And that was how, after landing on one of the more intact ships, I sensed something very important. Wait, I ordered, stopping Robin in her inspection of the ship's mast. I began to pace over the deck, trying to pinpoint a chemical that was in decidedly short supply around here. What did you find? Robin asked before glancing up. And can I climb up the mast? In order, I think I found fresh water, and yes, but be careful, I replied, stopping on a particular piece of deck. I could have used the catalyst's ability to rot away the wood, but I was on the move for something a little more visceral. Oi. My stance fist crashed into the deck, smashing apart the planking, and I hopped down onto the gun deck below. Another oi brought me down to the hole, which had so far avoided being flooded, my senses pointing me to several barrels. Picking the nearest one, I pried it open, and in it was water. Water that, once I tasted it, proved to be fresh if a bit brackish. Perfect, I muttered as I replaced the lid. Did you find something? I heard Robin call down. Yeah, we've got water now. I called back up. Give me a minute. Getting up again was a bit tricky, but there were plenty of footholds.
The
only problem was when I was trying to climb out of the gun deck. As it turned out, trying to climb off of a slick iron cannon was a bad idea if you didn't want bruised shins. Ratafrasin, I muttered as I got back up on the main deck. I glanced up at the mast, seeing Robin staring off into the distance. You see anything? Yeah, I see a ship that isn't beat to shit. Language. I half-heartedly shouted up. Now let's get you down before something. Snap. Brakes. I yelped, shifting onto the balls of my feet so I could dive in any direction. I shouldn't have worried, though. A glance up showed her hanging off the mast by the many arms sprouting from it. I'm okay, she reported. Yeah, you seem to have things in hand, I said, grinning. SNRK, that was terrible, Lee. Steadily dropping herself down, she tapped her foot on top of my head before landing. Terrible. My great sense of humor aside. Ha! You said you saw an intact ship, right? I continued. Yep, Robin confirmed, dropping to the deck. Well, mostly intact. The masts are kinda broken. We'll go there then, I decided. We have water here, but I want to find food too. That's a lot harder to die from, but also harder to recover from as well. Good, Robin said, sniffing and haughtily raising her nose. When we are there, you shall cook me the most exquisite banquet you can. I stared at her for a few seconds and shook my head and began chuckling. Oh, this was going to be good. Makes me wish my phone hadn't apparently gotten dunked in salt water. Robin, who had just started walking towards the ship, turned around at that, worry creasing her features. Why are you chuckling? She asked, her voice wavering. You'll see, I said cryptically, waving her forward. Let's keep moving, okay? Okay, she said dubiously. We continued on, Robin in the lead, and she kept on glancing behind herself at me. I love it when I get to do this. And I love it even more when it's due to something that I didn't actually do. Does that make me an asshole? Nah, everyone enjoys a good bit of schadenfreude here and there. And not everyone's an asshole. Secure in my logic, I went silent and focused on keeping an eye on the rotten decks. Thanks to our stands carrying us over gaps and Pompey temporarily patching up a few rotten spots, we made good time. And soon, I could see the beach ship Robin had pointed out looming on the fog-shrouded horizon. Still, we'd need to stop soon and take a break. Robin was beginning to flag. She hit it well, but the little quivers in her legs, particularly her calves, and the sweat running down her neck were obvious tells. We just needed to find a good, solid deck to stop on. I was still debating where to do that when a loud squawk of what? Echoed out over the graveyard, very loud and very close.
Hold on.
Stay here, I barked, noting in my peripheral vision Robin.
Pause. I need to listen to this. Hi Key, what's up? How you been? Oh, I did it. It's been a while since you've dropped by.
Incredible!
Is that Santa? It is Santa. Oh, that's crazy.
Stay here, I barked, noting in my peripheral vision Robin slumping to the deck as I dashed over to the side. Whatever the situation, throwing an internationally wanted young girl into the mix was unlikely to be a good thing, and honestly, she seemed relieved to get the rest. The damn fog, naturally, was still obscuring things as I reached and peered over the side of the ship, but I could make out a pair of silhouettes. One person-shaped and one an amorphous blob that I recognized as one person carrying another. The catalyst helpfully informed me a second later that the person being carried had a lot of black powder and residue on her person. Interesting. Unfortunately, that was all the information I could get from here, and I still didn't know who these people were.
I'm
I'd
doing
have to do
good,
this the hard
Key.
way.
Just playing.
Jumping off the deck,
Kinda
I let the
hungry,
catalyst
not
float me
gonna
down most of
lie.
the way before dropping me the last few feet. My arrival was heralded by an audible thunk, and I was treated to 2 pairs of eyes shooting my way. My mind quickly ran through the scene. On the right, young blonde man wearing a black cap, jacket, and pants, somewhat tan, but still obviously of North European descent. bandage over his nose, armor over his forearms and shins, and a checkerboard of Den Den Mushi, I think they were called, on his shoulder. He also looked vaguely familiar, even though I'm pretty sure he wasn't anyone I'd ever seen before. On the left, young. My eyes narrowed as I tried to make out the other figure's gender. Looked vaguely feminine, I'd go with female, until she indicated otherwise. Shorter than Blondie, same taste in dark clothing, black and dark purple, though with a fedora instead of a cap and a splash of red at her neck. Dirty blonde hair, olive skin that looked natural instead of tan, and a utility belt jammed to the gills with stuff. I counted at least 8 pouches, as well as a flintlock pistol and a side practically touching. Neither of them looked particularly threatening. Both had rather slim builds and only one was even armed. Still, in both JoJo and One Piece, appearance was often a terrible indicator of threat level, so I didn't drop my guard.
You're gonna keep reading.
That, and there was a third person in what I'm pretty sure was a marine uniform being carried on Fedora's shoulders, unmoving and limp. The woman, at least, I'm pretty sure it was a woman, had dark orange hair trimmed down to a buzz cut on the sides, and it was tickling my memory. That hairstyle and the marine uniform. Bellamere, I'm pretty sure. I guess my memory about time fuckery is accurate. For whatever reason, whether surprise, my close scrutiny, or something else, neither of them reacted for several seconds. Well, that wouldn't do. These people were our best ticket out of here. Standing from the crouch I'd been in, I indicated the unconscious woman. Friend of yours. Friend of a friend. Blondie posed. Close enough, Fedora nodded. I hummed thoughtfully. And is there any reason she's covered in enough gunpowder and gunpowder residue that I can smell it? She's a sniper who just tried to give us extra holes in our bodies. The snail scoffed, its voice swapping in pitch, tone, and even gender. No doy, she reeks like a one-woman army. I narrowed my eyes at the checkerboarded Den Den Mushi, which appeared to be talking on its own in some weird radio patchwork. Could they do that? And that sense of familiarity was back and stronger than ever. That makes sense, I said, slowly nodding. I plastered a grin on my face and I clapped my hands together. So, since it seems you're both stuck here too, do either of you know any way to get out of here? We've got some time-sensitive stuff to take care of. Fedora snorted. Time-sensitive. Here. Please, tell another one. Her words were accompanied by amused chattering from an overgrown lizard with wings scrambling around her ankles.
Oh no.
Right, dragons are a thing around here. I mentally raised her threat level a notch. Hey, that's a nice one, soundbite, rewind his last sentence. Blondie transitioned from laughing to dead serious in a second as he suddenly pointed at me. There was a brief rewinding noise from the snail before it started to speak in my voice. Okay, seriously, I knew this guy. I swear it's on the tip of my tongue. We've got some time-sensitive stuff to take care of. Blondie tensed up and started to clench and unclench his fists. You heard what I heard, right?
That you haven't been
He
dropping
asked his
by.
companion tersely.
Not
Yeah,
going to lie.
Fedora turned to scowl at me. Tabernac, I like a good fight as much as the next crazy person, but not when I'm carrying precious cargo. Walk them out or else I get them chucking everything they've eaten in the last week. The Den Den Mushi snarled grimly. And for the record, I'm not fucking exaggerating. I resisted the urge to sigh. Man, I suck at negotiating. But then, I already knew that. Call in Koichi for diplomacy, call me if you want someone dead. Hell, even Jotaro's better at negotiating than me, and he has all the emotive capacity of a brick wall. Anyway, I could probably take them, but I'd rather not kill our only ticket out of here or piss off the companions they inevitably had. And I still didn't remember who Blondie was despite the nagging recognition. I hate it when that happens. Whoa, okay, let's not go crazy here, I said, raising my hands in placation. I don't want to fight, and I wasn't planning on ambushing you guys. Yet. But if it'll make you all feel better, hey Robin. Yeah. Robin called down from the ship above, both Blondie and Fedora exchanging glances, likely at the youth of her voice. Come on down, they want to meet you. Aye aye. There was a moment of silence, and then a mass crashed down to the deck several yards away from us, shattering into chunks of rotten wood. Then the wood crumbled into ash, swirling into a vaguely mast-shaped mass, which promptly snapped together into a pristine new mast. Robin skipped down a few seconds later, a happy grin on her face. Hi, my name's Robin Fong, she said in greeting, waving her hand. Behind her, the mast collapsed back into shattered, rotten wood. Weird name, huh? Blame this guy. That last was accompanied by a thumb jab my way. Fedora's scowl morphed into what could only be called a puzzled glare, her mouth falling open with a hiss. Son of a... Blondie's reaction, however, was leagues more extreme, and rather amusing too. Seriously, I didn't even know Jaws could go so low, or that a person could survive without a drop of blood in his face. Our Robin. He choked out incredulously. I am just like that this wasn't funny anymore. I could see Robin's eyes widening slightly in my peripheral vision, though it was more out of surprise than fear. Have we met? She asked. Or have you just seen the wanted poster that's been floating around these waters? I added, barely keeping from snarling. The catalyst, as it's wont to do when my emotions run high, sprang into view behind me, looming ominously. Robin opened her mouth, presumably to ask about that, but I raised my hand and she closed it. I wanted to see how they reacted to my words. I tried to watch their eyes, but that was a bit difficult because they were looking over my... shit, the mist was making my stand visible. Wasn't it? Did I pull an all-nighter without noticing it? Fedora wondered aloud, reaching one hand under her glasses to rub her eyes. Because I think I'm hallucinating a modernized version of Red Skull. Scratch that, they can fucking see it. What the hell? Do these two have observation hacky? Oh, that would be bad news if they did. You, have a stand, Blondie choked out. Then his expression turned downright sickly as he snapped his attention back to Robin. Wait, Stanzen. Oh, frack me, Bohemian Rhapsody. How do you know that name? I snapped almost before he'd finished speaking, the catalyst flashing out to grab Blondie by the throat and slam him against the nearest hard surface, the deck edge railing in this case. As he gurgled, my mind was a whirl. How did this guy know about
Are you gonna make it up to
let
me?
alone one as specific and short-lived as Bohemian Rhapsody?
Start
And-
key.
Wait, the blonde hair, the armored arms and legs, the den mushy. Someone who's read JoJo in a world where that didn't exist. Lee. I blinked, seeing Robin tugging at my arm, looking angry. Then I glanced out, seeing the person I finally recognized starting to turn an unhealthy shade of blue, and Fedora in a fighting stance looking ready to jump into the fray. At a command, the catalyst released him, letting him drop to the deck, hacking and coughing and clutching a clearly bruised throat. Zamiak. Oh. Dog, what? I managed to bite out as I got my throat working again. Sinova, how the hell do you know that name? Oh, come on, another self-insert. Dunno how the hell you jiggered things so that we don't suck back home, but I'm still serious about a crossover being a shit gimmick. The grisly-looking mofo, who'd just nearly ripped my spine out, snorted at that. Getting an exasperated sigh from Tiny Robin, still trying not to freak out about that, and he took a deep breath, seeming to collect himself. I dunno, you didn't seem to think that when you dumped Priscilla and what's his name, that ice dragon guy from Dark Souls, was it? Anyway, when you dumped those two in Resuscitatio. And don't even get me started on Frank and Fran. I was on a success high. I already acknowledged that I fucked up. I roared indignantly at the impudent son of a bitch. Damn it, how long was he going to hold that shit fist over my head? It had been weeks since we even talked about. Wait a second. V. I squawked, my eyes nearly popping out of my sockets. Jones looked from me to V and back again. So, you know this guy. Do we have to fight him or not? I'm confused. You and me both, Robin muttered. And just so you know, he could totally kick both your asses. In the flesh, fucking V12 Hornet said. He then proceeded to poke Robin in the back of the head. Also, Robin, please don't write checks that I have to cash. My brain stalled and jarred as I tried and failed to process just what the hell I was seeing. V. It's a V12 Hornet. An extremely skilled writer, my best editor. One of my best friends in the whole why the hell am I still sitting? Dude. I laughed elatedly, shooting to my feet and spreading my arms wide. I was promptly knocked off my feet by the man wrapping me up in a hug, strong arms squeezing the air out of me. You're alive, you crazy bastard. Savi crowed. I told you going into a verse with superhuman baseline durability was a bad idea. And you have a fucking stand. I laughed back as I rammed my hands down on his back. You went into JoJo and you crawled out the other end in one fucking piece. Holy shit, dude, you. I trailed off slowly before leaning back to give my old pal a bemused look. You have pulled a Joseph. Eesh, dude. What are you? V began before scowling. I'm 46, damn it. And I like to think I look good for my age. Sorry to tell you, Bob, but you look like you're pushing 60. Soundbite cackled. And I think you need to get your eyes checked, Squashy. Robin interjected, adding a stomp on the deck for emphasis. He doesn't look a day over 45. Thanks, V grumbled. You want to say that to my face, short stack? Soundbite snapped his jaws menacingly. Oh lordy, I slapped a hand to my face with a groan. I see where this is going. But while they're ripping each other's heads off. Beside us, Robin glared at Soundbite and drew herself to her full 5'5" height. Yeah, I do. Your mother was a slug and your father was a hermit crab. Want to catch up? Oh, you want to dance? Bring it, Cousin Sue's scared of that knife in your face. Oh wait, that's your nose. Savi eyed the insult fest between Soundbite and Robin for a second before shrugging and nodding. Sure. Do you want to start or? Dude, I've been on these seas for 6 months. You've been in JoJo for the majority of your life, a deadpan. Who the hell do you think has the more interesting story? Still you, he replied with a smug grin. I haven't been hanging around a protagonist the whole time. Just some of the time. Fair enough. I grinned cockily as I started fiddling with my gauntlets. And if I'm going first, let me cut off any comparing scars nonsense early because nothing you've got can top what I've got. I seriously do. Okay, never mind. I reveled in the way my friend recoiled from my unbandaged arm, the vindictive joy pushing me through the sting of salt on my exposed nerves. Yeah, like a limb of molten mozzarella. Gooey and solid in all the wrong places. Touch it. How about no? The last time I saw Burns the Bat, it was on a corpse. See Moon, touch it. Zom, get that thing away from me. Touch it, touch it, touch it. I will meld the rest of you from the lungs out, so help me God. Oh. I laughed as Cross started chasing his friend around the deck waving, not the most badly scarred hand I'd ever seen, since I used to work for a surgeon, but certainly up there. To be able to meet someone you knew in a place like this, so far from home, although, the person seemed a lot older than I would have expected of someone Cross hung out with on Earth. Maybe he aged differently on his alternate timeline thingy. Oh, the joys of time warp shenanigans. Wait, time warp shenanigans I'd come to one piece about a year after Cross had, if not a little longer. The manga had progressed so much. Should I warn him about Sanji's family? Oh, holy hell, Ace. He still thought he was free and clear on that front. He had no idea about the shitstorm waiting for him. Screw it, I know I would have wanted him to warn me if our situations had been reversed. The more information you had, the better it was for making plans. That was something I'd managed to learn from him. Something flashed across my peripheral vision as I opened my mouth to speak. No one else noticed, still engaged in their banter. Suspicious, I turned to find whatever it was. Were we under attack? But no, all I saw was a ratty scrap of sail that had fallen from a nearby wreck. It had something written on it, though. The dripping red text piqued my curiosity. I moved closer to read it. Go ahead and tell him. Halfway through reading the note, something flashed across my skin, and I was forced to lean over with a hiss when my forearms began to sting and burn. I almost dropped Bellemere in surprise. 12 glowing lines of pain, almost as bad as when they'd been fresh. When I looked back, there was a sheet of impossibly sturdy paper lodged in the wood. One edge was lined in red. I was able to read 3 words before the pervasive moisture caused it to begin crumbling into pulp. I dare you. Tabernac. This was that BROB thing, wasn't it? Didn't want me messing with Cross fate. CH fine message received. You want me everything, fuck. Wasn't like it would matter anyways, because knowing Cross, he'd meet whatever challenges were coming head on and grind them into the dirt. I paused at that thought. Huh. A lot more admiration there than I usually showed for anyone except maybe Sensei. Hello, not my usual writer. Still, just in case, I freed one hand for a second to flip the sky off. Murd. Fine, have it your way. Just quit messing with the scars. My own writer does that enough already. And I may not be able to see you right now, but if I ever do find you Mon Tabernac, J. IST de Calicula you old callous. Slamming my foot on the note mush for good measure, I grit my teeth and forced back the pain. It slowly subsided as I clenched and unclenched my muscles. Deep breaths, force a smile so no one would suspect I'd seen anything unusual. Even if she wasn't all that heavy, carrying Bellemere was starting to get tiring. I'd really appreciate getting to the ship so I could put her down and stretch out my shoulders. The muscles in my upper back were starting to seize up. Time to get people back on track. But how? Yes. I crept up behind Cross while he was going after C. V, my steps quiet on the warm wood.
Excuse me.
Not that I expected anyone except maybe Sound, but to hear me over the banter that was still in progress. Slipping one hand free, I reached for a famous and much-hated button, crazy grin growing across my face. The noise hurt my ears, something awful, but it was worth it. Everyone jumped, including me. I made sure my leap carried me away from Cross and any possible vengeance. 5 pairs of eyes fixed on me. Rutha let out a reproachful croon of pain. See? Oh, that was fun. I can't believe I actually got the chance to do it. Oh. I recovered first from the incredible noise of the foghorn. The one benefit of being around so many explosions in my 24 years in JoJo. Dang, that's loud, I groused, rubbing my ears. You okay, Robin? My ours. She groaned from where she was curled up on the deck. Give me a few minutes for the world to stop ringing. I nodded and turned back towards Fedora, who was looking quite pleased with herself. Sue. I don't think we were ever introduced, and I suppose blowing our eardrums is as good an introduction as any. I held my hand out towards her. Li Feng, better known as E, V12 Hornet in online circles. She stared at my hand for a moment before awkwardly freeing one of her own to shake it. Jones. Also in C, although I don't know what name my writer uses. So what was that red skull thing that grew up behind you earlier? Or was I actually hallucinating again? Again. Don't worry, you're not hallucinating, I explained once we broke the handshake. This is my stand, the catalyst. Said stand popped into view behind me as I mulled over how to explain this. Think of it as a manifested fighting spirit that gives you superpowers. I'm honestly surprised you can see it. So, sort of a cross between Hacky and a Patronus. Cool. Jones shrugged at my latter words. Afraid I can't help with the seeing thing, if people normally can't. Between the glasses and the crazy, it's hard for me to tell. Now, since you reacted so well to it, I hope you don't mind me using you as a human shield if anyone else was pissed off by the foghorn. Like I said, I don't like fighting with precious cargo. So saying, she ducked around to put me between her and the rest of the group. On the plus side, while Robin was rubbing her ears and glaring at Jones, it seemed to be mostly annoyance. Zomiak and Soundbite, on the other hand, looked actually angry. And for the record, now that I have a human shield, she spoke up from behind me. I see why you guys like doing that. We know. Zomiak and Soundbite hollered irritably. See? I'll go right, moving on, Zom groaned. You know the story as well as I do, but would you prefer C, V or Lee? I let a grin spread across my face. Yes. Right. He slapped his hand to his face with a sigh before splitting his fingers and glancing at Robin. So, tiled Robin. Considering the setting you walked out of, I take it that my guess about Bohemian Rhapsody was right. I opened my mouth to respond. That's right. And then Robin cut in, grabbing my arm and grinning sunnily. He tried to save me from the ice guy but kept getting frozen, and then this weird arrowhead cut me, and it really hurt, but it gave me a stand. And here Pompeii, a humanoid. Vaguely female figure in gray plaster and jagged black volcanic rock, Roman numerals making a clock over its chest sprang to life and gave a wave. So I could keep him alive, and then he went and kicked the bad guys a butt. And then because I had a stand I was able to stay and not go back into that comic book for weird reasons I don't get, and Lee adopted me and it was awesome. What she said, I interjected in the silence that followed before glancing back at Jones. Also, maybe I should carry Bellemere from now on. My suggestion earned a scowl of all things. Despite looking like she could use a break, Jones was glaring like I'd just threatened to kill her dragon. No. No, I'm good. Well, alright then. Let her suffer in silence. Arguing with that kind of stubbornness generally got you a boot to the head. At best. Suit yourself. Meanwhile, Rhea Cross stared at Robin for a second longer before affixing me with a flat glare. For the record, if my Robin pulls a Joestar and gets a stand by extension or association, or what the hell ever and starts, shifting art styles, I blame you. Duly noted, I blandly stated. Anyway, now that the exposition's out of the way, I hope one of your ships is around so we can sit down and hash out how the hell we're going to get out of here. Sonny's over Thataway. Cross jerked his thumb in the direction his snail indicated. We're planning on regrouping there so that Chopper actually, now that I think about it, do I need to clarify him as my Chopper? He glanced at Jones and askance. Nah, I think you're good. She shook her head. I doubt we'll need to deal with those kinds of hijinks. Her expression fell flat. And it's not like your Chopper could be confused with mine by any sane person anyways. Robin slowly raised her hand curiously. If they're the same person, why not? It might have something to do with the fact that one is nettier than a squirrel and strapped with explosives, Soundbite responded flatly. Withdrawn, Robin muttered, Pompeii shimmering briefly into existence and rubbing its neck nervously behind her. Shall we? I interjected, indicating the direction Cross had pointed. Alan's why? The relatively native pirate proclaimed as he forged on energetically. Tilda, oh Tilda. Ah, my casa at last. I laughed in relief, swinging my arms out wide as the beautiful, trimasted form of my home and steed came into sight through the mists. It's not Su Casa, but he'll take you in all the same. Nice, eh? Lee didn't say anything for a long moment in favor of staring with furrowed brows at the ship. Wasn't the Thousand Sunny supposed to be a brig sloop? He asked at last. That was with a $200 million budget. Thanks to me, we had $500 million and a ship whisperer involved in the construction process. I couldn't help but shoot a cocky grin over my shoulder at Jones. Top that, rookie. That implies a situation where we need Sunny in the first place, asshat Jones deadpan. Also implies you make it to water 7 period. I offered sheepishly. As if we won't, Jones rolled her eyes before shifting Bellamere about with a grunt. Look, quit rubbing your superior experience in my face and help me figure this out. I don't have enough hands to climb while holding a person. Her words were accompanied by what I was pretty sure was the dragon equivalent of a raspberry for Ruatha. Right, I thought the Wikipedia page for Barks looked familiar, Lee muttered, ignoring the exchange as he kept looking over Sunny. Oh, and speaking of hands. Robin just climbed up the side while you two were arguing. Wait, what? I snapped my attention to him in shock. Why didn't you? Brace, Soundbite droned flatly. I hastily snapped my headphones over my ears. Just in time to dodge the supersonic shriek that came within milliseconds of rending my eardrums. Prepubescent girls, an aspect of modern life I so did not miss. Others, however. Dick, Jones ground out as she got a hand free and dug a finger through her ear. Yeah, she's got a fantastic set of pipes, doesn't she? Lee said, a smug grin on his face telling just how much experience he had with this. Oh, and to answer your question, Zom, I didn't say anything because I try to be fairly hands-off as a parent. Oh, and because I thought it'd be funny. He's as bad as you, partner. Soundbite cackled. And as confusing to boot. GRK! I would ramrod stiff as a specific voice spoke up behind me, and I slowly turned a twitching grin up to the Sunny's railing. Hey, Robin. I'm guessing you have a few questions. I'll save the ones for your friend for a later time. She cast a pointed glance at Lee for a moment before refocusing on me. Currently, however, she hefted an arm up, exposing the fact that her mini-me had latched onto her like a lamprey and was staring at her with particularly twinkly eyes. I'd very much like an explanation for this. Lee, you were right. Younger Robin giggled ecstatically as she rubbed her cheek against, well, her own arm. I'm gonna be Suo Huat when I grow up. Told you that Brat Mikula was just jealous. Lee shot her a thumbs up. I dragged a hand down my face with a groan before jerking my thumb at Jones and her baggage. Look, I'll explain things soon enough. For now, mind if I start by trying to explain that to the crew. Robin hummed noncommittally for a moment before shrugging and conjuring a makeshift ladder of limbs on Sunny's side. Pass her here. Best you come on first, though, so that you can help me lift her up. On it, I saluted, hastily clambering up her limbs and waving down at Jones once I was on deck. All right, pass her up. Finally. There was a relieved sigh as Jones heaved Bellamere up high enough that Robin could grab her and start passing her up. Merd, I'm gonna be so stiff tonight. Make sure you watch her head, eh? And get her to chop her SIP. Yeah, I got her. I nodded absent-mindedly, keeping my head on a swivel even as I hooked my arms under Bellamere's arms. Now, let's hurry up and do this before Nami sees. Before Nami sees what exactly? A loud smack echoed from down on the shore where Lee still was. GRK! I barely kept from fumbling the marine as I shot a panicked glance over my shoulder at Nami and Vivi, who'd somehow managed to walk up behind me without anyone warning me. I spared snarls at a far too satisfied Soundbite and Robin the older one, Damn, this was going to be confusing, before smiling tersely at the two. And Nami. Good timing, great timing, really? I was just going to go and get you. JJ just discovered something in the mist you'll want to know about. Yeah, funny story about that. Vivi cocked her eyebrow at me. See, we found something pretty incredible too. And with that she stepped aside to reveal an older woman who looked just like oh bloody hell. Queen Titi, ma'am. I yelped hastily, spinning around to snap her a saluo shit. Thunk. I flinched as the meaty thump of flesh and bone striking flesh and bone rang out. I can explain that. Gah. Tabernac, you dropped her right on my head, you ass. I can explain that too. I tried not to flinch as our navigator leaned to the side to look past me, where Bellamere was sprawled out on the deck in front of a sour-looking Jones, who wasn't rubbing the top of her head only because Ruatha was licking the spot. Cross, Nami asked dryly, her eyes slowly narrowing. Would you care to explain to me why my once-dead mother is lying down there, and why she looks like she got kicked in the face? I rubbed the back of my neck uncomfortably as I tried to look anywhere but at her. Because someone kicked her in the face. I thought you described your friend as eloquent. The undeceased queen of Alabasta asked her daughter with honest curiosity. Vivi waved her hand. It comes and goes with the tides. Bite me, I hissed out of the corner of my mouth, slapping my resident pest shell before he could get any bright ideas. Would it be too crass to make a concussion joke? Lee chose that exact time to very helpfully cut in as he climbed up the side. Because this is, the third time she's gotten knocked on the head today. Only the second, you bastard! I called down accurately before flinching as Nama's fingers dug furrows into the railing. Ion, that is so not helping my case, is it? No, it's not. Hands appeared on the rail as Jones heaved herself up. Ruatha came up separately, and a little ways away Dragon must have good instincts for avoiding trouble. Jones sighed. Anyways, look. Nami, my name is Jones. I know you might not know me, but I just want you to hear me out. Cross might be an idiot. Oi. But to be fair, this time this mess isn't entirely his fault. Oi. Jones shot a glare at me before looking at Nami regretfully. As I was saying, yes, some of it was me, and I'm really sorry about hurting your mother. Feel free to exact your pounds of flesh as needed, just don't hurt us too bad. Get a soundbite and Retha becoming orphans now, can we? For the longest time, Nami just stood in place, spinning her climb attack at her side. Finally, she thumped it in place at her side and heaved a sigh. I'm actually not going to hurt you too. It was like some great divinity had chosen to smile upon us. My heart felt so light. Really? I breathed euphorically, tears of hope glistening in my eyes. You're serious? Jones asked in shock. Entirely, Nami nodded solemnly, gesturing at her ear. See, after a recent incident, I have a bit of a hard time working up as much temper as I could before. I'm not exactly happy about the situation, by no stretch of the imagination, but I'm certainly not going to fly off the handle and maul the both of you. So yeah, you don't need to worry about me. I was sitting on cloud 9, but apparently Jones was a bit more distrustful.
Why did you
if the sheen of
fart?
sweat on her brow was anything to go by. And why doesn't that reassure me? At all. Oh, that's an easy one. Nama's suddenly demonic smile killed my joy cold. And the way she snapped the eyes and section off her staff and started tossing it up and down in her palm didn't help either. See, without my temper, I can't really get riled up enough to do shit to you. Without warning, Nami tossed the tube of metal to the side, and I traced its flight through the air before locking up in terror as a positively irate Nami snatched it out of the air. That's why she's here, my Nami smirked as she walked over to her alternate, carrying Bellamere on her back as she walked around the storm front that was rapidly expanding behind her double. I'd wish you good luck, Boo. Honestly, I really hope that this hurts. You. The all Nami hissed murderously, a downright deadly look in her eyes as the clouds around her roiled and snapped grimly. Concussed. My mother. Oh. White nibbled at the edges of my vision. I felt like I was about to faint. Parley. I offered weakly, not that I really expected anything to come of it. And surprise, surprise, nothing did, unless you count my Nami, my normal, unaltered, still rage-filled Nami turning her terrifying gaze on me. You. Concussed. My. Mother, she hissed. And then, the air exploded. You idiots. A wave of solid cloud slammed into me and crossed before we could say shit, taking us clean off our feet and pinning us to the galley wall with bruising force. My first reaction. Oh. My second reaction. Tabernacle clouds were not supposed to be this hard. Funny how that was the first thing to go through my head, instead of something like, oh crap, the Namas have met or don't cross the streams. Although it was probably a little late for the latter. I gasped, trying to get my wind back, but apparently Cross got there first. And Nami. He wheezed frantically, struggling against his binds. And I know you're pissed at us, but if you'll just let me explain. Gag him, this bites. Nami instructed mine coolly as she examined her fingernails. Beach. Cross let out a muffled howl as a tendril of iron cloud clamped down over his mouth. This bites. Vivi, screw it, I'm not doing that forever to you. Vivi whistled in awe. Wow, that was actually impressive. Titi tilted her head towards her daughter, her attention never leaving our pinned forms. Yes, this is quite the impressive display of how unique the Grand Line can be, isn't it? Titi. Vivi blinked at her mother in confusion before eyeing in understanding. Oh no, not that. Our Nami has those clouds out 24/7. They're practically her own personal aura. I was talking about her gagging Cross. Smartest thing anyone's ever done in a fight against him by far. Peach, moo. Cross let out a smothered roar at her.
Shit.
Language. Lee laughed up at him. Peach. The Anarchy Razor snapped his glare to his old friend, who only reacted with a smile and wave. My Nami shot a glance at Titi. Nami, should I do something about this nail too? Or is it just there for decoration? Titi, Nami man, this was
Yeah, it's
confusing
a
thought for
rocker
a moment,
ghost
then
for
waved her
some
off.
reason.
Nah, it's fine. Not like it would stick anyways, and without the puppet master he's mostly harmless. Oi. Soundbite roared indignantly. Oh, so you're saying that you know how to break someone's spirit with just a few words? Nami questioned flatly. Soundbite started to bark before glancing to the side uncertainly. Alright, fine, emotional torture is and always will be Cross's forte. He then perked up eagerly. On the other hand, physical torture of the audio variety is my fortissimo. Nice pun, Lee remarked. Peach. Cross flailed furiously. Enough. All conversation stopped as my Nama's voice lashed out over the deck. Then, as a few millimeters of blood pressure away from glowing red, she advanced on us until she was just out of kicking range. The clouds tightened around us, a promise inherent in their binds. Jones, I'll give you one chance to tell me who kicked my mother's face in. And I'm warning you now. She snapped her finger over her shoulder to point at where both Robins were watching over the Code Marine. You might be my friend, but that is my mother. So, if I wind up being unhappy with the answer, her grip on the metal tube tightened to the point where her knuckles popped. Nope, not saying anything. I'm not a snitch. Biting my lip, I did my best to avoid Nama's gaze. Hopefully she'd get whatever punishment she had in mind over with quickly, and we could move past. It was Jones. What? Peach? Cross squawked just as incredulously. You heard me. Soundbite cackled madly, his iced ox jabbing in my direction. Scarface here decided to punt the Marine, dead center. Quite viciously too, I might add. Oh, that little, you foul, scheming little turd of pun scum. I spat at the slimy shit, straining at him as much as physically possible. I should bake you in garlic butter and serve you with French bread. And I hope that when you get reincarnated, it's into a fucking salt shaker. Bring it the hell on, you two-faced, two-minded, half-baked impact dial. The slimy get leered. I ain't going down for the shit you've done. Half-baked. Half-baked. Oh, we'd see who was half-baked. When I get out of here, I'm going to shove my half-baked Newton
My
second down your goddamn JH.
My brain likes
Dick.
to fast
Oh,
talking.
will you both just shut up? Clouds tightened even further, also extending to wrap
I
around
can slow it
soundbite.
down though if you
If
want.
my Nami wasn't livid before, she was now. Oops. I don't care who, but someone better give me a straight
Actually,
answer or...
the reading
well,
speed is
I'm no doctor. We
balanced.
cut in from where he had moved to examine Bellemere. But besides the boot to the face, from the bruising in her pupils she took a nasty fall onto her side, and also a bright light in her face. Which of those two does that
It
sound
was balanced. It wasn't
like?
even
The nuns
going
looked at
fast.
each other. Bright light sounds like cross-gaster flashed. Nami offered. My num's expression darkened. And Jones tends to blow up and throw people across the battlefield. So it was both of them. Thank you. You're welcome. Lee cheerfully replied. So, what are you gonna do? Suddenly, crackling noises filled the air and the atmosphere reeked of ozone. Nama's eyes shot wide
Your
as she
brain's
shot her hand to her
still
suddenly lighter hip.
sleepy.
Shit. No, wait. Lee too looked rather panicked. Shit. The catalyst sprang to life. Stop. Tabernacle. This wasn't gonna be pretty. Sparks began to dance around the iron clouds, blue and white and gold. Tiny zaps of static like you get from a wool
Oh, hold
carpet
on.
preceded the incoming
Let me
storm.
pause
I
because
grit
I
my
need to
teeth
hear
and closed
this.
my eyes.
Hello. I see the business is doing well. I'm calling to congratulate you on successfully getting it off the ground. But you can't run a business on fuel alone. I've had a few of my people deliver some extra stock for those empty shelves of yours. Time to talk money. You now owe me. Well, I'll send you the invoice to your email. Don't miss it. I'm sorry, nephew, but there is just no room for charity in this world. I hope you'll find it within your finances to repay the debt. Otherwise, we'll be forced to see to more persuasive methods of reimbursement. Don't have me wait too long now. Goodbye.
Look, homeboy, I have your monies. I can pay you off right now. Email, loan, hello. I'm writing this, trying to get you in a matter of hand for the sake of the trainer. Rudy excavators and exploitation uses, fuel purchases, garbage disposal, oil paint purchases, shipment purchases. In summary, we're looking at around 3,200 of payments still pending. So I dislike unresolved loans, so I implore you to make the case and get the matter resolved as fast as possible. Where do I pay you off though? It's 5G. Where do I pay you off? Where do I pay you up, boy? For the customer at the cash register, hint every. Okay, it's open. Hmm.
I grit my teeth and close my eyes, bracing myself for pain.
Maybe
Okay,
they'll
happy
come
fun
take
time
the
stops here.
money.
Suck it. No pain. I cracked an eye open. My Nami was kneeling on the ground, her hands over her ears, looking like she was about to vomit.
Loyalty
Nami
is
stood
much
over her,
appreciated.
clutching 2/3 of the climb attacked. The iron clouds receded, dropping me and crossed the deck with a
Maybe.
thud.
I'm not sure where
Not
to pay
far
it
away,
off,
I heard
though.
a groan in a vaguely
It's kinda
familiar
weird.
voice. Oh good, Bellemere was waking up. Both Namas froze at that sound. They turned in slow unison to look at the red-headed Marine. Cross and I were forgotten in a clatter of heels as the navigators raced across the deck to check on their mother. I let out a sigh of relief at the lack of lightning treatment. Bellemere. The Marine was engulfed in hugs as soon as she made to sit up. Both Namas looked like they might start crying at any moment. Bellemere, for her part, was totally confused. And Nami. Glancing at the two women hugging her didn't help the Marine's confusion. She reached up to wipe blood from her face, wincing as she touched her nose. This is a dream, right? Because last time I checked, you were 3 years old, and I'm pretty sure I didn't have twins. If it is a dream, I'm not sure I want to wake up. My Nami glanced back at me out of the corner of my eye. It's almost good enough for me to forgive those idiots for what they did. Really? I couldn't quite keep the eagerness out of my voice. Beside me, Cross sagged in relief. Half a second later, a thrown bottle bounced off my head. Nami smiled.
Fucking weirdos.
Okay, now I can forgive them. Oh, I grumbled, rubbing the spot where the bottle had hit me. Thankfully, both Namis were now focused entirely on their tearful reunion with their mother, leaving only to Vivi, who was looking thoughtfully at me, and her mother Titi, who seemed content to just watch with an amused smile on her face. Actually, Vivi was outright staring at me, and then she was staring at Lee, and then back at me. Creepy. So, which one of you is Cross's? She asked. Lee shot a confused glance my way, to which I could only shrug. Cross's what? Who knows?
Jesus.
Oh, his loved one, she clarified, looking a little sheepish. Sorry. It's just everyone else ran off to who knows where because after there was a slight hitch to her voice that was rife with both disbelief and joy.
Oh, the
My mother and
panic.
Sarah Connor's mother, she clarified at our confused looks. After they came out of the mist, we all figured out that our loved ones were somehow coming out of the mists. I was just wondering which of you was Cross's.
Imagine you think you
That
don't
would
want
probably
to
be me, he
pay
answered,
just
raising
because
his
you
hand.
don't know how to
I was
pay.
one of his best friends back at home.
It
When
happens.
Vivi looked askance at me. I rolled my eyes with a heavy sigh. I'm with the other Straw Hats. You know, the crew a dimension to the left and a few months behind. The princess opened her mouth, closed it, and frowned. I cannot for the life of me believe that I'm not questioning that sentence.
Can't
Now,
get with
If you'll excuse me, a dreamy look came over Vivi's face as she turned towards where her mother was happily helping keep a visibly shell-shocked Bellemere stable. I have to get back to a long overdue reunion. And with that, she left. I wanted to question that sentence as I looked out over our two ships, which were slowly starting to fill with recently returned members of separate Straw Hat crews and their often deceased loved ones. But, weird as it was, this still had nothing on all you zombies, so if I could accept that, I sighed and shook my head. Solely was it. I looked over at the by far oldest of the three of us. When did you leave Mother Earth to descend into a realm of madness? Tail end of 2016, he answered, leaning back onto a nearby railing. Right before I was set to leave on a family New Year's vacation to Los Angeles, if I remember correctly. November of the same year. Lee grinned. Hey Zom, he called out. You want us to asterisk us, NRK asterisk. I frowned in confusion as Lee hastily clamped his hand over his mouth
Are
to
you
dampen
gonna
the
buy
amused
something
snort
or
I'd
just
heard.
walk around the fucking
Whatever it was
stall,
that
you
provoked that had to
weirdo?
do with Cross, so I turned around and... Okay, I have to admit, Cross' comically angry face, accompanied by fingers jabbing at his cloud gag and a lot of angry remark each, was definitely something to laugh at. Still grinning like a loon, Lee said, Ladies, I don't know how you made those clouds last. And while I think it's hilarious, would you mind removing Cross' gag for him? I want him speaking for this. Agreed. Soundbite chimed in. He can't appreciate my genius like this. Cross yelped as a tendril of iron cloud literally slapped the gag off of him. Oh, thank God. Finally. The anarchy lover shot a scathing glare at his crew's navigator. I want 2 digits off my debt for that, you damn. He trailed off into a smirk as he eyed Bellemere nearby. Nami, for her part, waved her hand dismissively. Yay, that's not happening in a million, eh? She interrupted herself when a hand landed on her shoulder, and then paled when she trailed it back to the very twitchy face of her visibly displeased mother. What was that? Bellemere intoned darkly. About a debt. Meat, Nami squeaked unintelligibly, sounding for all the world like a kid whose hand had been caught in the cookie jar. Hey, sucker. Cross chuckled sadistically as he watched a suddenly lovely Bellemere browbeat our navigators before refocusing on our conversation. Anyway, see, V, you were saying, how would you like to hear how 2016 went? He said, grin stretching ear to ear. I blinked in confusion as Cross perked up intently. Why would he be looking forward to that? I mean, sure, it was a crazy year, but wait a minute. This Bites was published in 2015. Cross doesn't know anything about that year, and Soundbite most likely wouldn't have cared enough to share with him. Oh, this was going to be fun. And I'll make sure this guy stays accurate and doesn't embellish, I added, a grin of my own spreading over my face. Cross glanced back and forth between us before heaving a sigh. I know I'm going to regret this, but fire away. It can't have been that crazy. Oh, very poor choice of words, Lee chided. Hey, does anyone have any booze handy? From the merry dock next to the sunny we were currently on, a bottle came sailing up. From the way Lee hastily crossed his arms over his face, he hadn't been expecting thought Tabarnak. That stand keeps surprising me. In fact, it seems almost automatic. In any case, Lee took the bottle, popped it open, and took a deep gulp from it. Terrible, he grumbled, his face a mask of disgust. Alright, 2016. It all started with this fucking gorilla. Oh. Steel clashed against steel, forming a strange, ringing battle music. Anyone not bearing a sword had the good sense to stay well away even if they were a person usually lacking in good sense. This wasn't a spar. This was a curb stomp. This was a massacre. This was, Yusaku reflected as he was thrown into the air by a miniature tornado, going very poorly. He didn't blame Big Bro, really. As a swordsman, he understood what an amazing opportunity it was, a chance to spar with your older self, to learn things from him. But really, was the appropriate reaction to having your opening salvo blocked so effortlessly that you couldn't even tell if your opponent had woken up really to grab 2 friends who were just minding their own business in the galley and declared an exercise in teamwork. And then that little girl had charged in, momentarily shocking both Zoros before the battle heated up more than ever. Okay, maybe he did blame Big Bro. Just a little. Further philosophizing was cut short by the imminent impact with the nearest bulkhead. The green hunter wheezed as he landed hard. Johnny came down on his back a second later. Is it just me, or are we getting our asses kicked? He groaned. Rhinocycle. Yosaku looked up just in time to see the older Zoro flick two blades up in a quick spinning maneuver that tore lines across the younger Zoro's chest and sent him staggering backwards into a rail. Nope, it's not just you, bro.
Appreciate it.
It's you, me, big bro, and that weird little sis with the shinai. We're all getting our asses kicked. Well, technically, she's not getting her ass kicked. Johnny pointed out as said Shin. Eye-wielding young girl tried to land a thrust on the older Zoro's leg. He's just letting her flail at him without getting hit. Sure enough, the swordsman sidestepped the blow with almost criminal ease, his focus rooted entirely on his younger counterpart. Honestly, I know he's trying to be kind, and I get why, but that's pretty insulting as a swordsman. True enough, the young girl was livid. Her face was red as a tomato as she continued to swing futilely at the man who was ignoring her. The girl's attacks became sloppier and sloppier as her anger took control, until she finally snapped and started screaming as she fought. Take me seriously, dammit. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. You men, you think you're so tough. Think girls are delicate, can't take any pain. News flash. We have to give birth to you numbskulls. That hurts a hell of a lot. She paused, panting, before launching back into both her attack and her rant with renewed vigor. And this time, the disproportionately large number of her strikes seemed to be targeting Zoro's groin. I can do anything a boy can do, and I'll prove it. You think you're so great because you're taller than us, and you have testicles. Let's see how you function without those delicate bits of anatomy. And while you're on the ground whimpering in pain, I'll go on and become the world's greatest sword fighter. Take that, you misogynistic moss. Kuina, will you shut up already? The elder Zoro roared, his swords flashing out. Yosaku! Johnny yelped, shooting to his feet, sword in hand. Right behind you. Yosaku replied, doing the same. Their urgency came from the fact that after pushing away his younger counterpart Red, knocking him into a wall hard enough to rock the ship, Zoro had turned his blades as very sharp blades on the young girl. As they watched, both swords hooked their blunt edges under her armpits and lifted her. And, oh shit, both swordsmen yelped as the hilt of Wado Ikamanji flashed up and slammed into Kuina's temple, launching her at them at a pretty respectable clip. And with their own forward momentum, they had no chance to dodge. As such, Kuina slammed sideways into Johnny, the sudden reverse in momentum carrying both of them into Yosaku behind. From there into the wall, and then a groaning heap on the deck. It's not because you're a girl that I'm going easy on you, the insensate swordsman heard the elder Zoro grind out. It's because, silence stretching for several seconds. Because it's really hard to step on ants without killing them.
Sam.
Johnny and Yosaku gaped, and Kuina looked murderous. It was his younger self, however, who responded, his voice livid. You can't even be a year older than I am. How did you get strong enough to earn the right to start talking like Mihawk? He snapped. I'm still nowhere close to beating him. The older Zoro scoffed, refocusing his attention. But I doubt that you're too far off from where I am. What's the last island you left? Drum Yosaku and Johnny groaned in unison. The older Zoro nodded. Just a few more months then. The Grand Line has a tendency to push you past your limits. Over and over and over again, he added with a barest hint of exasperation. He considered for a moment and shrugged. Then again, I had some help. It's amazing what beating up on another swordsman all the time reveals about your own fighting style. Johnny and Yosaku had already fainted before their Zoro turned back towards them. Kuina forced herself to her feet, a teary smile on her face. I guess congratulations, Zoro. You finally got good enough to beat me. But I won't.
The amount was. It's plain bad business. And I don't make bad business decisions. Let's forget about this debacle for the time being. As a token of apology, please accept this small gift. It will help with your next delivery. No strings attached. However, you will need to make the warehouse operational again to receive it. Somehow. You're a resolute lad. You'll figure it out.
Oh shit.
But I won't give up. You've gotten this good, then I just have to get even better. I will prove that girls can be master swordsmen. There was more steel in her words than any child that age should be capable of. It made both Zoros flinch. They glanced at each other, questioning. Then, through the sort of mental rapport only possible for identical twins and clones, they came to a decision. The elder Zoro sighed. I'm gonna tell her. Don't you dare. The younger Zoro hissed. Tell me what? Kuina asked innocently. The two Zoros exchanged a stricken look and came to some sort of mutual agreement. Nothing, they said in unison and more than a little haste. Kuina frowned and folded her arms. You may have improved with your swords, but you're still a terrible liar. Both of you. Oh. But the year went by, and none of the king's wives had a child. The younger Usopp paused dramatically before rushing on with his story. His elder counterpart and their mother shot him amused looks. Yet when the king came in the next day, the eldest of his wives informed him that he now had a beautiful daughter. He was delighted. But when he asked to see the child, his wives wouldn't let him. It was not a human child that had been born in the nursery that morning, but a small white kitten. When pressed, his wives told the king that he couldn't see his daughter because it had been foretold that if any man should look upon her before her wedding day, the princess would die a terrible death. Many years passed. The feline princess grew up into a beautiful cat under the care of the king's wives. Soon the time came for the wives to seek a husband for their precious daughter. But where would they find a prince willing to wed a cat? It took a year and a day of scouring the land, but finally they found a lad who would do as they asked. The prince married the cat and continued to find excuses to look after her in secret as the wives had done. By this point the king was anxious and restless, having had a daughter for 15 years without laying eyes on her.
I'll fix.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, ma'am. Come back here. You here? Come back soon.
Good job.
Thanks, broski. Oh shit. Oh, how do... There we go.
I shouldn't have said anything.
The fuck, homie? Don't be leaving your fucking trash on the floor, boy. It's trash everywhere. You just came into the store to throw away your trash, you weirdo. Oh no, you're buying some chippies.
I was worried I'd go over budget.
The prince married the cat and continued to find excuses to look after her in secret as the wives had done. By this point the king was anxious and restless, having had a daughter for 15 years without laying eyes on her. He demanded to see the girl, but the prince continued to deny him. One day a watching goddess saw the white cat crying in her room. Full of pity and confusion, the goddess descended to ask what was wrong. The cat princess lamented that she was forever trapped in that room, and could do nothing to help the increasingly harried prince. She loved him as much as a cat could love a human, and wished she could in some way lessen his
Just
burdens.
as I wanted.
Touched by the cat's story, the goddess brought her a magical fruit. One bite, she told the princess, would be enough to turn her into a human girl, albeit one with animal traits, that her prince might still recognize her. The cat princess didn't need to think. She thanked the goddess and immediately took that fateful bite. Seconds later footsteps came stomping down the hall. The goddess vanished as the door opened. Imagine the prince's surprise when he opened the door to find not the cat he'd married, but a lovely girl wrapped in white cloth. At first he was enraged, demanding to know what had happened to his precious feline. But the princess wept and told him of what had occurred, pointing out patches of white fur on her shoulders and
I'm
back that showed
alright.
what she
I
had been.
lived,
Once
Key.
over his shock, the
I
prince was delighted.
lived.
He and the princess spent many days together, getting to know one another in truth and falling in love as humans do. Eventually, the prince brought his beloved to meet her
Need to buy
supposed father, and
gas.
thus, even the king got his happily ever after. That was great. The elder Usopp applauded briefly before puffing out his chest. But wait till you hear mine. Oh, so, this is the chopper we were supposed to get before Cross showed up, Leo remarked.
Just as I
I'm honestly
wanted.
kinda disappointed. Is anyone else disappointed? Refi said. Sorry, the tiny reindeer hugged the strange stick he was carrying, his ears drooping. No, don't apologize. Mikey said, waving his flippers in apology. We'd have been perfectly fine with you if you'd been on our crew. That said, he shot a glare at his fellow ship's guards. Right, guys. Changing the subject away from Mikey's rather sad attempt at intimidation. Hey, what is that outfit you're wearing? Donnie finished. This. Chopper plucked at the sleeve of his very odd shirt. This is my jersey. I play hockey well, usually I'm the mascot, but I got to be a defenseman
Ooh, I
one
can
time.
upgrade.
It was a lot of fun. He turned to proudly display the
Let's
number on his back.
go.
I was number 17. Two completely blank stares met the reindeer's nervous gaze. The other two dugongs' faces lit up, each coming to their own conclusion about what the tiny doctor meant. Their voices competed as they simultaneously blurted out their conclusions. Cool. Mikey beamed. Too bad you weren't a goalie, though. Those masks are freaky awesome. You already know Hacky. Refi asked, impressed. How does that work? I thought your crew just left Drum Kingdom. No. Not Hacky Hockey. The tiny reindeer waved his stick around and pulled a small, heavy black object from beneath his jersey to show them. It's the national sport of Drum Kingdom. Almost everyone plays or watches every chance they get. You need two teams of between 11 and 16 players, some good ice, and a puck like this one. And they all have sticks. Now, the point is, Chopper's voice became gradually higher and higher as he began to explain the rules of this game, his stick swinging ever more erratically as he used it to emphasize his words. More than one of these swings forced passers-by to jump or duck, lest they be brained by sturdy wood. Mickey's eyes followed the stick as if hypnotized. I am both extremely disappointed and extremely happy with this development. And because Larry couldn't skate with a scalpel lodged in his sciatic nerve, I got to play defense for Elise C's game. Chopper's expression turned into a dark, angry pout. But we lost, stupid C's and their stupid Rocket brothers. They always steal all the glory. The Leafs haven't won the Big Horn Cup in almost 50 years. This final exclamation was accompanied by a particularly violent swing, which the Dugongs were forced to duck. I am no longer disappointed, Donnie whimpered dumbly. Chopper didn't appear to hear him. In fact, the little reindeer appeared to be searching for something. His eyes lit up with a manic light. I'm sure we'll win next time, though. We have to. Maybe it'll help if I... Thwack. Oh. Chopper yelped, clutching a rising goose egg on his skull. He turned his gaze on the culprit, Donnie, who was lowering his bow staff and staring at it in bewilderment. Why did you do that? Shaking his head, Donnie said, sorry, force of habit. We have to do this to our Chopper all the time, and you were starting to sound like him. Chopper stared in something akin to horror at Donnie, then slowly creaked his gaze around to a disappointed Mikey putting his nunchucks away. He thought of the ladder he was working himself into. How angry he got whenever the thought of the C's and their thrice-damned Rocket brothers either beat his Leafs or won another championship. Really, that left him only one possible response. What kind of person did I become? He demanded. Salutations, colleagues. The poor reindeer nearly shifted into jump point from sheer surprise at the voice coming from behind him. That kind the four Dugongs sighed. It was easy to tell the difference between the two reindeer. The Dugongs' crewmate's hat and pants were identical, but the senior zone was topless and hefting a notably larger backpack. The face, though, was the main difference. After all, the younger reindeer certainly didn't go around with a smile that belonged in a Lewis Carroll novel and a look in his eyes that screamed, I'm going to do violent. Bloody science to you. The hockey-obsessed reindeer clutched his stick to his chest in an attempt to slow his rapidly beating heart. Hello. Glancing around, the sight of two Zorros scowling at a little girl reminded Chopper of what he'd been doing before he ran into the Dugongs. The little doctor smiled nervously at his older self. I don't suppose you'd be willing to help me look and see if Dr. Heroic is around here somewhere. Oh, I already found him. He's somewhere over that way. But more importantly, thwack. Thud. Everyone stared in varying levels of shock and amusement as Hockey Chopper slammed his hockey stick on his doppelganger so hard that he knocked him down. A look of fury in his eyes. More importantly, what's more important than our father? Doc Chop's eyes spun blearily for a moment before they blinked back into focus, and then he slapped a hoof to his face with a miserable groan. When I'm normal, nothing short of my skills being necessary to save someone's life. But when I'm sparking out, as Cross calls it, the mad reindeer withdrew a notebook from his backpack and flipped through it for a second before grimacing regretfully. Apparently the longevity-inducing properties of the mists. He pinched the bridge of his nose between his hooves. I should have waited to start getting excited about this place's application to the Panacea project until after I was back in my lab. What about until after
Keep your
we
house
wait, you
keys
have your own
closed,
lab?
otherwise someone may
Hockey
steal from
Chopper's
you.
face lit up,
Okay.
his fear and anger evaporating like non-eldritch mist. Lucky. I wish I had my own lab. I have to share the galley with Sanyi. He keeps getting lettuce in my Petri dishes. Oh, I hate when that happens. Doc Chopper winced sympathetically. Oh, or what about whenever Luffy eats our nascent protozoa cultures? I have no idea how he can keep mistaking them for bacon. I found that dyeing the cultures blue helps prevent that, although all my Streptococcus pneumoniae samples still manage to get contaminated with his saliva somehow. But Jones helps me clean things, so with two of us it's easy enough to remove that from the... Hockey Chopper stopped and shook his head. Gah, getting sidetracked. Not important, sorry for jumping on your back earlier. Now quick, before we get sidetracked again. Where did you say you saw Dr. Heroic? Come on. Go in the vial, you stupid. Both choppers turned to see the very familiar backside of Dr. Heroic as he dashed along the side of the
They
ship,
hit me
desperately
by
trying and failing
mistake.
to
They
waft
weren't
some of the rainbow
supposed to
mist into
hit
a
me.
test tube.
Someone
Right
sent
here,
my
apparently, Doc
debt
Chopper deadpanned. Who's clattered
at
across the
such
deck?
a early
Tears in his eyes, Hockey
stage.
Chopper launched
They weren't
himself at the
supposed to do
lovable
that.
quack, wrapping his little arms around Heroic's leg. Doctor, I'm so happy I get to see you again. I missed you so much. He glanced up at his father's face with a watery smile. I haven't been this happy in forever, not even when the Leafs got to the playoffs. Thank you. Heroic stammered. Hockey Chopper visibly wilted. Did I do something wrong? I'm sorry, he released his hold on the quack's leg, dropping to the deck and backing off. The little reindeer clutched his stick for comfort. No, little fellow, it's all right. I was just surprised. I never expected to see a little reindeer person out here. Heroic bent down to pat Hockey Chopper on the head. Let alone too. You know, you and your brother remind me of a little reindeer person I know back home. You two should come visit sometime. I'm sure Tony Chopper would love to meet you. The two choppers looked at each other. But I'm Tony Chopper. So am I. Dr. Heroic stared at them numbly for a moment. That's not possible. There can't be two
you
of the
son
same
of a
person,
bitch!
two of the same devil fruit. And neither of you are anything like Chopi Purr. The quack's voice trailed off as he caught sight of the identical hats the reindeer were wearing, hats identical to the one he had given Tony Chopper just recently. These mists have some interesting temporal qualities that led to our crews meeting across the barriers of space and time, Dr. Chopper offered. I was attempting to study their effects on longevity earlier. But, Heroic groped around desperately. But Chopper isn't a mad scientist. Or a rabid hockey fan. That earned him a pair of stares partway between flat and curious. Dr. Chopper said slowly, raising an eyebrow. We're much older than the Chopper, you know. We've grown up a lot, and we've
I
adapted
don't
with
have
the times.
anything to throw at him.
The mad reindeer snorted.
Jesus.
And besides, your Chopper never met Cross. Or Jones, Hockey Chopper added, puffing his chest out with pride. I'll have you know that studying other worlders can be quite enlightening. Hiluluk's eyes took them both in, two reflections of routes that his son had gone before. A scientist and an athlete, both growing into great pirates in their own way.
Yeah.
Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes, pride, hope, happiness. Then, slowly, a smile came over his face. I see, you've grown up so strong. Both reindeer twitched almost imperceptibly, their eyes taking on an extra shine. There was a brief clatter of hooves as the two choppers launched themselves at their father figure, clinging to his waist and burying their faces in his jacket. Damp stains spread slowly across the dark fabric. Hiruluk stumbled backwards under the force of the tackle, unable to keep his balance. Eventually, after a few staggered, futile steps, the lovable quack fell into a seated position. We missed you so much. The choppers bawled. Hockey Chopper sniffled and rubbed his nose on Hiruluk's shirt. Dr. Chopper hiccuped. The lovable quack didn't question them. Of course, even if he didn't know the exact moment of his death, he already knew of his own illness. Dr. Hiruluk patted and hugged both reindeer, rubbing soothing circles on the backs of their heads. There, it's all right. A man only dies when he's forgotten. As long as you remember me, I'll always be with you. I'm so proud of you both. Twin watery smiles beamed up at him. Off to one side, four amphibious mammals slowly edged away. This was a private affair, not for their eyes. Besides, they wanted to see what their teacher was getting up to and who, if anyone, had come for him. And maybe them. Oh. He raced down the mountain, fleeing from the Thunderbird's lair as though his life depended on it, which it did. But the Thunderbird didn't want Man taking the secret of fire, for fire was the source of his power. Great wings beat the air as the Thunderbird chased Man down the mountain, gaining with every second. Just before he was captured, Man raced into the forest. He begged the trees as he ran, pleading with them to hide him from the Thunderbird's wrath. But even were the bird himself not so deadly and frightening, Man was cloaked in fire. His clothes were slowly burning off, his skin turning red and blistering ash, oak, maple, elm one by one. All the trees denied him. All except the slender white birch. When Man came to the birch tree, it accepted him under its branches and hid him from the enraged Thunderbird. Man hid there for some time until all the danger had passed. Eventually, the Thunderbird gave up his hunt and Man was free to make his way back towards his home. He thanked the birch tree as he left. The birch was pleased to be of service, though it had suffered mightily in the effort. Its branches were charred and crispy, its bark streaked with soot and blisters. Many moons passed before the birch could once again stand straight and proud as part of the forest, rather than bent with the pain that racked its trunk. And even once the birch had recovered, and indeed, to this day the bubbled, darkened lines remained on its bark. A reminder of the service the birch tree rendered towards Man. Whistling, the younger Usopp rubbed nervously at his nose. That was awesome. A little short, but still, wow. But I can do you one better. Wait until you hear the story of... Oh. A well-aged dugong sat with his back to a wall of the ship. Around the corner, another dugong of similar age sat similarly. At the corner itself was a bottle and 2 cups. Such was the position they had been in for several minutes, occasionally filling and draining the cups, neither saying anything or moving to so much as glance at the other. Finally, as one dugong poured the last drops into one of the dishes, the other one broke the silence. You have come a long way, disciple. MPH boss nay disciple dugong angled his head to the side ever so slightly. I suppose I have. I'd say that I'm not the dugong you left on the shores of the Sandra, but we both know that if that weren't true even the day after you left, I'd be a disgrace. No, not a disgrace, the other dugong hummed, tapping a staff of bamboo on his shoulder. Merely a disappointment. Potato, disciple shrugged dismissively. Ha, if you say so. Sifu balanced his hate cup on the tip of his flipper's finger before glancing to the side, his grip tightening ever so slightly on his staff. So, up for a bout. Disciple, meanwhile, didn't even twitch. Not a chance. I may have almost 50 years on you, but all but 3 months of that has been in Alabasta, and in those 3 months which have been in paradise, I have already grown stronger than those 50 combined. You, meanwhile, have lived your entire life off of our shores. If I tried to fight you, disciple tapped his unlit cigar on the deck next to himself. I'd be crushed. Then, a slight smirk appeared on the Kama-wearing dugong's muzzle. So thank you, but I'll wait to kick your wizened ass in the new world. Sifu was silent for a bit before allowing a wide smile to spread across his face. I officially need to include Wadjet in my prayers, he breathed reverentially. For her children have granted me the absolute best student they could have ever conceived, even though I never even asked. A small girl, pale as moonlight with crimson eyes, scrambled across the deck, followed by a harried man wearing a dragon jacket. He scooped her up before she could climb onto the rails, earning a loud giggle. Gin, stop. Put me down. Not until you stop running off like that. You're gonna fall in the sea and drown if you're not careful, and I won't be jumping in after you again. I do it enough for Don Luffy. Gin lifted the little girl up onto one of his shoulders. She pouted at him and poked his head. Liar. You'd never leave me like that. You're too much of a mother hen. A jab into his shoulder, a tug at his ear. And suddenly the little girl was flipping backwards and away while her caretaker winced and rubbed at the assaulted areas. Something that looked kind of like guilt flashed across the man's face. Tippy, will you stop that? There are reasons I don't want you running off like you did when we were kids, especially in a place like this. Gin ran a hand through his hair, looking for all the world like a worried parent. He grumbled the next bit under his breath. I'm only 27, but between you and Jones, I already have gray hairs. Bleh! The little girl stuck out her tongue. You've grown up into a grumpy old man, Gin. I always told you that would happen if you kept worrying so much. Argue little. What am I gonna do with you? Gin recaptured Tippy, holding her more securely this time. Once he had a secure grip on the squirming girl, he looked around at a loss as if he actually needed an answer to that question. I'll lend you a flipper. Gin blinked at the raspy voice and turned to see a strange creature, an upright manatee with a turtle shell. Another, similar one was behind him, looking his way. Oh, soundbites nearby that makes things easy. Wait a second, I'm not talking. Gin couldn't comprehend the other one's barking, but he could easily comprehend his shock by the dropped jaw and subsequent dropped cigar. Sifu, you can talk. Not easily. I learned to speak human, but it's murder on my throat, so I only do it when I have to, the first dugong said. Before switching back to words Gin could understand as he gestured to Tippy. I just came in here to ease my worries about my apprentice. I can see her home if you like. He emptied a flask of liquid into his throat as soon as he finished, gargling it with a wince. Damn the human language and damn it hard. Gin and Tippy both blinked in surprise, exchanging doubtful looks for a second before Gin hesitantly spoke up. I thought there wasn't a way out of here. Unless the mists actually want to let you go, I mean. There is always a path. Sifu waved his flipper dismissively, cracking his back slightly as he rose from his seated position. I just happen to know the right one for this place. Staring, Gin turned his head from one amphibious mammal to the other, finally settling his gaze on the one that was a member of the alternate Straw Hat crew. Can we trust this guy? He asked with some hesitation. Of course you can, Erg. Can't believe I'm actually reduced to wishing for that damn pest's help, Boss muttered acridly before settling for giving Gin his most confident thumbs up. I'll let you guys figure this out. Nice seeing you again, Master, and I look forward to the day we can do this for real. And with that, he began waddling away. Gin and Tippy exchanged dubious glances again before looking at the wall Sifu was behind. Right, so how does this work? The older man queried. Boss, meanwhile, hadn't gone far before he ran straight into his 4 apprentices, who were looking as excited as when they had joined the Straw Hats. Boss, there you are. Leo said happily. So, have you found Sifu yet? The senior dugong blinked at his students in surprise. How'd you know Sifu was the one who came for me? Come on, boss, who else would you get? That blowhard first mate dugong. Mikey scoffed. Now come on, where is he, where is he? Raffi vibrated eagerly. I want to jump him. I want to jump him straight out of the blue. I want the honor of getting pounded by the greatest kung fu dugong to ever kick ass. Donnie roughly shoved Raffi aside, a pad of paper and a pencil in his hands, and a massive grin on his face. Not before I get my autograph from the greatest staff user in all dugong history, you're not. Now come on, where is he, where is he? Boss cocked an eyebrow at the display before jabbing his thumb over his shoulder. Right now, he should be. Splash! Gone, Boss completed smoothly, not even missing a beat. Each tough luck, you just missed him. Mean bull. Frowning at the odd sound, Boss refocused on his students and found them, to a dugong, slumped over on their flippers. Clouds of despondency hanging over them, and tears dripping to the wooden deck from their blank eyes. Maybe I should have asked him to stay for a bit, Boss muttered. You think? All 4 of the TWS suddenly roared. Boss took a nervous step back, their still blank but gleaming eyes and eager. Toothy grins that totally belied their vocalized anger were just a tad unnerving in tandem. Correction, Boss silently amended as his students began to advance on him.
My goal is
very
to
unnerving.
unlock
You get a chance
as
to meet
much
Sifu
stuff
Dugong,
as I
the most famous
can.
fighter of our species. The driving force behind everything that's happened to us since we started training, outside of the transcending madness of the new world.
Make the place look
Because you didn't
pretty.
consider that we would want to meet him, we've lost the chance, Donnie and Tone. His staff in one flipper and a brace of kun.
What
I
did you
spread in the
eat?
other. I was going to fight him, Raffi droned, one flipper holding the sign in reverse and the other idly spinning her Giga Shuriken. I was going to lose badly, but by the Sandra itself, I was going to be able to say that I had actually fought with the Sifu Dugong. And now we can't, Mikey stated in an almost casual tone of voice as he slowly and methodically loaded his pistol, clicking it shut before drawing out a nunchuck and letting it swing idly. Because of you. You bastard. You're about to regret training us so well, Leo said simply, his tongue brushing along one of his katana. At that moment, for the life of him, Boss would not be able to say that it was an entirely irrational fear that he held from his students. Don't suppose it'd help if I said I was sorry, he offered uncertainly. Suffer. Gah. Boss howled at the top of his lungs, rip-tiding away from the murderous posse that was suddenly pursuing him at all speeds. How's that for fucking gratitude, you putrid gutter snipes? Oh, Banchan cut her sons off with a smile and a gentle cough. They'd been going at this ever since the crews met, their stories growing steadily more outlandish. I thought you two were going to tell me about the Grand Line, not compete to see who knew the most fairy tales. They're not fairy tales. Both Usops whined indignantly. And we weren't competing, were we? The pair looked at each other. Shrugging, the younger rubbed his nose, the other fiddled with his wristband. I was just trying to explain how devil fruits work. Mom's never seen one. And I just wanted to tell her about all the cool plants and animals that are on the Grand Line. Both snipers grinned sheepishly at their mother. Sorry, guess we got a little carried away. There's just so many cool things to tell you about. Laughing, Banchana pulled both of her sons into a tight hug. Oh boys, what am I going to do with you? That gave the storytelling snipers pause. Not for long, though, as they immediately began talking again. You could help us decide which legend of Elbaf is coolest. Yeah. And then I could tell you all about the time I defeated a demonic shark fishman who even managed to almost kill Luffy. And Zoro. What? The Luffy beat are on your line. Besides, I can read Luffy's mind and see the future. A likely story. Banchina rolled her eyes and smiled as the two snipers proceeded to squabble. They segued into stories of their own adventures. So similar and yet so different she couldn't tell if they were competing with each other to see who had the stranger
Nah, I don't have any more
experiences,
problems since I
or
don't have a
honestly trying
loan.
to tell her what had happened to them. Either way, she would treasure this
Oh,
moment
that sounds
forever.
good. Like a
Oh,
nice breakfast.
So, Mary. Yes. Both the ship girl and the Behorn butler said in unison, looking away from their embrace towards their mistress. The young god, the shorter one, Koya doubly corrected herself shyly. I was just wondering, about this crew that we gave you to. Would you have been happier if you'd stayed with me? Oh, Kaya, don't take this the wrong way, but closing her eyes, the caravel sucked in a deep breath and let it out. Oh, nothing good ever follows that statement, Mary the butler muttered. Look, I'm a ship, Mary stated, opening her eyes. I exist to carry people and cargo safely across the seas. You would have used me for puttering about that island. Maybe making short trips to neighboring islands if you actually did become a doctor. You'd have loved me and maintained me, and I would have been content. At this time, a fire blazed in Mary's eyes. But being the ship of the Straw Hats, it's been so much better, and I'm not just talking about the journey, which is awesome on its own. My bond with the Straw Hats was and is far stronger than it ever could have been with you. I would have been content to be scrapped rather than, she shuddered, idly reaching behind her to rub her back before continuing. Sorry. Ask Frankie or my Yusuf for that story. My point is, I'm sorry, but fuck no, I wouldn't have been happier with you. The rich girl visibly wilted. I'm sorry, she murmured. For what? For asking that. I know you cared for me, and I know what I look like. I don't blame you for asking. For dredging up bad memories. That's not something you could have expected. And if it's for giving me to the Straw Hats, Mary flashed Kaya what she hoped was a reassuring smile. Well, if that was a mistake, then that was the best mistake you've ever made. The last statement made her smile lightly. What I meant was, for not being able to do any of that for you myself. You were my ship, and I can't do anything for you like they can. Miss Kaya, the older Mary sighed, kneeling before his mistress to look her in the eye. If your ambition is to become a doctor, then that's a grand ambition and one that you can fulfill in the East Blue. But the crew that we entrusted going married to is full of individuals with ambitions that only traveling through the most dangerous sea in the world can fulfill. The best thing that you could have done is what you did, and we see the proof before us. He looked back at her. And I don't believe she holds anything against you. The ship girl shook her head, smiling lightly. Somewhere above her, a loosely tied knot came undone with a rasping hiss. A thick line fell to drape itself over the ship girl's shoulders as still as ship Mary vibrated and warmed with approval. Meanwhile, on the rear deck, a blue-haired cyborg sat rubbing his jaw. An action attributable to the soreness
being
that
a
came
little
from it being dropped
lazy,
for too long a
Key.
period. The reason for that lay beside him, a green-haired mermaid that he knew well. There was just one tiny difference between her and the one that he had grown up with. The one beside him wasn't yet used to having legs. Raza Frezen split tail and Raza Frezen center of balance. A notably younger Kokoro grumbled as she rubbed the tip of her bifurcated appendage. She then glanced up at the cyborg with a hopeful look. You said you knew an older me, right? Did she ever gripe about any old tricks to getting this whole walk-in business down? I could really use them about now. Frankie scratched his steel-plated cranium uncertainly, trying and failing to parse what he was hearing. I don't remember anything like that, sorry, I'll wait. He hastily rallied his thoughts. Are you really not going to question the fact that you're, the time Helmuth? Or that you're meeting someone who says they know you in the future? I mean, I know Grand Line and all that, but even I think this is crazy. The mermaid gave him a wry smirk. Kit, let me tell you something my older self obviously forgot to let slip. Fishman Island is literally the gateway to the New World. In other words, it stands at the very tip of an actual Helmuth. You don't go on living there without becoming at least a little familiar with the craziest that the world has to offer. I mean, sure, she waved her hand dismissively. I wasn't expecting anything like this when I went out on my morning swim, but all things considered, not as bad as it could be. You get me? Frankie blinked in surprise, and then slowly nodded. Yeah, I guess that's a good point, he mumbled. Then, thinking about the version he knew, he glanced down at the bare fins meant to support the mermaid. You know, Granny Kokoro never said anything about it, but I never saw her without shoes that were pointed at the ends. Maybe that could help. Before the mermaid could respond, a door opened from the kitchen, and the subsequent assault of noise drowned out any chance of hearing anything else. But I want to show you the... Gah. No spoilers. 2 rubber captains bounced out of the galley. The one in the fore had his hands clapped over his ears, which seemed to be doing little to drown out the voice of his loud, eager counterpart. We have a submarine, though. Luffy chased Luffy into the rigging as the latter struggled to escape. The younger captain was still trying to keep his ears covered, so the sight was even more comical than it already would naturally have been. Don't tell me. I don't want to know what happens next, it's not a good adventure that way. Besides, future things are Jones's job. As the pair continued on their swinging path through the rigging, a young woman came out on deck and followed them with her gaze. She was smiling, nearly silent, although the air around her was filled with the sound of quiet giggling at the Luffy's antics. Luffy thought for a minute before his face lit up with demonic malice. Oh, okay then how about something that's already happened instead? Sabo's alive. His counterpart paused to shoot him a flat look. Well duh. I knew that. Sabo met everybody and logged down, and he calls Jones all the time to talk about sneaky ninja spy stuff. Well, Luffy's face took on a similar demonic light to TB. Luffy. Wait, did your crew not meet him? She. Wanna know what he's like? Luffy shrugged and picked his nose. Why? That's your Sabo, not mine. They're probably different anyway. But wait till I tell you about the special comm system Frankie built for Cross. I said no spoilers. It's not a spoiler if Cross isn't on your crew. And so the Luffys resumed their awkward chase, through the rigging and over every possible surface of the ship, much to the amusement of the young woman watching them. Although for some reason, she also had tears in her eyes. Happy tears, but tears nonetheless. Do you think we should tell him that our Sonny is completely unique and almost guaranteed to be different than what he'll be getting? Frankie asked. No way, came another voice, and they looked over to see Sanji emerging from the kitchen as well, laden with bags of ingredients and with a young girl beside him. That rubber moron puts us through hell all hours of the day. I say we let him suffer. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get a look at the dream kitchen that I'll have someday. Ryuju, you coming? Horse, the girl responded coolly. Oh, seriously. Seriously. I gagged in disbelief. Ye gods, did the whole nation collectively dump their IQ for 24 hours or something? I weep for the past, present, future, or whatever time that is to you. US soundbite groaned.
Well,
You
you
think you know
can't
who
have
can
a
make us
free
the voices
day.
of
You're
anarchy
very
when you finally get back home
busy,
too?
supposedly,
Doubt it,
what
I
you told
scoffed,
me.
but I hastily reworded matters as I actually thought about it. All right, I think it's capable of it, but I doubt it will. If we tried
Oh.
pulling what we do here back home, the ones running the show might break out the nukes. We could literally cause the end of the world. You're trying to threaten me with a good time, why exactly? I shot him a flat look. So you're saying you want to be at ground zero of the technological equivalent of Arago? And that turned him white. Good time go bye-bye shutting up now. I'm not sure if it's reassuring or disturbing that your standards for chaos stop at fuck the world, Lee dryly stated. But yes, I was screaming the whole time as the election proceeded. And then Carrie Fisher died as one final fuck you from 2016. What? Princess Leia's dead. Jones fell over backwards in shock. When? How? Christa Callis de Tabernac Dosti de Sacrament de True Vierge. Lee sighed and bowed his head, suddenly looking far older than 46. Yeah, it was in December. And while I remember something about her being strangled with her own bra, I don't think that's what actually happened. Her own quote on how she wanted to go, soundbite sighed regretfully. Truth is, yeah, all signs point to heart attack. Ah, I grimaced, rubbing the back of my neck with regret. Well, that's all kinds of sucky right there, isn't it? Moment of silence then. Even I'll shut up for that, my partner in anarchy nodded solemnly. And so we all bowed our heads, adopting a respectful silence for the great actress. Oh yeah, very nice. But I see your flying island, which I still call bullshit on, by the way, and raise you, the homeland of the dragons. And this one's not even on the Grand Line. What'n you say to that? And of course, One Piece won't accept no broodin' bullshit from no one, I sighed as we were interrupted a mere 7 seconds later. I twisted around and placed eye the source of the noise. Okay, what's this little sideshow about? The source, as it turned out, were the two numbers butting heads literally. They were pressing their foreheads together as they pointed at a set of maps and tried to incinerate the other with looks alone. Sitting cross-legged on the deck next to them was Bellamere, who was looking mighty amused by the whole display. I say that that's impressive for something that nature made to be Nami-han. A content grin on her face as she unraveled yet another chart with an air of triumph. But let's see you pull out anything showing a man-made island that rivals Water 7. Water, is that a giant fountain? Well, Nami asked, her smug calm slipping just enough to betray a flash of awe before she hastily recomposed herself. Wow, that is impressive, but I'm not sure it beats Clockwork Island, she finished, producing her own chart. To you, Nama's jaw all but slammed into the deck as she ogled the chart. Howbeit I might not know architecture, but I know that has got to be structurally impossible if she managed to get out. I won't deny that, I still don't understand how it works. Nami grinned wide enough to put the Cheshire to shame. But I assure you that it is completely real. Nami stated as she examined the map. Then she frowned, jabbing a finger on a specific spot. What is that? That's a whale, Nami deadpan, giving her counterpart her best you're a fucking idiot glare. Okay, and why is there a whale in your ocean? Nami leaned in a little closer. Scratch that, why are there a bunch of whales in your ocean? Because whales live in the ocean. Well, Nami stated as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, and to be fair, it was pretty close to it. Why, what do you put in your open waters? Nami promptly clammed up, but she couldn't stop her younger self from glancing at the map of Water 7. Doodles, she said, a grin widening on her face. And not just any doodles, those fantastic animal doodles we made when we were 8. I have seen every single one of these animals. Nami protested, just a little too loudly, her cheeks flushing indignantly. Really? Bellamere perked up with a grin that was equal parts eager and teasing. Can I see? I could practically see Nama's eyes defaulting to blue. Is it just me, Lee remarked as Nami frantically tried to politely say no to her own mother. Needless to say, all she succeeded in doing was flail about. Or are they not only arguing over stylistic differences? They're arguing over stylistic differences that don't even remotely affect the quality of their maps. Apparently so, and seeing my Nami this completely flustered was quite the treat. There was a tremendous, bouncing thud a second later as a pair of Luffys fell from the rigging, one having tackled the other. Well, Luffy clapped both hands over my Luffy's mouth, glaring at his counterpart with comical anger. Shut up already. I said no spoilers. But he's on his chomp. Yow. My Luffy had bitten 12's Luffy's hand in order to break free, which did nothing to make their squabbling any quieter or less funny. He then turned the tables on his younger counterpart, tackling him across the deck. The pair were about to roll into the dueling Zoras when a quiet voice cleared her throat. Hem. I blinked as a familiar figure stepped onto the deck, but my surprise didn't last long. Her showing up made just as much sense as Ace or Sabo. Luffy and Luffy, weren't you two about to tell me about the giant whale that ate your ship?
What was your message
Makino
supposed
asked.
to be?
Oh yeah. Spoilers and violence forgotten. Two rubber captains bounced over to the barkeeper with eager grins on their faces. Makino wandered over to the rail and sat down. The Luffys followed her like ducklings and flopped on either side of her to tell stories about Laboon. Heh. Nice to have someone who knows just what to say to calm Luffy down, I remarked. While I'm inclined to agree, Cross. I glanced up and noticed both Robins wandering by our group, both keeping an eye on the meeting of the monkeys. I was rather expecting Ace, or that second brother you mentioned, older Robin hummed inquisitively as she analyzed Makino. Who is she? Huh. Oh, her. Her name's Makino, I explained with a careless wave. She's a bartender from Luffy's hometown, closest thing to a mother all three of them had grown up. One of the kindest people I ever saw in the story to boot. Robin nodded, a wistful, but for some reason melancholic smile on her lips. What the? Hey, older me. Young Robin piped up, drawing all attention. If everyone's family is showing up, she dipped her head uncertainly. Does that mean that our mother could be here too? I realized the significance of adult Robin's smile as it dropped and her eyes widened at the possibility, looking suddenly nervous. Yeah, Olvia is probably around here, I piped up with a casual wave of my hand. And knowing our luck and her skill, I'd be willing to bet that she is currently. Click! I grimaced miserably as I slowly raised my arms over my head, only just fighting my instinct to glare over my shoulder at the white-haired woman I knew was right there, standing right behind me with a gun to my head. Seriously, what is with you Nikos and threatening interdimensional immigrants? Must be your winning personality, Lee called out, looking thoroughly unperturbed at my mortal peril. The jackass. Seriously, I was gonna find a way to make him. Thwack. Gah. Enough talk, Nico Olvia snarled in a notably unhinged tone as she shoved the barrel of the gun she'd pistol-whipped me with into my neck. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take that ship, and here she jerked her head towards the Mario Hell no. And whatever supplies are on it. But before that, I felt the iron barrel press into my neck. Who the hell are you, and how did you detect me? Robin. I called out, my tone indicating barely restrained outrage. Ida Robin. Would one of you mind getting your deranged mother off of me? You know, before I abandon what few self-preservation instincts I have and do something that will get you really mad at me. Hey, Lee's got this, the younger Robin said nonchalantly as she walked up to us. For a long moment, she stared up at Olvia.
Chinga madre.
Hello. Gun to my head. I demanded. Lee, get off your ass and get your damn kid to help me. Like she said, I've got this, Lee replied, still grinning like the smug bastard he was. See, Olvia, you pull that trigger and two things are going to happen. I blinked as the catalyst sprang into being. First, your gun is going to explode in your hand, filling it with metal and wood fragments. And then, I'm going to light your lungs on fire from the inside. His grin widened a few molars. Believe me, it's not a pleasant way to go, choking on smoke like that. Everyone stared at Lee, even Olvia and adult Robin were staring at him and naked. Oh, wait a second. Whack. Gah. Olvia grunted in shock as I rammed my elbow into her gut, followed by my reaching over my shoulder, grabbing her arm and flipping her over my shoulder onto the lawn, the impact jarring the gun loose from her hand in the process. God bless Zorro for kicking my ass on a daily basis, I sighed in relief before glaring bloody murder at Lee's smugly grinning ass. And damn you for taking the convoluted route, asshat. Don't you mean Uncle Asshat? He smirked back with a tilt of his head. And besides, I meant every word. You were in no danger and I know you get off on that sort of thing. Phrasing. Both Robins called out before glancing at each other and giggling. I scowled at both the reaction and his little self-entitling before grunting as I was forced to fight against the furiously scrabbling Olvia's attempts to free herself. Hilarious. Now if one of you two would help bring your paranoid bitch of a mother back to reality. Robin the tyke frowned nervously, most likely realizing the severity of the situation as she knelt before her mother and waved her hand in her face to no great effect. I'd like to, but what's wrong with her? Does she not remember me, remember us or? No, I highly doubt that the older Robin reassured her younger counterpart, albeit with an uncomfortable frown. If I had to guess, going by the situation we're in and the situation she's been in for who knows how long now, I'd say she's probably gone into an extreme survival mode. Essentially, she's imposed a form of tunnel vision on herself that blocks out all else but her mission and her survival instincts. I frowned sympathetically, even as I redoubled my grip on Olvia's arm. Personal experience. My Robin gave a terse nod before allowing herself a calming breath, and due to that experience I know that it's going to take something very jarring to be with the. I blinked blearily as my head slowly stopped ringing, and I became aware of Lee saying something that was indiscernible to me due to the fact that even if my skull no longer felt like a bell, my ears were still putting up a decent act. What? He rolled his eyes and ticked off his fingers for a second before repeating himself, just as my hearing cleared up, at least to the point where I could parse his words. I said, one of these days, Zom, you're going to need to learn to keep your fucking mouth shut. What did I do? I snapped or make that roared, my volume control was still a bit shot. See? A suddenly present Jones snickered at my side. For once, it's actually not his fault. And just so you're aware, I've always wanted to do that. Lee and I made to respond, but then trailed off with a tired sigh and defeated groan, respectively. You don't have a good response to that statement either. Lee said, shaking his head. Not a one, I shrugged dejectedly. And if we're all quite done, young Robin groaned as she rubbed her ears. Can we get back to helping my mom? If you mean help me put them in an early grave, I'd appreciate it. Olvia groaned into the lawn. I blinked as I considered that little statement before getting off of the proto-revolutionary's back. I think she's sane again, though I won't apologize for the consequences if I get another gun in my face. You think? Young Robin said, skeptically eyeing her mother as she stood. I think I want a second opinion. Lee, the man hummed, stroking his beard. Even odds either way, I'd say. That's the sanity rate of everyone else I've ever met who's like this. I noticed young Robin's eyes tear up and her lip quiver, and I stepped aside just as Olvia got the presence of mind to blink in confusion as she parsed what had been said. Wait, Mom. Who are you? Mommy? The woman then had to brace as the younger Robin slammed into her midsection, gripping tight and sobbing into her shirt. Olvia blinked a couple of times, before the older Robin knelt beside her, face in shadows. To be as brief as possible, time does whatever it wants here. Space is the same. Her name is Nico Robin. She's your daughter, she said quietly, before raising her head, unshed tears glistening in her eyes. As am I. Olvia took in the figure before her, as well as the one crying in her arms, and the identical features and voice to hers. It was only a few seconds before she pulled the other woman into an embrace. holding both versions of her daughter close to her and sobbing in bittersweet joy with them. Honestly, it was almost enough to bring tears to my eyes, but Lee was walking over to me looking concerned. Yeah, she needed this, he said, his concern not slipping a bit. And I'm kinda worried about that. How many people will want to bring their loved ones with them or stay behind to help? He sighed, running his fingers through his hair. I know I'd have trouble resisting.
Throw away
Under
the
normal circumstances, as much as that word
trash.
applies in a situation like this,
The
I might
fuck?
be. There are two big reasons why we don't have to worry about that. First, there's a certain bastard looking out for me, and I doubt it would let its fun end because of something like a paradox. Lee looked like he'd bitten into a lemon, and I smiled lightly as I continued. And second, as much as it must be nice for them to be with the ones they're meeting here, I jabbed my thumb over my shoulder. They'll still want to go back to the ones they have waiting outside of the mist. Really, when it comes down to it. Do you think even one person here would be willing to subject their younger selves to missing out on the happiest years of their lives? Point, he conceded, a smile creeping onto his face. I know Shizuko would never let Robin stay here and make her lose her pranking buddy. She'd probably spontaneously appear just to drag her back. As I made to respond, something landed on the rail beside me with a heavy thud, making me jump back in surprise as I turned to face them. Brown fur, black and white feathers, a familiar spotted jacket. I had lasso aimed at the otter and vulture that had just appeared beside me in under a second, and they made it abundantly clear that the feeling was mutual. Miss Friday's machine gun was armed and ready, and Mr. 13's shell blades were drawn and tense. And then for a few long minutes, none of us moved, which was definitely different. And it wasn't the only thing off either. There was something not right here. And with the barrier between dimensions currently being made of Swiss cheese, I raised lasso up into a resting position as I took a better look at the animals that had landed beside me. You're not our unluckies, are you? I divined. What was your first clue? The otter held up a sign as he spoke in a very Canadian accent, his words echoed by immaculate handwriting. It seemed to be his usual method of communication, judging by the way hearing his new voice caused him to start tail fluffing out. His vulture companion hissed and puffed up her feathers. Besides the fact that our versions of you two ditched those digs and upped their arsenals 2 islands ago. I shrugged as I let Lasso drop to the ground. You're not exuding an aura of pure murderous intent. Going by how you sound. Soundbite mused. Different birthplaces. That depends. A boot where yours from. This time Mr. 13 was halfway through writing his sign when he remembered he didn't need it. Capping his pen with a snap, the otter folded his arms with a scowl. I grimaced as I yanked my collar to the side and indicated the souvenirs our Friday had left me in Alabasta. Hiragana. Trust me, it shows. That got some actual emotion out of the furry fricks. Namely, they jerked hard, their glasses going askew enough to reveal how they were staring at us in naked shock. How the ever-loving fuck do you hosers still have your skin? The otter asked numbly. Soundbite, of course, responded with a taunting snap of his maw. Why don't you try your luck and find out, eh? That got them bristling and hastily snapping their eyepieces back into place. Don't mock my accent, you hoser, or I'll slit you like a helpless bedlammer. The otter's eyes
Oh.
flashed dangerously. And I always get my man even if he's just a snail. Not the last 4 times I checked, I smirked tauntingly. Because really, why miss the chance to sling some shit at my worst nightmares? And those were the Kill.0 models. Do you really want to test the luck of the vanilla? My companion concurred. Why, you little... 13 snarled, starting to go for his blades. I spread my arms invitingly, one of them strained down towards Lasso. Bring it on, you want to be mound. Oi oi. Wham. Crash. Did anybody get the flavor of that sea cane? I moaned blearily. Rubber baby buggy bumpers, I think I'm gonna be sick, soundbite slurred. It's sad enough that you railroaded your versions of those two into anything resembling nemesis, Zom. Lee's somewhat muffled voice came from behind me. Maybe avoid repeating the mistake. In my defense, mine were evil son bitches from the word go. I got out as my vision cleared enough to see the catalyst pulling back a fist, the other cradling its face. Son of a bitch must have punched me in the head. Jones, meanwhile, came over to stand by the unluckies, fingers buried in feathers and fur. She was petting them. What gives? And then she started crooning at them as if they were a pair of cats or something. Those were tiny assassins, not pets. Sage, calm down. It's okay. Cross is just an idiot. He didn't mean to offend you. And the snail's just a baby and doesn't know any better. Fine. Mr. 13 put his blades away with a huff and leaned into Joan's hand. Miss Friday wasn't nearly as affectionate, standing stiff as she fixed me with a beady glare. But at least she had put her gun away. Before you guys get into a glaring contest, Chuff Lasso, changing to his full zone form from where I had dropped him nearby. How about some alternative entertainment? Pretty sure Sunday has some fresh crayfish he could cook up for you if you want. Mr. 13 and Miss Friday looked at each other, then back to Lasso. The vulture fluffed her feathers. Would he have steak and eggs too?
Shit.
She asked after a long
Shit.
moment, her voice creaking like
Shit.
pines in a high wind. Of course. Then we accept. The hare hopped down off the rail and followed after Lasso as the dog gun lumbered off towards the galley. Oh. After the unluckies
Cleaning
left with
kind
Lasso,
of a pain
I
in the
silently
butt.
excused myself from Cross and Lee's presence. I needed a walk, needed to clear my head. Why? I wasn't sure exactly. Just that, despite my antics with the foghorn, I was suddenly not in the best of moods. I think maybe I was a little jealous, as everyone was reuniting with their loved ones all over the Thousand Sunny. A heavy was feeling growing in my chest. It distracted me. I didn't notice someone was approaching me until I practically walked into them, twisting out of the way at the last moment when I caught a glimpse of pale blue hair. Sorry, Your Highness. Actually, Jones, you're just who I was looking for. Princess smiled at me. Oh, not my Vivi then. Look, I know you're probably not too pleased with me, and after spending 10 minutes with the version of me you've had to deal with. I understand completely, but I was wondering if you'd consent to a friendly spar. No powers, no Ruatha or Karu, just our weapons. That actually sounded like a lot of fun. Still, while my Vivi had been getting better as of late, I was slow to trust anyone who shared her face, at least in terms of motivations relating to myself. Sounds great, but why? Vivi's eye twitched. Her fingers tightened around chains I could have sworn she wasn't holding a moment before. Because, to reiterate, I just met with your version of myself in all her suicidally naive glory. And as a result, I have an incredible amount of frustration with that girl, and I'm guessing you do too. This way, we can work off some of the shared tension and my newfound self-loathing before one or both of us does something we
Don't have
regret
the
that will most likely land
bathrooms
me in
yet.
intensive psychotherapy with my chopper for a month. Well, that was a pretty good reason. I nodded and shifted back into a fighting stance. Sure then. Let's go. Excellent. And just like that, Vivi was racing towards me, her line cutter starting to spin. I automatically blocked her first strike as I rotated into a round kick, only to have the chain wrap around my forearm. The blade itself continued around and drew a shallow line across my clavicle, carried by its momentum. And while I got in a decent kick at Vivi's side, making her wheeze and stagger, this left me in a very bad position. Namely, I was trapped. Bringing my foot back down and planting it, I heaved back on the chain with all my might. This brought Vivi flying towards me. Normally, having my opponent's center of balance would have been a good thing. But before I could do anything with it, I saw a second chain swinging around towards me and my tug had given the princess attack extra momentum. I scrambled to draw one of my sais and get it up to block. It was ripped out of my hand a second later, flung across the deck by whipping chains. You're strong, Vivi said as she regained her balance. But slow. The princess spun her second line cutter at me again, forcing me to duck at the last second. I barely made it. The strike clipped the brim of my hat and knocked it off my head. And you're quick, but if I get a hit in tie. My abrupt switch from speaking to a Kiai startled Vivi into taking a step back. This wasn't great for me since her weapons gave her a longer reach, but it didn't matter much. Her line cutter may have trapped my arm. But that meant she couldn't go very far from me either, not unless she wanted to give up that potential advantage. Of course I didn't just Kiai, that would have been stupid. As Vivi was stepping back, I drove in with a 3-level punch face, throat, sternum. The princess dodged the first two, but the third caught her. Even as she wheezed though, she took the opportunity to entangle my free arm with her second line cutter. I growled. This close in, I couldn't get off a decent kick, and now mobility in my arms was severely limited. Damn flail weapons. How was I supposed to counter their ability to wrap around everything? I'd never learned techniques for that. Well, there was nothing to lose by screwing up here, that's what sparring was for. So I dropped my weight and rolled backwards, shoving my feet up into Vivi's stomach as I fell. The princess coughed and flipped over me with the force of my throw, as had so many sparring partners in the past, and then kept going with a dancer's grace, coming to her feet with a slight stagger, her face an inch from the mast. Then she reversed, rolling back towards me to plant a foot on my stomach before I could get up. It didn't hurt, but it left me in a very awkward position. Yield, she asked, stepping to the side to let me breathe and answer. My crazy grin appeared with a hissed inhalation. See? Not even close. It hurt my shoulders, they weren't supposed to bend quite that way, especially under pressure, but I heaved on the chains again, forcing Vivi to roll down and across. I used the momentum to twist to my feet. The princess came up with me. A flick of Vivi's wrist freed one of my arms, plus her corresponding line cutter. The princess sliced down on an angle as I drove in with a reverse punch. The chain wrapped around my shoulder, bruising, while the blade stung my lower back. Once more, my punch made Vivi wheeze and stagger. I pivoted on one leg, heaving on my still trapped arm, desperate to get the princess into position for a good kick. Only I'd forgotten that doing so only gave her more momentum to use in her own attacks. Cold metal wrapped twice around my throat, the blade coming to rest at my spine with another slight sting. How about now? Vivi's voice was practically right in my ear. I reached up stiffly to tug at the chain around my neck. No slack whatsoever, although it wasn't exactly tight either. Fine. I yield. Steel links unwound from my windpipe. Vivi stepped back, looking slightly worn and ruffled, but quite pleased. Thank you for that. I feel somewhat better now. She trailed off before sighing despondently. For all that wanting to merely throttle my duplicate is an improvement over wanting to scalp her, but still, thank you. No problem. I examined the shallow cuts I'd gained, but none of them were in need of immediate attention. Satisfied, I turned and raised an eyebrow at the princess. Now, if you don't mind me asking, why didn't you use that sovereign will thing on me the first time? You could have made me surrender immediately. 2 reasons. Vivi brushed a few loose hairs back into place. 1, I did say no powers that goes for me as much as for you, even if mine aren't from a devil fruit. And 2, no, I couldn't have. Sovereign will requires that you respect me in order for it to work, and seeing the version of me you've had to put up with, I highly doubt that's the case. Well, in that case, you'd be wrong. I retrieved my lost sai, slipping it back into place beside its mate. Vivi shot me an incredulous look. You respect how? I was only with her for 10 minutes and she was acting like just how? I shrugged. After some of the people I've known, it takes a lot to lose my respect. And even if I don't agree with her, I understand at least part of where she's coming from. It hurts a little, but I'm used to it. Plus, I know you're one of the strongest versions of yourself emotionally, as well as combat-wise to exist in the multiverse. So I might do what you said even without sovereign will. Mine, I don't like taking orders. But anyways, here I let my grin take over again. Up for round 2. I'd like to play around a bit, see if I can figure out some counters to your line cutters. I've never had a chance to fight someone who uses flail-type weapons before. Plus, I've been in the mood for a good fight or 6 ever since a certain armored idiot and I got chased across the wild blue yonder by the giant Nemo Slayer. Vivi hesitated before shaking her head with a smile. As much as I would like to oblige, I should probably be getting back to my mother. I left her with my counterpart in the hopes that it would help the latter adjust, but... Understood. I hope you enjoy the rest of your visit with your mom. I bowed and then automatically snapped a salute when I straightened. Since the first motion was Japanese in style, and the second British, I assume I looked rather silly. Vivi certainly thought so, stifling a giggle at my actions. Thank you, Jones. And I hope you enjoy getting to see you. She trailed off uncertain. I waved her off. Don't worry about me. Just having everyone together like this is enough. Interesting, fun, makes my friends happy. What more could I ask for? If you're sure. Vivi stared at me briefly before making her way back towards wherever she'd left Nefertari Titi and my own princess. Happy and loose after my bout with Vivi, I wandered over and flopped down back near Cross and Lee, where they were looking over the various scenes with contented smiles. Watching them together made me frown as I came to a slow realization. Hey, if you're both here, when's the third member of the Cross brain showing up? Shouldn't he be around somewhere? Both turned to look at me, Cross with shock, Lee with amusement. Well, third. Cross brain. What? Grin now even wider, Lee waved his hand. No, go ahead, Zom, get it out of your system. Where do I even start? He uttered, eyes wide in shock. The fact that I actually have a second friend as good as you, or the fact that we've actually managed to stick together long enough that we've actually got a group name going. Are we sure we're not talking about some freaky adjacent Irving or some JH? Cross suddenly started clawing at his skull with a growl of agony. I don't think that's ever going to get YOW. Lee blinked, rubbing his temples. Then, just as swiftly as their fits came over them, my seniors swiftly relaxed, albeit with far-off looks in their eyes. Two things, Cross deadpanned, his eyelid twitching menacingly.
Welcome
First,
back.
one day, I will find a way to shove that Omni Everything Bastard's Mobius loop of a skull inside his fourth-dimensional ass. And second, one of the biggest Leroy Jenkins in the history of fiction, have a cow writer named the Patient One. I've been on these seas almost a year, and I think that's insane. Seconded, and I've heard more insanity since I meet you than most people ever do, Soundbite said in the same tone. Yes, you do have a cow writer named the Patient One. And he milks that name for all the puns he can produce, Lee stated, just as flat. As for Broad, if I ever find that asshole, I'm going to give him a foofinema. Still, the older stand user rubbed his chin contemplatively. Assuming his plans went through, he was inserted into Yugi. Oh, and I wish him good luck. Oh, I felt a twinge of disappointment. It would have been awesome to meet three of the greatest fanfic writers from what I've been reading. About to apologize for bringing it up, I froze as the disappointment was followed up by another, stranger sensation. It felt like someone was standing behind me close. I could feel warmth at my back. And arms, like someone was hugging me from behind. Except it didn't make me feel anxious for once. Instead, I felt protected. Wanted. The feeling faded slowly, leaving me confused and wishing a little for its return. One more thing, Lee continued, holding up a finger. We have how many favorites and reviews? Is it over 9,000? Soundbite chortled. Cross wound up to dope slap his partner's shell. With enough time. I grinned as I waved my hand back and forth. And there was the pole-axe look I'd been looking for. That popular. He choked out, and I noticed Lee being equally attentive. Put it this way, I spread my arms demonstratively. You're the sort of Shannara of the One Piece fandom. I waited and Jack squat. I matched their blank looks with one of my own. Seriously. I thought you guys were readers. We are. Cross protested before coughing sheepishly. Just, not in this case, you know. Ditto, though in my defense the world I was punted into is divergent enough that I doubt it had that book either. Lee shrugged indifferently. So what's the significance of that reference exactly? Well, I started to explain. Massively popular novel that proved that the fantasy genre had worth beyond Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. Bite fell silent for a bit, before scowling irritably at our dumbstruck looks. Hey, I can listen and get useful until off the interwebs. I don't do it often, sure, but it happens. Yeah, once in a blue moon when pigs spontaneously grow wings and fly over Satan skating to work, Lee snarked. As I said, not often, the little pest shrugged, did as much as he could. Oh, and by the way, payouts are all coming back. Give a rest already. Boss's voice roared out of nowhere. I looked around and saw him coming to a stop on a far side of the ship. He did. OS appeared a moment later, and I dreaded to ask what in the world Boss had done. Because he and they were effectively reenacting Jurassic World's raptor scene. Only those four were glaring him down with the kind of sadistic anticipation that I'd only seen in the story before the crew starting beating down Wars while he was stuck. I'd suggest begging for mercy, boss. Cross called over with an ill-hidden snicker. A real man never begs for his own life. The wizened dugong roared indignantly. Shink. He then froze as he found Leo's blade stuck clean in the middle of his face. He does, however, he amended calmly. No one to perform a tactical retreat. And with that, the dugongs fell into the water, kicking up a frothing mess around the Sunny and Mary the Younger.
Is it
Fare thee well, boss,
time?
Cross saluted the poor bastard sarcastically. I ain't dead yet, you son of a ga. No, but you will be soon enough, Cross snickered, watching the bash go on for a bit. Boom. Before glancing up with interest as a few of the wrecks in the distance started to shift, some from explosions and others from sliding apart. Looks like Chopper and Zoro are on their way back. Guess they must have found Hiruluk and Kuna, I deduced. Wonder if Johnny and Yasaku are with them. Oh, so you dropped in early enough to pick up the Cleaver twins? Cross asked with interest. A bit cliché, but I don't doubt you're making it work. Good for you. Actually, I leaned back against a rail and tilted my hat back out of my eyes, the standard cowboy about to tell a tall tale pose. I dropped in just before the Barady. Have you not seen him wandering around? Between his overprotectiveness and Johnny and Yosoku's being themselves, it was like getting an older brother and two younger ones in the space of a few days. Oh. High above, the rigging bounced as two silvery foxes chased each other along the lines, snapping playfully. Chattering calls sounded as the mother-daughter pair bounded along the ropes. Meanwhile, on the deck, a slightly more grounded reunion was going on, only slightly more grounded. Seeing as the young
I
women
don't know
getting to
what
know
it's
each other
time
were a
for,
pair of
Key.
literal angels. Aha! Kana's wiped tears of mirth from her eyes. I can't believe Father managed to do that to your wedding cake. Sarah smiled beatifically as she tapped the tip of her parasol on the lawn. Really, dear, is it so much harder to believe than what you told me about him blowing up the bathroom when you refused to call a handyman? No, I guess not. The younger angel shook her head with a bright smile. His father, I shouldn't be surprised. He'll knock his own beard off one of these days. The older angel chuckled. Even so, if he ever decides to bake you a cake, ensure that he remembers the difference between cinnamon and cumin. An indignant squawk interrupted the pair's story exchanging. Not far away, two more women were glaring at each other so intensely it almost seemed they had lightning crackling in between them. The redhead took a challenging step forward as she snarled at her white-haired opponent. What did you just call me? You heard me, government dog. There's no such thing as an ex-marine, the taller woman sneered. We're lucky these myths are impenetrable to normal acts of time and space, otherwise you'd turn us all in. My daughters are on these ships, you void hunting bitch. How dare you suggest I would do anything to harm them? Grah! Bellemere bellowed furiously as she swung a wild punch at Olvia. The archaeologist slid around the blow, a dark glint in her eyes promising pain. The sight dragged a pair of exasperated sighs from Connus and Sarah. On the opposite side of the irate pair, another woman had the same reaction. Nefertari Titi shook her head, as if she were regarding a pair of naughty toddlers before sending a significant glance Sarah's way. The elder angel rose, shooting her daughter an apologetic look. Just a minute, love. Let me see if I can get those two to pipe down. Sarah approached Bellemere and Olvia with her hands raised, a sign of peace. They paused in their squabbling to frown at her as she came closer. Ladies, this is supposed to be a happy day. Please stop fighting, you'll worry your daughters. The response was less than peaceful.
Oh,
Shut it,
how
you
much
filthy
you willing to
pirate.
give me this
Bellemere
time,
shot an
Key?
obscene gesture Sarah's way. I don't want to hear about worrying family from some floozy who took off when her daughter was barely out of her diapers. That's the one thing we can agree on, Olvia sniffed. At least my only crimes were being literate and having my own opinion. Well, that was just. Sarah struggled to hold onto her temper. Opposite her, Titi sighed again and rolled her eyes. The queen approached Bellemere from behind as the ex-marine turned to snarl something at Olvia, motioning discreetly to Sarah as she did so. The angel nodded and moved so she was slightly behind the archaeologist. There's a reason you're not supposed to hunt those stones, you. Thunk. Skull met skull as Titi and Sarah slammed the combatants' heads together. The argument dying a brutal death as Bellemere and Olvia both keeled over with pain gurgles, their blank eyes indicating a distinct lack of consciousness. Titi turned to Sarah with a smile and granted her a graceful bow. Thank you for your assistance, ma'am. No problem, love. The angel grinned and dusted off her hands. Honestly, it was just like being back on the Jackson. It feels like we have to solve a problem that way every hour on the hour. Titi hid a snicker behind her hand as she righted herself, an impish glint in her eye. Funny, I was about to say the same, only in regards to the last reverie I attended. Sarah's grin widened as she held her elbow out to the queen. Oh, please do tell. Titi eagerly hooked her arm with the pirates, and the pair started to walk off. Mind you, Bellemere groaned as she started to sit up, rubbing the latest goosebumps she'd accrued. This is why I hated the damn royal postings. Thwack! Though not before the handle of Sarah's parasol accidentally swung into the marine's cranium, dropping her like a sack of potatoes. Oh, other me, can you pass the garlic? Qualls, Sanji called over as he rifled through the Sunny's cabinets, making a face as he processed what he'd just said. Never thought something like that would be coming out of my mouth. Sure thing. And me neither. The twin cooks were just finishing up dinner, their older younger sister sitting on a stool watching them. Sanji had just tossed Sanji a garlic bowl when the door creaked open behind them. Heavy boots thudded against wood. Hey, older, less shitty shit cook, can I talk to you for a bit? Gin leaned against the counter beside Sanji. Both cooks huffed their domain was sacred. Couldn't the war dog at least wash his hands before he touched everything? The elder nodded as he carefully tossed an immense Caesar salad. Sure, I guess. What about? Joan said you were the one who saved me in versions where she wasn't there. Mostly just wanted to say thanks on behalf of the me from your world. Although, I'm kinda surprised
I'm
not to see
sure
him here.
either.
Don't worry about it. Sanji waved him off indifferently as he flipped the contents of a frying pan. He's doing well enough for himself, found his own shittier captain to serve. The last I heard, he was pissed at the guy for stealing his credit over punching out a celestial dragon. A dark grin
70?
crossed Gin's face. He managed to tilt his head at just the right angle to make his headband shadow his eyes. That's so. Good. Those bastards have it coming and more. If I could take out every last one of them, although I guess that means yours is one step ahead of me. Figures. The older pirate let out a huff of laughter. Ah well, I'm sure I'll catch up soon enough. Pushing off the counter, Gin wandered back out of the galley. He waved over his shoulder before slamming the door. Sanji shook his head, but said nothing. Ryuji smiled at the sight. You've made some good friends, Sanji. Both of you. You're happy here, aren't you? More than you could have been at home.
70.
The Sanjis looked at each other. This is home, they said in unison. This and the Barity. Nowhere else. Oh, that's good. I'm proud. Hopping off her stool, Ryuji was at the counter before either of her brothers could blink. You were always too good of a person for father. These pirates deserve you more. And you're even a decent cook now.
Oh shit.
The little princess reached out and absconded with a small spoonful of pudding before skipping out of the room. Both Sanji stared at her aghast. Ryuji, wait. That's for dessert. You're supposed to eat your vegetables first, you little. The cooks both gave up the fight with defeated sighs as they shook their heads. It was no use, Ryuji wasn't going to listen. She never had. But she loved them in her own strange way, and even after all these years, they still loved her too. Alright, we should probably start moving these out. They'll be kicking a party off any second now. Sanji suggested. Just damn right, Sanji nodded sagely.
Damn it.
I can already hear Luffy shouting at the top of his lungs, Sanji food. Did someone say food? Both Luffy said in unison, one at the door and the other at a porthole. The Sanjis rolled their eyes as they picked up various dishes and brought them out on
Oh,
deck.
shit.
Yeah, we're coming. Keep your hats on. We always do. What's that got to do with food? Someone likely the choppers and Usopp's had dragged a bunch of tables together on the deck to use as a buffet. The Sanjis set their precious burdens down, then turned in unison and punted their captains across the sunny when the Luffys tried to jump on the food. Wait until the ladies have a chance, Sanji shouted. And preferably everyone else too, was Sanji's addition. To their credit, both Luffys backed off and waited until the food was placed on the tables before quite literally diving in, though thankfully. By that point the Sanjis were prepared, and the duo slammed face first into their boots, prompting the quartet to fall into a brawl. Ryuji stood to the side, watching the exchange with a raised eyebrow. Well, this is certainly a new sight. Not for me it isn't, Makino giggled to herself. Luffy and his brothers fought all the time. Ryuji's expression fell flat. So did Sanji and his, she muttered melancholically, before she donned a fond smile. I'm talking about the fact that he's actually holding his own. Makino blinked at the young girl in surprise, but she swiftly gave her a kind smile. Well, as nice as that is, I'm afraid it won't last long if he's standing between Luffy and food, so let's get some while we can. Shall we? No need, I saw this coming a mile off. Ryuji waved the bartender to the side. I hid a stockpile of food while Sanji and Sanji were cooking. Care to have some? Makino took one look at the throng of people surrounding the small banquet before following the young girl with a beaming smile. I'd love some, thank you. Two headed for the kitchen, but paused as they saw the cruise ship girl emerge with a large bowl filled with what looked very much like a trifle. Hey, how come she gets dessert first? Ryuji questioned, drawing everyone's attention. Most of the crew just gave a glance before going back to what they were doing, but most of the rest seemed indignant. She has a point, Sanji said. I can understand serving the ladies first, but it's not a dessert, it just looks like one, Frankie grunted as he piled the plate high, holding it out of reach of his crew by dint of his outweighing most of the crew by half. And it's not even edible unless you were born a ship, so unless you want your stomach pumped, keep away from. Thos. A white dragon hatchling jumped up on Mary's shoulder and shoved his muzzle into her dish. The ship girl let out a squawk of surprise. Ruetha was gone before she could do anything to him, tumbling down and across the deck while his scales turned a sickly shade of green. An instant later, the dragonet was retching over the side. Diach. Krastov. Hyach. Mary's food, Frankie groaned as the dragon began coughing, prompting Jones and both choppers to rush over, one in alarm, one in exasperation, and one in exasperated alarm. What is it, poison? Ryuji asked. Assorted cloth, oil, and pitch to you, Sanji deadpanned. Like Frankie said, gourmet for a ship girl and edible for anyone else. Ryuji and everyone who wasn't of the crew blanched, and Sanji turned to his counterpart. Okay, even I have to draw the line here. How do you make something that looks and smells so delicious out of cloth and oil? With a lot of practice and help from some of the world's best shipwrights, Sanji responded with a miserable grimace. And he has had a lot of practice. Mary hummed happily as she started to suck down her distinctly unappetizing confection. Mikey promptly shoved his plate back into place with a distinctly green hue to his face. Then just like that, I've lost my appetite. Speak for yours till the elf. Robin the younger grinned as food was piled higher and higher on her plate, Pompey's patchwork arms reaching out to grab Mikey's discarded plate.
Blah.
Wait, what the hell? Frankie blurted out as he noticed that not only was the tyke skimping off the top of his plate, but so too was a certain meteorological tentacle, belonging to a certain navigator. Oh, well, come on, you two big sis. Don't you girls have first-come, first-served privileges? What can I say? Nami grinned as her eyes and temple piled her food into her hands. Somehow, it just tastes better when it carries the spice of theft. Ah, the sweeter. I'll eat to that, Robin the elder hummed pleasantly. That's the idea. Why? Nami barked as she noticed an autonomous limb swiping food from her own plate. All's fair when you're a pie tilder raw till the tea, elder Robin sang cheekily. Why you? A short ways away. Nico Olvia was watching with no small amount of bemusement as an indignant cyborg tried to fend off the thieving efforts of both her younger daughter and a meteorological controlling navigator, who herself was dueling with the thieving hands of her older daughter. The rebellious archaeologist watched the exhibition for a few seconds longer before slowly tilting her head to the side in confusion. How the hell am I seeing this while I'm still sober? My thoughts exactly. Olvia's blaring instincts prompted her to spin on her heel, bringing her face to face with the label of the bottle. Her unasked question was answered when she noticed that said bottle was being held up next to the grinning and flushed face of a certain mohawk-bearing marine. Bellemere, she greeted coolly, confirming with a glance that the angel and queen nearby had their attention on her before glancing back at the marine. I see you managed to find where they keep the liquor. Not like it was hidden anyways. Bellemere snickered before shaking the bottle in a tempting manner.
Oh,
More importantly,
my bad.
seeing as you were just griping about being too sober, want to fix it. Olvia gave the marine a look of sheer disbelief. I thought your opinion of me was that I was a, and I quote, boyd-hunting bitch. Oh, you most definitely are, no question. Bellemere agreed wholeheartedly, her smile wavering an inch. Which makes it all the more important that I get you drinking. The O'Haren's eye twitched as she tried to process just what she was hearing. Hello. The marine's grin took on a taunting overtone as she shoved it in her rival's face. No way in hell can I let myself fail in a contest of livers against a reckless idiot like you. We Marines have pride. Olvia cocked her eyebrow in a decidedly unimpressed manner. And Bellemere's smile changed to a grimace as she glanced in the direction of the peacemakers that had broken them up, and who were still eyeing them even now. I've already had 3 concussions today. This seems like a good way to avoid a 4th while still trying to show your scrawny ass up. Olvia's eye twitched yet again, only a lot more violently. Her eyes flicked from Bellamere to Titi and Sarah, and then to the display at the buffet table. Her daughters were still using their powers to snatch up food, and thoroughly enjoying it. She took a moment to appreciate the smiles that they had before turning back to the Marine and accepting the bottle. Fine then. But all bets are off if either Robin asks me for something, she said. Bellamere's smirk widened tauntingly. That's the one thing I can respect about you. Now put up or shut up, or are you two chicken shit of a bookworm too? Alvia cut her off by snatching the bottle out of Bellamere's hand, knocking it back and draining it of its contents in a matter of seconds, a few decisive gulps. Once she was finished, she pinned the Marine with a firm glare as she shook the bottle out. You're looking at the results of spending the better part of half a decade on the run, bitch. Bellamere blinked at her in surprise for a moment, but she swiftly rallied in favor of donning an ecstatic grin as she raised her own bottle in a toast.
Let's
Now
go.
we're talking. Let's have some fun. As it became clear that there was no danger of them acting up, Titi and Sarah were able to relax and focus on more enjoyable things, namely their daughters and the defense of their dinner. Titi and Sarah both turned their attention to the buffet table, their daughters coming up alongside them. Smiling, the elder Angel picked up a set of chopsticks along with her dinner. Oh, I know a delightful party game we can play with these. Really? Titi picked up her own set, staring at them questioningly. I've never heard of such a thing. How do you play? Like this. Sarah promptly stuck the chopsticks up her nose, settling the other ends on her lower lip to create a bizarrely stretched smile. Connis blinked at her in shock for a moment before dissolving into a giggling mess as she grabbed up another pair of wood and started to imitate her mother. Vivi glanced at her counterpart with a sly smile. Come on, mother, we do it all the time. So saying, the elder princess retrieved her own utensils and stuck them up her nose. Titi stared a little longer, then shrugged. Well, I suppose it can't do any harm. Much to the horror of her younger daughter, the queen joined in as well, and was soon having a lot of fun, dancing around with chopsticks in her nose, arm in arm with the others. Well, Vivi stared as if the other women had all grown, straw-heads. You, what mother? She yelped indignantly. I realized that my alternate might have grown, uncouth in her exile. I'd like to politely tell you to shove it, other me. See? Vivi grit out through her rictus grin, a vein prominently throbbing on her brow. But we're still civilized, so could you please not do that? It's undignified, and it looks painful. Well, Vivi shot a scowl in Vivi's direction. Titi laughed. Of course we can talk about something more lady, like if that's what you'd like, dear. So, are there any cute pirate boys either of you have your eye on? I think I stabbed myself in the sinus. Well, Vivi yelped as she hastily jabbed a chopstick at her nose. Her eyes were wide and her face was flushed red. How do you fit these in without doing serious injury? Or are you still waiting for that nice boy back home? What was his name again? Frantically looking around for an out, her eyes alighted on Cross and Lee, who so far had been standing back, away from the carnage and looking thoroughly amused by the whole scene. Would either of you like me to get something for you? She desperately asked. Cross' only response was to raise his vision dial and snap a picture, while Lee was suddenly holding a full plate of food. What? But right. Stands are precisely as bullshit as advertised, aren't they? Cross asked offhandedly. B-rank speed is very nice, commented Lee as he took a bite. His face immediately lit up. Oh my god, this is so good. Upon seeing a number of women with chopsticks up their noses, the Usops and Choppers let out little yelps of glee. Soon there was a pair of snipers dancing around arm in arm, wooden utensils on proud display. The Choppers were slightly slower to join in, although that was only because they paused to show Hiraluk how to shove his chopsticks up his nose without hurting himself. Bonchina didn't rise to join the dance, but even she had chopsticks up her nose almost as soon as her sons did. She'd probably learned it from her husband. Alright, big bro. Johnny and Yosaku raced in a second later, taking their places on either side of the linked Usops to form a chopstick kick line. Fuming, the Sanjis glared around at the spreading epidemic, unable to decide who to kick first. What's wrong with you shitheads? Can't you just sit down and eat like civilized people for once in your shitty lives? Big sis Sarah started it. Johnny yelped, a small leap dragging his end of the kick line further from the irate cooks. Both Sanjis froze, unable to comprehend the idea of an angelic woman being the leader of the so-called shitheads. Smiling, Riju snuck up behind her brothers, making them jump when she announced her presence with a cough. Relax, Sanji. It's all in good fun, enjoy it. So saying, the tiny blonde girl snatched her own pair of chopsticks off the buffet table and stuffed them up her nose. Both Sanjis were too flabbergasted to do anything. Off to one side, the Zoros leaned back against a rail, Kuina sitting in between them. No one, not even the Luffies, dared try and steal from a little girl's plate while she was under the fond eyes of the twin swordsmen. Munching thoughtfully on a carrot, Kuina looked from one Zoro to the other. You've come a long way since we were little. I'm proud, even if you still have a long way to go. The little girl sighed heavily. I'm glad you talked father into letting you have Watto after. She wouldn't have been happy hanging on a wall. Of course. I couldn't just let. It wouldn't have felt right too. Both Zoros stopped suddenly when they realized they were talking at the same time. Their ears turned slightly red. When neither of them resumed speaking immediately, Kuina smiled. I know. That's why I'm especially glad it was you. It's still not right. Well, Zoro grumbled. You should have been here the whole time, giving the shit cook hell with me. Zoro nodded. Even if we fulfill your dream too, it still doesn't. We'll never know how strong you could have been. Whether you could have made world's strongest swordsman. Hey, if either of you can, I can too. Kuina's eyes flashed. You know what I think? I think that when you die, you'll find your versions of me waiting for you. I'll keep training in the afterlife so when we meet again, we can have our duel. Even if I can't be the greatest swordsman in this world, I'll be the greatest in the next one. The Zoros each placed a hand on one of Kuina's shoulders, chuckling. We'll see. After all, to earn that title, you'll still have to beat us. with both Zoros thus distracted and gone off somewhere with Tippy. There was no one to tell either Sanji off for wolf whistling when an unfamiliar and rather attractive woman appeared in the midst of the chaos. Not that she paid them much attention at first. Smiling broadly, the newcomer waved at Koya and Mary, who were off on one of the rails. Thanks for letting me borrow the shoes, hon. They fit great, and it sure helps my balance. Don't mention it. Koya smiled. And they look lovely on you. Who's that? Well, Sanji breathed to his counterpart. She's gorgeous. No idea. The smoke from Sanji's cigarette morphed into little hearts. So, she's not on your crew then. I thought she was on yours. Must be someone's older sister or something. The newcomer finally seemed to notice that the cooks were talking about her, and she didn't mind one bit. Sauntering over, she slung her arms over both their shoulders and hung between the Sanjis with a slight giggle. Oh, are you boys staring at my butt? No. Yes. Well, at least one of you's honest. Go right ahead, I'm kinda proud of it, and just looking don't hurt anyone. The woman winked, causing both Sanjis to flush bright red. And don't worry, I'm nobody's sister, so you won't have to worry about any angry brothers getting on your ass. But if you're not someone's sister, Twel, Sanji wondered. And you look too young to be anyone's mother. Who are you? Name's Kokoro. Apparently I'm here for Frankie. My future self raised him or something. Interesting boy. Sanji paled noticeably. He froze as Kokoro continued to hug and giggle. I am so conflicted right now. Really? His counterpart mumbled dazedly. Why is that? Trust me when I say you don't want to know. And with that, he slunk off back to the food table, muttering something about a man's dream and dugongs. If you're talking about me, Sanji, I'm a little busy at the moment. Roared a ballistic seal turtle hybrid as he shot across the deck, snagging a few strips of meat from the buffet table before blurring out of sight again. A moment later, the TWOS came into view. Despite their ever-murderous appearance, they were panting a little. Dang it, we're slowing down, Leo growled. The hell we are. Hit the caffeine, Mikey declared, shooting forward and snagging a mound of chocolate from the table, scarfing it down and vanishing. Damn it, for once the nunchuck numbskull's right. Reffy snapped, grabbing a sugary treat of her own off the table. Sugar for energy, go. And with that, the dugong shoved the pastry down her throat and also blurred out of sight. Donnie and Leo hesitated with their own choices of food, glancing at each other uneasily. This is gonna suck later, isn't it? Donnie deduced miserably. Yeah, Leo nodded grimly. But at the least, we're gonna make him suffer first, so bottoms up. With that, they each downed a can of the unholy brainchild of Frankie's and Chopper's adrenaline serums that they had simply named Monster. A second later, the pair seemed to start vibrating in place. From the perspective of everyone else, that is, Donnie and Leo had a very different view. Namely, from what I could get out of their insensate mumblings after the fact. To them, the world suddenly froze. Even sound, while they could understand each other perfectly, everything else seemed like a low, senseless roar. And when they moved, they didn't blur away from the viewing parties, they simply vanished. Oh, thank goodness we only had 2 cans of that stuff, Frankie muttered, eyeing the starry-eyed Luffies who were staring at where the 2 dugongs had been a moment before, then picking up the cans and surreptitiously heading for Chopper's lab. I'll second that, I nodded, flashing back to the last time Luffy had gotten a hold of an adrenaline-inducing solution and promptly shuddering in bowel-voiding horror. So much goulash. A thud beside me drew me out of my thoughts. Jones had returned, vaulting over her Luffy's arm to land beside me. Ruetha was perched on her shoulder once more, looking no worse for wear despite what he'd tried eating. Little dragon must have a stomach of iron. The dragon mother sat down and portioned out food for her hatchling before getting started on her own dinner. A soft smile, much different from her earlier grins, grew on her face. It's nice to see everyone so happy. I'm glad. This will at least give everyone a little closure. Her voice was quiet and a little sad. It took a second for things to ping for me. But once they did, I adjusted my place in my seat so that I could lean forwards and get a clean look at her. Hey, Jones. I started tentatively. Geez, can't believe we forgot, but do you want to slip out real quick? Just, I dunno, do a quick circuit of the place. With Soundbite's range, I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard to find. No point. Jones shook her head promptly, her expression unchanged. There wouldn't be anyone out there. Hey, come on. I started to assure her. Really, they're not, she pressed on, a slightly melancholic smile coming across her lips. If anyone I used to know was coming, we'd know by now. My friends weren't exactly masters of stealth, and great-grandpa Magingarp, but German. I haven't heard or seen any signs of anyone. They're not out there. I did my best to hide a grimace as I considered who she had, and more specifically, hadn't included in her list of possibles. Ah, geez, Jones. It's fine, Cross, really, she assured me, a renewed kind of energy coming into her smile. For a while I was resigned to the idea that maybe no one was coming for me at all. But I've been thinking about it, and I think I know better now. Seriously. I perked up eagerly, casting surreptitious glances left and right. Well, that's great.
Oh,
Who
I
is
have
it?
0 in
Is it
stock?
someone he? Out of the blue I was cut off by Jones poking me in the dead center of my forehead. You moron, she snickered, her tone indicating that she meant that both with and without the comma. I think it was supposed to be you. Weird, I know, we'd never met before, but it's the only explanation I can think of for her. She trailed off, waving a hand at the 2 crews, surrounding us with joyful chaos. I blinked at her numbly before running my hand through my hair with an exasperated laugh. Ah, geez, Jones, way to put pressure on a guy, but just as swiftly, I gave her a wide grin. But hell, way to make him feel special too. And seeing as that's the case, I clapped my hands and rubbed them together. Seeing as that's the case, I might as well act the part by asking the essential question. I leaned in to give her an inquisitive smile. How's life on the Blue Seas been treating you? Like a goddamn chew toy, she answered swiftly, not even a hint of hesitation in her voice. Everything seems to be out to eat me, all my plans get flipped on their side. Even fights that should be easy aren't what I thought they'd be, but Maudit, I'm having so much fun. She broke off for a moment, staring into space. I could have died a number of times, already could die tomorrow, for all I know. But you know what? Here, her mad grin returned with a vengeance. If I do, I'm taking the whole fucking Grand Line down with me. Oh. I slammed my fist into my palm to emphasize my words, releasing a small, harmless shockwave from the impact. Ruatha chirped in agreement. Beside us, Cross was oddly silent for a long moment. His expression blinked as he stared at me, and I could tell that something was churning in his head. Finally, he folded his hands on the table and pinned me with a hard look. Jones, he stated firmly, I want you to do me a favor, all right? I cocked my head to the side in confusion, Ruatha following my example. Sure. What is it? Keep going. No matter what, no matter how hard it is, no matter how much it hurts, you keep going, all right? Because you can make it, understand? I can see in you the exact same kind of guts that are in me. The exact same will to succeed. And I want you to know when you reach the top. When you hit the top of the world, we'll be there. We'll be there waiting to welcome you with open arms. Because you have earned it. And because we know that you can make it. My brain momentarily ceased all function. No one had ever. The next thing I knew, Ruatha was tumbling off of my shoulder as I launched myself forwards. I collided with Cross in a hug that probably would have been painful without my fruit, clinging to him for all I was worth. Tears welled up in the corners of my eyes. I hid my face against his shoulder so no one would see them. Thank you. Just thank you. I felt another body press against my back, arms wrapping around the both of us. A thick beard tickled the top of my head. Lee. He didn't say anything, he just hugged. And then there was a third presence as well, though not physical, as the warmth from earlier returned. An invisible force that made me feel safe, what I would give to be able to find the source. It felt like love. I don't know how long the four of us were in that position, but when Cross and Lee pulled back, I saw pretty much everyone looking at us. Some in shock, some in confusion, and some in approval. And of the ones in the third category, the two Luffies were the most notable with their D-shaped grins. A second later, they moved in unison, raising a pair of mugs. Within seconds, everyone on board had joined them. The captains were clearly on the same wavelength at this point, as they spoke in unison as well. To the craziness of the Grand Line that brought us here to the best meat we've ever had. I wanted to feel exasperated at that, but with two Sanjis in the kitchen. Yet it was worth mentioning. Especially the bacon. And to our friends from another world and all their shenanigans. Suddenly, Lee had a mug in his hand, and was holding out another pair towards us via stand. Which was still freaky, by the way, but it didn't stop us from taking the mugs. Kanpei, both Luffies declared in unison. Kanpei, was the unanimous response from everyone surrounding us. Cross and I exchanged bemused looks, before we both grinned from ear to ear and slammed our mugs together. Kanpei, Cross, Brainan, now for clarity's sake, Jones, Ruatha, and the alternate straw hats are from another one PC called 12 Red Lines. Its author, Vikinger, graciously collaborated with us on this chapter, and we would like to extend our thanks. Vikingeren, as I would like to extend a great many thanks to the senpais for allowing me to work with them. I'd never collaborated with anyone on a fic before. This was a good learning experience and a lot of fun. Zamiakan, for the record, Cross's words at the end. They're exactly why we chose to write this amake, because upon reading the first few chapters of 12 Red Lines, well hell, we just knew it to be true. We might be the up-and-coming kings, but that doesn't mean we can't go ahead and name our heir. Hornet, and, as for Lee, as you might have guessed, he's from a JoJo C of my own that's currently still in the planning stages. Patient, and the same goes for the Yu-Gi-Oh! C mentioned above. Now you have something else to look forward to when we go on our hiatus. Oh yes, and one more thing, regarding the canonicity of this unmake. Think of it like Omatsuri, a couple of lasting effects, but unlikely to be mentioned again in the story. Up arrow top. Left arrow previous chapter. Next chapter right arrow. Edit bookmark. Comments 23. Tired Jellyfish 3065 Dank Thomas 1 Will Saints Fang Quinn North Genio Wonders Corner Weon User 1 137 Cat Cuddler 1 120 Lols Mal 16 Juval. This bites. Zamiak. Chapter 58 Chapter 51 Nightmare Finales. A devil falls to the Pirate King's dream. Zamiak, and sorry for the massive delay, people, this just didn't want to be written. And hey look, posted from France. Woot. Patient, and credit to the ego for the planning of the chapter-long fight. Credit to the superego for the writing of the chapter-long fight. And, well, I guess I may have helped some too. Hornet, and we apologize for the relatively short length, but we refuse to stretch the chapter, and honestly, I think you'd all prefer getting the chapter ASAP. My first thought upon waking was oh. My second was non-printable because of the stream of omni-offensive profanity that spewed from my metaphorical mouth. A sliver of it actually managing to claw its way out of my throat. It was only with my third thought that my brain decided to get its shit together and helpfully inform me that I was still alive. My natural response to that, of course, was to stir and attempt to sit up, only to feel a familiar pair of hooves still my movement. Easy, Chopper said in a somewhat loud but definitely fear-choked whisper. I just finished packing and bandaging that wound in your side. I'd rather you not spill your intestines all over the ground again. Smash! The spark of genius cast a fearful glance up into the side as the sound of something getting smashed somewhere else rang out. Also, really don't want you inadvertently provoking the shadow-wielding psychopath. I followed his gaze up to a solid wall of dirt, then further up to a roiling mass of black. Right. Moria. Awakening. And in other news, oh, son of a bitch. I curled up, trembling from the mother of all gut burns, and it was several seconds before it subsided enough to crack an eye open at Chopper. What'd I miss? I whispered back. Chopper let out a miserable snort and shook his head as he started working on an injured rolling pirate. One that I couldn't help but notice was practically cut to ribbons, and much more importantly, one of a whole hell of a lot of them that were lying around us in the trench. Yeah, I think it was a trench. Earth was ripped up around us, but it was still a... Right, Chopper speaking focus. Though there was something odd about the dirt. Not much, the reindeer grit out as he worked on patching the allied pirate up. It's just that Al-Achi basically made every shadow around us become tangible at the same time. After that, he shook his head. Yeah, I don't know the exact specifics, and I doubt anyone could follow it. Just 1 second, there was absolute chaos, and the next the ground was ripped up and Moria was stalking around attacking anyone he could find. And we haven't run yet. Why exactly? Because of that. I followed the doctor's hoof, found he was pointing at the mass of black that extended above the dirt wall's edge, and paled as I realized that it wasn't just writhing black, it was a shadowy and fully mobile thorn hedge. One that would have made even Maleficent herself applaud. And it was then that I realized something else, something that had been bugging me and made my stomach practically fall out of my ass. The trench was too bright. There was no shadow. That's a damn good reason. As another thunderous smash sounded out, noticeably further away than the first one, I turned to look at my partner, who was shivering within his shell. Soundbite. Come out, wherever you are, Tilda. I shivered at the distinctly unhinged voice that washed over me, rife with sadistic glee. Uke did not need to hear that. Wasn't me. You can damn well be sure that I stiffened at that little whisper. I beg your pardon. Soundbite poked his quivering eye stalks out of his shell to give me a panicked look. It's the shadows. The shadows themselves are speaking with him. Well, that was a thing. Okay, so before I go completely catatonic from totally justified mind-rending terror, I blinked, realizing I didn't actually know what Moria was doing. Actually, hang on. What is he doing, exactly? Chopper hesitated briefly, but then hung his head with a weary groan. Well, seeing as your guts aren't in any danger of falling out right this moment, and no one else is going to keel over if I don't get to them immediately, it'll be easier if I just show you. And with that, the zone doctor helped me get to my feet, not an easy feat given how it felt like I had a freaking red-hot rod through my side, and helped me make my way up the slope of our trench. Once at the top, we peeked over the edge and beheld, well, hell. It's hard to come up with a better name for it, really. Imagine the war-torn fields of no man's land that arose in World War I, barren plains crisscrossed with trenches and blown all to hell and back. What I saw was that cranked to a 100. The trenches were less purposeful structures and more gouges that had been ripped open in the earth. And the eviscerated remains of the long-deceased covered practically every square inch of the scarred ground. And what better to complete an image of hell than a devil stalking the field of the damned? It was a little hard to tell what Moria's exact mental state was at the moment, seeing as his back was to me, but going by how his foot was encased in a colossal spiked boot made of shadow that he was using to stomp one of the trenches flat, it wasn't hard to guess the gist. The fact that he was twitching like a tweaker and laughing like a loon was also kinda a hint. And then there was the song. All the little bugs hiding in their holes till they should come out to play. Moria crooned in the wispy voice of the legion he'd adopted, before suddenly snarling as he tripled the rate at which he was smashing his shadow-encased foot into the ground. Or else I'll turn you all to paste and be done with you. I gurgled miserably under my breath at the display of literally insane violence. And nobody's tried to put him down yet. Why, exactly? Wheel. Chopper dragged out with a grimace. First off, Screw-wonk. Chopper was cut off by a very sudden and familiar roar splitting the air, prompting both us and Moria to snap our heads around. Turns out that either Chopper was an even better surgeon than we thought or Frankie was better with his designs. But either way, the end result was the same. A fire-belching robotic Tyrannosaurus Rex that was back on its talon feet, barreling towards Moria like a runaway sea train. Chomp. And that then proceeded to sink its fangs into Moria's neck like a rabid sea king. For an intense and somewhat confusing minute, I felt hope at the sight of a fellow human. Let's go with Sapient being devoured by the king of all lizards. Useless, Soundbite whispered in terror. And then that hope was cruelly extinguished by Moria's pitch-black head suddenly rotating a full 180 degrees to unveil the rabidly grinning face of a doppelman, which let loose an ethereal cackle as it grabbed the instantly panicked Cyber Dino's throat and held it in place. He keeps doing that, Chopper gulped, shivering in place. And then, there's the others. Before I could question what he meant by others, I was answered by two other shadow men rising from the shade around the Dinoborg's feet. The trio of umbral marauders all howled with maddened glee and raised their unnaturally taloned hands. And then... Kishishishishi. Oh fucking hell. Gagging, I ducked my head back into the trench, fighting to keep my bile in check. I'd heard the words ripped limb from limb plenty of times over the years, but no way did I ever expect to actually see it in action. How the hell is he doing that? A complete psychotic break for starters. But I'm fairly certain the fact that he was almost certainly a sociopath of the highest order to begin with doesn't help. Chopper droned in a dead voice muffled by the dirt he'd buried his face in. No, I mean literally. I hissed frantically. Moria only ever showed the ability to produce a single doppelman out of his own shadow. Even if he could make more than one, they'd have to be smaller from division of resources. How does he have more than one of that thing that are at full size? Devil fruits are bullshit. Awakened devil fruits make mere bullshit their bitch. Soundbite replied in my voice. What are you I finished lamely as I recalled exactly how this whole shitshow had started. You're certain he... Beyond the macro and Brekinesis he's slinging, you mean? My partner in slime snarked. He then shuddered and lowered his eye stalks. I heard it happen. And let me tell you, on top of what we already did to him. Come out, little buggy bugs. Moria's voice floated through the air. Come out so that I can rip your skin off with my fingers. Soundbite shivered in terror. In case it isn't obvious, he's gone chair leg savaging, carpet gnawing, bang at the moon bonkers. Fucking, I groaned, dragging my hand down my face. That done, I shoved my mind into gear. Alright, first things first. Roll call, who's still conscious and who's down for the count. Vivi Karumeri, the Tita de Bois, and most of Lola's crew all went down with you in the opening attack, Chopper answered with a grimace. I treated them first, but they already took too much damage in the fights before this. They won't be waking up anytime soon. Conus got hit pretty hard too. I'm pretty sure that Sue's the only thing keeping her awake at this point. Frankie has plenty of fight left, but he's out of less soundbite picked up. Les Sue and Funk Freed are playing dead in their weapon forms at different spots, which is the only thing they can do seeing as they're in the middle of the killing field. The rest of us are ready to fight. Robin's voice came in softly. Unfortunately, however, everyone aside from Usopp and myself are dealing with varying degrees of weariness from the fights up until this point. Especially Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. I grimaced miserably as I ran the numbers. That was half of our crew out of commission, and while we still had the monster trio and boss, it did a fat lot of good for us when Moria had a serious face kill zone going on around him. Still, priorities. Alright, not necessarily good, but it's better than nobody. I sighed heavily, flinching at the sound of Moria smashing another trench flat. Next, before we do jack. What's this Tilda? I froze as Moria suddenly spoke up, a distinct tone of menace undercutting his otherwise serene if insane query. None of the bugs wanted to come out and play. Well, if that's how it is. A slight rustling noise drew my attention, and my gut froze when I noticed the thorn hedge keeping us penned and beginning to shift. I'll just squash you flat right now. We need to move now. Not waiting for a response, I grabbed Chopper and began sprinting down the trench. Before he floods the trenches with thorns and turns us all into slurry. Wait, cross if I move these guys. The reindeer man cut himself off with a choke gurgle when the tip of a thorny vine began to poke through the soil of one of the trench walls. That is a great plan and I will get right on it. Chopper yelped, suddenly shifting into heavy point. Hey, Moria, heads up. Reaching into his pouch, he grabbed and flung a vial at the rabid warlord. Cherry Blossom. A glance over the edge showed Moria turning a bloodshot glare on the vial. Pess, he rumbled dismissively, a doppelman popping up to swat the glass. Whoosh. Wah. Only to yelp in shock when a pink haze suddenly consumed him and a lot of the field. Haze. Chopper concluded victoriously, standing proud for a second. After that second, he promptly shrank back down and shot me a frantic look. Alright, he's distracted. Now what do we do? We're still trapped. I erred uncertainly as I drew a raging blank. Damn it, I must have been woozier than I thought. I usually only got bitten in the ass on the second step ahead, not the first. The manor. Wah. I jumped when Soundbite suddenly barked. Everyone into the manor. He ordered. It's a total maze in there. With any luck, we can lose him in the corridors. But won't we get pretty lost too? Luffy pointed out. I knew it. It is the apocalypse. Usopp sobbed miserably. Just trust me, Demi. I know what I'm doing. Alright, good enough for me. Come on, guys, let's do what he says. I really wish you'd stop pinballing and make up your mind about whether or not the world is ending, Luffy. Nami groaned wearily. Enough, let's just go before Moria stops sputtering to aim. I cut in. But what about everyone who's hurt? Chopper demanded, casting a desperate gaze over his patients. We leave them, and they'll be fine. I hastily added when Chopper's eyes flashed blue. Because Moria's looking for a fight, he wants live targets. So long as he knows the bugs are in his manor, he'll ignore everyone else to focus on us, alright. The cyan faded, but the way Chopper was biting his lip made it clear that he was still uncomfortable with the plan. Nonetheless, he ran with me as I made a beeline through the fog, stumbling over corpses and writhing shadows as I headed for the haunted mansion. I detoured just enough to follow Soundbite's directions to where Lasso and Funk Freed lay, strapping them on my back as I ran. As a result, I fell far behind Chopper and the rest of the crew, leaving none of them in sight when I crossed the mansion's threshold. And 9/10, Welv and the rest of the rolling pirates eyed her clear. Now, someone take a pucka to lure him to US. Soundbite barked. We can't see anything through this fog. Came several voices. A pause. This is the first time in my life that I'm resenting being such a good marksman, Usopp moaned. Alright, special attack. Nova Star. FWA bang. A blast of insanely bright light, coupled with an ear-shattering explosion of noise, penetrated the pink haze. Jayog. Moria howled irately, his silhouette flailing about. You miserable bastards. I'll rip your spines out through your... Suddenly, the threat was cut short, Soundbite making a face. I like profanity as much as the next guy, but even I have my limits, he deadpanned.
I gotta open up.
And by
I've
the
just
way,
been
does it that attack
decorating
literally translates to
a shit ton.
star? Less snark, more strategy. Usopp shot back. We need to figure out some way to finish him before. So, infesting my humble abode, are you? I came to a screeching halt as Moria's voice suddenly rolled over me like a wave of tar. Well, if you want to play, then let's play. I twitched as the warlord's voice suddenly took on an unmistakably homicidal tone. Oh, are there suddenly more of him? By my count. Soundbite replied flatly. About a dozen more to be specific, all pure shadow. Fee-fi-fo-fum. The chorus of the deranged cackled. Ready or not, you're all dead. I hate ruined rhymes, someone muttered. I hate the fact that even though I'd already resigned myself to an odd death the second I joined this crew. This tops everything I could have possibly imagined, Nami deadpanned. Before anyone could pitch in with more snark, Soundbite suddenly barked everyone, duck. I didn't question it, immediately throwing myself to the floor. Smash. And a good fucking thing too, as I felt something ruffle my hair before smashing into the other wall of the dining room. I chanced to glance up, catching a glimpse of a spiral spear the size of a large tree sitting on a pile of shattered wood and plaster that promptly unfolded into one of the doppelmen, which then proceeded to turn around and split in half at its too wide muah fuck me. Nope, I summarized, promptly spinning on my heel and running like, oh, I'm sorry, I mean because hell was right on my ass. And going by the plethora of screams I could hear echoing through the halls of the manor, I wasn't the only one being chased. After sprinting a dozen or so meters down the hallway, I caught sight of an upcoming intersection. I tried to decide on which path to take. Hang a left and then duck behind the suit of armor. When my partner's hasty hiss directed me to a side of the passage I was currently traveling. I followed his instructions, and the wall proceeded to why was I even...
I see you're putting hard work into keeping your station running again, kid. Good, good. I wouldn't have it any other way. I just wanted to remind you, I'm not the only one judging your performance. Sure, your uncle knows better how to keep a business going and wants to see you flourish. But my approval only goes so far. The real approval you need to watch out for is the one given to you by your customers. If word of slander gets out, you might even sell Egyptian diamonds for free, and nobody will bat an eye. Keep those customers happy, you hear?
Okay.
I followed his instructions, and the wall proceeded to why was I even surprised. Of course the haunted mansion had secret passageways built into it for normal people, not just the spider mice. I ducked inside and closed the door behind me, leaning against it with my heart pounding in my chest as I awaited either my salvation or my inevitable demise. Thankfully, the continued shaking of the ground from the Doppelman stumps indicated that the umbral homunculus had passed me by, and that I was safe for however long I could keep dodging it. That was too close, thanks for that soundbite, I sighed in relief before fixing my partner with a confused look. But how did you do that exactly? Ah, that's right, Kenneth spit out, soundbites, bleary look communicating her effort to stay conscious. Weren't you having a hard time mapping out the manner? Because of the zombies being so damn silent, right? Sue prompted, no small amount of desperation in her voice. Why yes, that. New move of mine I just worked out, soundbite informed us tightly, his expression one of pure concentration. By bouncing sounds off of objects, I can get a goodly map of my surroundings. Trying to ping the whole of my radius wouldn't fly, but I can manage for just the manner. Gastrosonar, got it, I nodded in understanding before frowning as a thought struck me. But, wait, why are you only using this now? Why not before? Before, I could only throw my voice somewhere and that was that. But now I can tell where I can and can't raise a racket and build a map based off of that. Thanks to your awakening. I divined before scowling acridly. Okay, seriously. Soundbite, if this is what awakened devil fruits can do, why the hell didn't you do anything like this at a nice lobby? Because I was half dead in my shell then, and I ain't feeling so hot now either. My snail snapped back with just as much venom. Do you know how much energy it takes to pile drive reality? I've tried practicing my abilities before, and every time it almost wipes me out in 2 minutes. I winced as the sound of splintering wood and shattering rock echoed throughout the manse, and promptly used it to rally my indignation. Doesn't seem to be a problem for him. Some god of noise, you are when you're the only one on equal ground with Moria and you're as helpless as the rest of us. Sue barked furiously, though I think a load of her temper came from the way Connus was groaning. I jumped enough that I actually fell down as what sounded very much like a freaking sonic boom split the air. I glanced at my shoulder intent on asking about it, only to immediately come to the correct conclusion. Scarlet skin instead of gray, and a more ferocious expression than any snail had the right to have on their face. It wasn't hard to figure out that I had just heard sound, by his composure snap, and then he exploded in a rant. Equal grounds. Equal grounds. He even awakened. Chopper asked hesitantly, obviously as off-kilter as I was from my partner's sudden outburst. Especially I ached. Soundbite fired back, turning his gaze in Moria's general direction. Even Moria's pushing a doing this much right after he awakened. He might be hopped up on rage and adrenaline, but take it from me, that shit doesn't last forever. Even if I had 10 times my energy, I wouldn't have been able to use this much power for more than 10 minutes before. Soundbite's tirade abruptly ceased, the rage on his face fading as both his eyes and mine widened in realization. Before burnout, we breathed in realization. I promptly broke out in a massive grin as I high-eyed my partner in slime. And that is why we stick together. That, and you wipe my ass. Wait, let me see if I've got this right. Usopp stammered hopefully. SSSOW, we don't need to beat him. We just need to outlast him. Bingo, I confirmed. He can only last so long the way he is, and with his sanity shot, he won't see his crash coming until it whacks him upside the head. All we have to do is wait for his energy levels to flatline. Where the hell are you bastards? Hunch as the manor shook around us from the force of the
Thanks,
bellow.
homeboy.
A worrying amount of dust falling on my head and prompting me to start scrambling down the cranny we were stuffed into. Which could take a while, during which time he could still find us all and grind us into paste. So I think we'd better burn the candle at both ends by giving him a push, I continued. In pursuit of that goal, our first order of business is to figure out what exactly Moria can do now. Right off the bat, the most obvious thing is that he's not just capable of controlling his own shadow anymore, but others around him. Well, if it's any comfort, I don't think he can control our shadows. Brooke commented with at least a hint of positivity. He's passed me close by once or twice, but he hasn't taken the opportunity to parade me out and torture me for his amusement. Above us, Moria let loose another deranged cackle. And I don't think he's quite mad enough to willingly pass up that opportunity. I nodded in agreement. Makes sense. He always needed a big pair of scissors and a particularly bright light to steal someone's shadow. He couldn't just take it without effort. So controlling them must still be out of his wheelhouse even now. But wait, Nami interjected. Shouldn't he still be able to tell where we are from the places he can't control, like with soundbite sonar? Doubt it, soundbite interjected. His range just skyrocketed to way beyond what he normally operates with. It'd be like trying to pick a half-dozen specific dots out of an abstract painting. Trust me. Learning how to handle that much awareness isn't something you do fast, even with a clear head. Just look at me. I've had a mile-long range for months now, and I still miss things. Still, I assume we're not going to just push our luck and stay where we are. Sanji asked dryly. If you've been sitting still like an idiot this whole time, then you deserve whatever comes to you, Swirly, Zoro snorted. Note to self, come up with a technique that imitates a meat grinder after we're out of this mess, Sanji grumbled. Ugh. Those two morons aside, what's the strategy here, Cross? Nami asked. Waiting him out is suicide, but so is confronting him head-on. And it's going to be next to impossible to pull a sneak attack if the shadows literally have eyes and ears. Not as hard as you'd think, actually. Robin. I queried. I think that Moria has less control over the shadows than we previously assumed, our archaeologist clarified. He's consciously controlling the shadows he's immediately aware of, certainly, but when he's not paying attention. I believe his powers are tapping into his subconscious. I blinked in confusion. The hell? What led you to that? I feel like I should have been used to having my question answered before I finished asking it by now. Maybe I was overthinking, but then again, how the hell could I have expected the secret passageway I was in to let out into a crowd of shades? To be specific, I found myself standing dumbstruck in a lightly bustling crowd of effigies made of shadow, half people as corporeal as wisps of smoke. An experimental whiff of my hand minimally disrupted one, but it recoalesced just as swiftly without even a hint of acknowledgement. I shuddered, pulling back my hand. I retract the question. Why the hell am I getting an Addams Family reunion vibe? Soundbite swallowed nervously. Greetings, dearest brother. Gah. Soundbite and I yelped in sync, nearing jumping out of our respective shell and skin as we wheeled around to face Robin. Reclining on an overstuffed armchair, swirling a goblet of champagne. I see you've walked into my parlor, she smirked. Withdrawn. Totally withdrawn, Soundbite shivered. I spared a moment to nod in agreement before casting a look at Robin's drink. Tell me, creepiest sister, do you really think it's wise to be drinking in this situation? Considering how I'm fairly certain I'm down 3 fingers for the rest of the fight, she remarked, holding up the hand, not holding the goblet, and displaying a trio of bandaged and bloodied digits. I winced sympathetically. Carry on. I'm going to get started on that meat grinder technique now, actually, Sandy said, his voice as calm as a fresh, unmarked minefield. Duly noted, Lola grunted in understanding. But back to the matter at hand, this helps us how exactly? Well, I... My stream of consciousness brainstorming was strangled in its crib by a sudden shuffling of motion. Turning around, I was treated to the sight of the umbrella assembly parting clean down the middle. What the heck? Well now, Robin mused, standing from her seat to peer over the crowd. It would appear that we have a guest of honor. Do we now? I wondered. Curious, I tentatively edged my way through the crowd, passing through several shades before finally making it into the cleared path. Indeed, there was a procession marching down the aisle, with one figure in particular surrounded by others. A familiar figure. A familiar figure with an unmistakable smile. I watched dumbstruck as the smiling shadow was led past me. Holy, that's Gold Roger. What? Robin reeled in surprise. Queh. Soundbite concurred.
Oh shit.
What? Piped up pretty much everyone else. The Pirate King. Oh, Asurum. Luffy exclaimed. Where is he? Where are you? I want to meet him. I want to meet him. Ah, no. I hastily clarified. Not the real Roger, just a copy, an imitation, the fate that the shadows are drawing from Moria's memory. How the actual? Was it Roger before Moria's time? Frankie asked. For the most part, yeah, I nodded slowly. Moria never actually met Roger, but he was present for his last day alive. Interesting. Robin cupped her chin thoughtfully. So we're standing in the middle of a shadow theater that's recreating Moria's memory of Gold Roger's execution. His powers must have been able to pick it out of his head at random because of how broken his psyche is. And I doubt that this is the only scene like it that's going on at the moment, I added, tacking on a sympathetic wince as a thought occurred to me. Eesh, with how his brain is right now, I bet if he walked in on one of these displays, he wouldn't be able to. I trailed off as my synapses started to fire on overdrive. Your stunned silence is either very reassuring or an indicator of doom, Cross. Mind doing us all a favor by not leaving us in suspense? Boss demanded. Oh sure, kill my coping mechanism, I scoffed before smirking. But fine. I just came up with a plan. Just 2 questions first. Frankie, have you refilled yet? Soundbite led me to the kitchen as soon as we got to the manor, Cross. Just making sure. Other question. Does anyone have any objections to preying on a mentally infirm person's trauma? The responses ran the gamut from no, not, and nope to fuck this bastard, but good. I steepled my fingers with a malevolent grin. Excellent. Boom. We all glanced up nervously as the room suddenly shook, dust falling from the ceiling. Might want to rush across. Moria's tired enough of looking for things that move that now he's attacking things that don't. Rushing, I confirmed with a wince. Here's what we'll do. Oh. Gecko Moria, warlord of the sea and currently mad as a hatter, snarled and muttered like a scorned ex-boyfriend. His berserk but widespread awareness amplifying his senses and keeping his search for anyone he could attack. Unfortunately for him, nothing was forthcoming. The only bodies he came across were the purified corpses of his zombie army, which did very little to help his mentality. His already frayed sanity unraveling at a pace that would have terrified most telepaths. Lashing out at another wall, punching a Doberman-shaped hole through it like a macabre cartoon, his frustration made itself known in an enraged roar. Where the unholy Ishii are those pests? Before his rant could pick up speed, however, a flash of movement in the corner of Moria's bloodshot vision caught his attention. Grinning malevolently and moving with a swiftness his mask didn't do a thing to belie, he spun around, swung up a shade-wreathed arm. "Captain! Help!" and froze when a voice echoed from somewhere far off. It came to him loud and, well, all right, the voice wasn't that clear, but through the haze of his rage he thought it sounded familiar. He called out, slowly and hesitantly turning towards the voice. "See, Captain." Voice wailed, becoming clearer and clearer with every word. "Why you have to save you as Captain? He's too strong.
That'll do.
We're being Og." "No." Moria cried desperately as the unmistakable voice of Og Godna, his navigator, cried out in agony. "I'm on my way." All thoughts of infamous rookies, monsters, beasts, and purified zombies' army comrades fled his mind as he rushed down the halls of the manor, his subconscious plunging him into the nightmare he had never awakened from, and yet his eyes refused to close, even as they piped reminders of that tragedy straight to his brain. Over there, the shattered remains of a familiar helmet and stave. And those swords, those giant swords, shattered and strewn about like trash. But if all these precious items were here, then...
Let's go!
No, my precious crew, Moria breathed, tears of rage and agony trickling from his eyes. Even as he moved even faster towards the one he knew Hope prayed was yet alive. Time lost all meaning as he ran for what felt like hours per days per years, and the world blurred into a dull obscurity around him. The terrified captain sucked in massive gulps of air as panic sank its claws into his heart, the frigid air stabbing into his lungs like a knife. It was cold, so cold he could barely feel anything at all save for the blood. Moria choked out a horrified gasp as he waded forwards, the putrid liquid sticking to his feet. Blood everywhere, a lake, an ocean extending as far as he could see. There was no horizon, for the crimson of the setting sun melded perfectly with the soiled earth. The only thing interrupting the liquid death, proving that there was actually ground beneath it, were the physical remains. Piles of bodies, dozens of them, each higher than the last and each mangled worse than the one before. Crushed, ripped apart, decapitated, slaughtered. The only thing that couldn't be found in this hellscape was the merest sliver of mercy. Captain. But in spite of all the death, there was still one fragment of life remaining. A single mangled hand, belonging to a single mangled body, shakily reaching out to grasp at something, anything. "No." Moria gasped, falling to his knees and grabbing the survivor's hand. That voice, their face, he could barely believe the state his first mate was in. "Why you can't? Everyone else is, why you can't? You have to run. He's coming." "Who?" Moria demanded desperately, shaking his first mate as much as he dared. "Who's coming? Who did this to you? Who did this to my crew?" "Me." Moria froze as the world suddenly fell dark, but not because of the sun completing its descent. Rather, darkness fell because everything was shrouded in the deepest, most tar-like shadow Moria had ever seen. Slowly, so slowly, the pirate turned his shaking head skyward, and beheld a mountain, the devil, silhouetted against the crimson expanses of heaven. In the face of such might, what else could Moria do but shiver and tremble in terror, gasping for air? Him. The devil's head shifted slightly, as though it had only just now taken notice of him. Oh, a little bug crawling in the mud. The devil shifted, and Moria's world was engulfed by a hand. Better crush it. That was all Moria's shattered mind could handle. With a shriek of terror, the shell of a pirate turned and made to run as fast as he could, scrambling on the slick ground. Now! Bang! Gah! Said Sheldon howled and threw his hands up in agony when the world suddenly exploded into pure light and heat and pain. Oh, time on target, a concept Connus had told us about once while maintaining her arsenal. Basically, it was firing a barrage of ranged attacks of different types in such a way that they all hit at once. From what she described, it was something that usually took a lot of practice. As it turns out, blind desperation worked in a pinch, as evidenced by the slew of attacks that pierced the air at once. To summarize, the horde consisted of lightning bolt tempo, a tangle of crackling electrical tendrils, burn bazooka, a pillar of hyperheated and iridescent air, Gastra Canicombo, base mortar, a second pillar of hyperheated air, only this one was surrounded by a shimmer of dangerously vibrating air. 108 caliber Phoenix, a wave of razor keen air, ultra special attack, flocking firebird star, and finally a half-dozen blazing bird-shaped infernos. That half the attacks were fire-based helped too. In any case, every one of them struck Moria clean in the middle of his face, eliciting a howl of pain and rage liberally tinged with fear and, more importantly, sending the warlord staggering back and resulting in his teetering on the very edge of Freezer 900 cavernous interior. Unfortunately, Moria chose then to show just why he'd been selected to be a warlord by exhibiting enough wherewithal to hold his balance when he hit the freezer's railing, in spite of the clear agony written on his features. Still, that was something that could easily be rectified. "Robin," I ordered hastily. "Shin floor," Robin exclaimed, crossing her arms. Arms sprouted like ivy all around Moria, grabbing at the pale bastard's body and doing their best to either push or pull him off the edge of the abyss. Unfortunately, the instant the hands made contact with Moria, everything once again went to pot. Namely, he appeared to snap for a second time if that was possible, throwing his head back and howling to the heavens as the shadows exploded in a torrent of jet-black madness. Dodge. Soundbite warned me. Sanova. I only just managed to duck under a pillar of shadow that came way too close to knocking my block off for comfort. Gah. Og. Dodge. But apparently they came even closer for several others. I spun around in panic, watching with naked horror as several of our crewmates and allies were batted around like rodents. Usopp was slammed into the ceiling and spit up a mouthful of blood. Conus was laid out flat by a knock to her temple that had Sue frantically shaking her shoulder. And the rolling pirates that were still with us were bowled over by a stampede of shade. But the worst part was catching sight of what looked for all the world like a many-fingered claw lancing at a brain point chopper, whose mind had stalled in panic. Shell body, hermit stage. And then, just like that, Boss was standing before Chopper, his arms spread wide defensively, and the spears punching through his shell. Key to protect your comrades. The dugong coughed out, blood spurting around his gritted teeth. Even at the cost of your own body. That is the greatest of all man's. Gug. That was as far as Boss got before collapsing as the spears retracted from his shell and removed any support his limp body had left. I could only stare at the display in numb shock, trying and failing to work out what I should react to first. Look out. Gah. I grunted
should
in shock
stock
when I was
up
suddenly shoved from behind.
100%.
I turned around to see what the deal was, and my blood froze. Robin coughed in pain as she swayed on her feet, trying to stem the flow of blood that was flowing around the spike of shadow that had rammed through her side. She grimaced briefly before giving me a shaky grin. Look on the bright side. Now we match. That was all she managed to get out before collapsing against the corridor's wall. My next course of action became as clear as my vision was already. Pecky charge. I roared at the top of my lungs as I ripped Funk free from his scabbard and stabbed him at the rampaging warlord, intent on treating him to a face full of stampeding ivory and steel, and going by the simultaneous roars that erupted from behind me. Come jet bazooka. Flambe shot. Cloven Rosio Meadle. Super. Strong right. I'll beg Coop Droit. I was so not the only one pissed off at that. Specifically, Luffy, Sanji, Frankie, Brook, and Chopper all rammed their respective limbs into Moria's gut at the same time that Funk free-gored him. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as the warlord was bombarded by our attacks, his face a mask of agony and outrage. And then time resumed, and the pale bastard was sent flying as he so justly deserved. He shot out over the edge of the freezer's pit and even went so far as to slam into and stick to Oar's horn for a second before peeling off and plummeting into the darkness of the abyss that lay below us. I panted heavily as I stood on the edge of the freezer, combing the pit for any signs of life or movement before heaving a sigh of relief as all remained quiet. If that didn't kill the bastard, then at least it bought us some breathing room. He had better still be alive. He's done too much to get off it easily, Zoro snarled. Shades of Asura flickering around him as he nursed a quilt of sledges layered across his body. Not even Aokiji did this much damage to our crew. Only because he wasn't really trying to kill us, Chopper bit out as he knelt beside Robin, hastily working to patch her up. The one advantage of fighting somebody fit for a mental ward, they don't actually aim when they fire. If he did, I wouldn't have to put in half as much effort as I am now. Robin gave her current caretaker a bemused, if dizzy from blood loss look. Feeling a bit jaded, I take it. Put it this way, I'm starting to see why Doctorine's tolerance for alcohol is so high, Chopper grumbled acridly as he stitched her up. And you shouldn't be awake for this, so, without further ado, the human zone jabbed a needle in her neck. It was a credit to how far his aptitude with chemicals had progressed that Robin blacked out with barely even a press of the plunger. Well, at least she's getting taken care of, and everyone else doesn't look to be in too critical a condition. So Lola grit out as she nursed a particularly nasty-looking bruise to her face. While we have a moment of peace, would you mind explaining what the hell that freak show was while we were luring that bastard here? I shuddered in agreement, inching away from the shadows nearest me. The captain of the Rolling Pirates definitely had a point there. If ever there had been a case of a plan working too well, then that was it by far. See, the plan itself had been simple enough. Soundbite called out to Moria with a voice that was incredibly generic, thus allowing Moria to mistake it for that of one of his old crewmates. Moria follows the voice into Orz's freezer while getting enmeshed in his shadow theater and regressing to the loss of his crew, and finally, upon catching sight of Orz and flipping out, we beat the tar out of him. Easy, right? Yeah, it turns out we got leagues more than we bargained for where the shadow aspect of our plan was concerned. To be specific, we sure as hell didn't expect Moria's sick, twisted mind to vomit out a scene yanked straight from Resident Evil. I still swear that there was texture to that ocean of, I don't even want to imagine what he thought he was wading through. Got me beat, I said, shaking my head. I know that Kaido wiped his crew out, sure. But even for an emperor, I don't see how he could have possibly created a scene straight out of hell like that. Unless I miss my guess, I imagine that scene never actually occurred in reality. We all looked at Brook in surprise as he observed Or's corpse with an even more inscrutable expression than usual. Wait, you mean that Moria just imagined that whole thing? Nami asked in disbelief. But wasn't he supposed to be remembering the day his crew died? And that's exactly what he did, Brook nodded morosely. He reproduced not how that scene actually occurred, but the memory he is in possession of today. A memory that has been corrupted with his every recollection of the event, degrading over time until it is little more than a fleeting nightmare he dares not consider for even a moment. I'm quite familiar with the phenomenon, he bowed his head sadly. The final battle I fought with my crew suffered a very similar fate. We all shared a moment of silence as we considered the implications of that particular statement before Luffy raised a questioning hand. Suo, if you know that, do you know what that creepy stuff he was saying was too? We all held our breaths as Brook raised his head. I, he stated with great import and portentousness, have no earthly idea. My head and most everyone else's heads bounced slightly as they jerked downwards. Ooh, of course not, I sighed. Yeah, well, whatever it was, I can definitely say that it was creepy as all hell. Nama's eyes and tempo hugged her as she shuddered. I could barely even tell what he was saying, his voice was so garbled. Except, that wasn't his voice. I glanced at Soundbite in surprise, both at the fact that he'd spoken up after staying quiet for so long and on account of how his expression was ungodly wan. You know what that was. Soundbite swayed his eyes noncommittally. I can guess, like I said, the shadows weren't speaking in his voice. And going by their words, Soundbite grimaced, his face descending into the utmost of ashiness he was capable of. I think he was trying to call out his crewmates' names, but instead, all he could say were. Chopper's eyes widened as he made the connection. All he could identify his old crew by, he whispered in horror, was their final words. Zoro snorted and shook his head. He's barely even a person anymore. He's just a husk, every bit of substance he had utterly consumed by that one day. I did my best to ignore the tone of familiarity his voice held. Yeah, well, he's a husk that could still kill us if that didn't take him out, I quite reasonably pointed out. Anyone want to place any bets on that? Silence for a few seconds, then Nami spoke up. If someone placed a bet, I'd actually feel sorry for taking their money. Another pause as everyone, myself included, stared at her in shock. She shuffled back and forth on her feet, looking sheepish. I mean, I'd still take the money, and I'd only feel sorry for maybe 10 seconds. Ah, that was the Nami I knew.
So I need
Point is, we need a
Chris
plan for it.
and
We're knowing our
Sun
luck and how
Paprika
hard-headed
and
most all warlords are. When he climbs out of that pit, I continued, indicating said gaping void. Now, I don't have any ideas off the top of my head, but with a little brainstorming, I'm sure that. Ah, cross. I heard Luffy's voice echo from towards the pit. What? I snapped around to catch sight of my captain crouching on the railing and peering into the chasm, his head tilted to the side curiously. Was the dark down there always so, dark? With no small amount of trepidation, I inched over next to Luffy, leaned over the railing, and promptly choked on my spit as I found myself staring into the kind of absolute abyss that loves to stare back. Ah, Sanova. Hey, Virgil, come here. And just like that, before any of us could so much as twitch, the abyss broke the staring contest by, for all means and purposes, puking itself in our faces. In the space of a second, we were all devoured by the unholy bastard spawn of a riptide and a tidal wave composed entirely of shadows. It was hectic, absolutely out of control, nauseating even in spite of the fact that my stomach was bone dry basically. Soundbite had been right about one thing way back when. Spin cycle sucks. After what felt like both an instant and an eternity, our unwelcome ride concluded with all of us, if the chorus of groans and cries of surprise around me being anything to go by, being unceremoniously dumped on our asses, somewhere. I would have looked around and confirmed where we were, but I had one pressing bit of business to handle first. Blargle. Irk, I wiped my mouth off with a bone-deep shudder. I officially hate this island. Get in line, Brook gurgled as he worked his way into a sitting position, his calcium cheekbone somehow managing to look green. The fact that Chopper jostled him in his rush to get to our downed comrades didn't do him any favors either. Ugnami shook her head miserably as she recovered from her own gastrointestinal distress before warily glancing around. Where are we? Lola swung her head around and blinked in surprise. It looks like we're back outside. In the courtyard, even. What the? I quickly surveyed our environs myself and realized that she was right. We'd landed in the very same enclosure that the crew had fought wars in the story. The place hadn't been ripped a new one by a rampaging titan, but it was hard to mistake the place. What with Perona's garden hanging above us and the mast that propelled this maritime hellhole looming so close. Well, Frankie breathed, craning his head back as he tried and failed to spy the top of the mast. Then his face contorted into a scowl. He went to this much effort and still neglected it after it was done. Of course he didn't care for it, I hissed darkly. After all, what king pays a second thought to their carriage when they think their throne lies right around the bend? The cyborg clenched his jaw, metal creaking. When I get my hands on that bastard slimy neck, I swear I'm going to. Shut up, Frankie, Zoro ordered, not even looking at him. You son of a... Frankie jerked towards the swordsman. He means shut up and listen, Frankie, Sanji interrupted him, glaring intensely into the air. We all hushed up, trying to listen for whatever it was they were talking about. It took some straining, but we found it. And I almost wished we didn't. The chorus of whispers that was echoing from the shadows was so much ice in our veins. Oh, now that's just disturbing, Nami muttered, shuddering as if the temperature had dropped 20 degrees. What's it saying? Chopper swallowed heavily. I strained my ears, slowly starting to make it out. I think it's just one word over and over again. Sounds like Draugr. It took all of 2 seconds for that to sink in, following which I stiffened and exchanged a panicked look with Soundbite. Oh shit. Draugr, I think I recognize that. Brook tapped his jaw thoughtfully. Isn't that a creature out of Norse mythology? They again woke, and that was when the breed dropped like a supersonic meteor. Though the sound of groaning and pounding feet that suddenly rose up was also a source of concern. Uguis? Luffy asked slowly, a rare hint of uncertainty in his voice. Soundbite shuddered with a grimace. Well, we're officially a few hundred steps closer to burnout, at the cost of a few hundred more things for us to fight. But how? Brook demanded, strangling his sword's hilt. We couldn't have missed that many. That's because they're not zombies, they're Draugr. My snail clarified. Remember when I said his range skyrocketed? Rather than infusing them with live souls, he's just shoved them full of inert shadows, and is using them to play puppet master. To put it another way, they're literal meat puppets. And as the horde of undead came into view, I could see the difference. It was subtle, all things considered. Like a sledgehammer to the face, which was particularly pertinent in that most of these rotting bastards looked like they'd suffered just that. See, where before the zombies had at least been acting like relatively normal if malformed humans. Now they were far more similar to the classical Romero zombie. Their movements were stiff, jerky, the perfect picture of shambling corpses. But what really sold it was their faces. The zombies, they were undead, sure, but at least they'd had souls. Stolen souls, imperfect substitutes for life, but they had emotional range. To an extent. But the creatures that were swarming towards us now, these Draugr are empty, hollow rage and nothing more. If ever there was an example of unlife upon this island, we were staring them down right this moment. So feeding them salt won't do any good anymore. Sanji growled. Probably not, there's no tenuous bond to snap. But worth a try anyway before we resort to plan B, or A, seeing as this is who us we're talking about. No sooner said than done, Brook stated, running towards the Draugr and living faster than I could see. Some of the corpses turned and tried to grasp after him as he weaved through their ranks, but they didn't even come close to the skeleton's speed. A few seconds later, arms, legs, and heads severed off of a good chunk of the mob, but they hardly even slowed down. And more to the point, they were right on top of us. Go-to tactics it is. Cross put me on Fonk freed. I nodded, picking the snail off my shoulder and planting him on the elephant blade's crossguard. He took a second to properly anchor himself to the flat of the blade, and then screwed his eyes up in concentration. Get ready, cause this is gonna tickle. Gastropaki combo. I was forced to strengthen my grip on Fonk Fried's hilt when his blade suddenly started to vibrate, the sharp metal becoming fuzzy to the eye. Treble blade. Even in the face of the oncoming horde, I couldn't help but grin like a maniac at the fact that I was currently holding a frickin' vibroblade in my hands. I think at that point something just clicked in my head because my grin widened malevolently as my adrenaline shot through the roof. Alright, you undead rotting mooks, I hissed, slowly raising my left hand over my shoulder. I know you can't understand me anymore and I don't care. Because I'm gonna say what needs to be said, no matter what. I grabbed Lass's grip and wrenched him into position, spreading my arms and weapons wide in invitation, accompanied by an absolutely mad cackle. Prepare to die thrice, you zombie bastards. Hief, ha 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 da. Lassu punctuated that point with a salvo of baseballs that exploded in the mass of zombies, blowing massive holes in their ranks. And then the wave of zombies hit us. The front line promptly melted away like snow in a spring rain, only to be followed by another line. And then another. And another. In most ways, it was a Lubarnut with a bridge of hesitation all over again, a frantic defense not only against an enemy that outnumbered us but also against our own exhaustion and injuries. Thankfully mitigated by the fact that we were individually superior to all of said opponents. In that last respect, I was actually better off than before. Between Lassu blasting chunks out of the horde as they approached and Soundbite and Fonk Fried's combination practically disintegrating any zombies it hit, my partners and I were probably accounting for the most Draugr of any of us. Unfortunately, the one way it was different from those fights was rather important, namely, the Draugr just didn't stop coming. Seriously, these guys were persistent past even the regular zombies. Because those didn't have their limbs or severed torsos try to keep crawling after us. They also didn't break and probably would never break. Even the age-old method of decapitation didn't help. That just left the headless body shambling towards us, and a head snapping its jaws on the ground that we had to avoid. Surprisingly enough, Nami actually seemed to be having the easiest time out of all of us. For all that one could have an easy time in the midst of a zombie horde. She was still hard-pressed to pay attention to where all the undead were striking from, of course. But her eyes and tempo was doing a frighteningly admirable job of keeping them all at bay. If ever there was any doubt that Nami made a habit of holding back the full extent of her climb attack's power, the charred and blackened corpses her lightning left in its wake did a good job of laying the doubt to rest. But even Nami's style of attack, effective though it was, meant she had to fight 3 battles we all had to fight, against the walking dead, against our exhaustion and pain, and against the severed limbs and heads that littered the ground like so many landmines. And let me tell you, having to watch her every step was exhausting. The only solution seemed to be to destroy the bodies entirely, and actually destroying a human body is miles harder than it has any right to be. That would sound so wrong out of context. Anyway, the result of it all was that we very quickly had to start giving ground lest the zombie horde trip us up and then overrun us. We had no margin, lose one fighter, and our entire defense crumbled. We each would mean all of our wounded were dead meat. So yeah, new pressure. Seriously. Lola yelled as a freshly decapitated Draugr kept walking towards her, hastily kicking it in the chest in order to give herself some breathing room, which was just as swiftly filled by the limbed Draugr from behind. We're chopping these things to pieces and they're not stopping. I say we go back to anti-zombie plan number 1, Frankie growled, bashing away one corpse before rearing back his head. Fresh, fire, and spewing flames at the disassembled corpses. They kept moving, of course, but unlike with the shadow zombies, it was clear that the flames were doing their job. The wrecked bodies fell apart even faster under the flames. And yes, they were falling apart, whole chunks of flesh falling off at a time before we even touched them. I could see it now that my blood had cooled enough for my vision to clear. I think he's right, I said, glancing at the cannon balanced on my shoulder as I shifted him forwards. Lassu, plaster palm combo! My cannon chuffed in agreement before vomiting forth a spray of viscous tar that coated the foreportion of the horde, which he then followed up with a lick of flame that lit up the fuel. The entire front line of zombies lit afire and began to crumble away, and the zombies stepping over them also befell the same fate. I paused in surprise as I watched the conflagration spread with an almost disturbing efficiency. Huh. Fire is working a lot better than it did before, I remarked as I dove back into the fray. Fonk Fried quite literally shaking entire sections of the horde to pieces while Lassu's bulk doubled as both a hefty shield and a brutal club. I actually have a theory on that chopper cut and via soundbite. I can't confirm without seeing things, but Mori is almost certainly pushing the corpses too hard. Without the pseudo-soul of a stolen shadow, all of these corpses are just that. Corpses long past any prime they might have had. And now that they're dead again, rigor mortis is setting in and they're becoming stiff. Basically, by puppeting the bodies like this, Moria is literally making his army fight itself to pieces. Well, that's great, Oro grunted as he quartered another shambling husk. Still, way too many of these things. You know we're in deep shit. Nami grunted as she wrenched her staff back and forth in an effort to dislodge it from the ribcage she'd accidentally rammed it through. When our battle-hungry first mate is complaining about the fight. Don't you dare keel over yet, Ma said, Sanji growled. After me and Nami, he was probably doing the best of us all, treating the zombies like so many soccer balls. Though the fact that he had been using Dibble Gem from the start might have had something to do with it too. We follow the girls die horrible, messy deaths. And why should I, Zoro snorted aggressively as he tore through another throng of Draugr. Care if your prissy ass gets torn apart. Cause then they'll get the rest of the crew too. Luffy provided with the utmost gravity he was capable of. Damn it, our swordsman snarled as he redoubled his aggressive efforts. Almost immediately, however, a diving Draugr nearly bowled him over before being kicked off. And everyone shut up in favor of dodging or knocking out of the air the many Draugr that had decided dive bombing us was a great idea. And the worst part of it was that it actually was a great idea, splitting our attention even more ways. As I descended back into the unconscious flow of the fight, I was considering what the hell Moria was thinking. Swamping us in numbers would work, yes, well with all the corpses he had available, but it would be a slow process. Even the dive-bombing Draugr were unlikely to speed up the process too. With how utterly deranged Moria was now, I seriously doubted he had the patience for that. No, this was a distraction while he got something big pulled together, and I was really not looking forward to that. On the other hand, maybe the Draugr horde would take us out fast after all, judging from the groans coming from behind us. Oh son of a... Fuck. We've been flanked, we know. Lola bit out as she cast a venomous glance over her shoulder. If we turn away, these Draugr will overwhelm us. They're going to overwhelm us anyway if we don't deal with the flankers. I snapped. Lasso, can you relay that cross? I gave a shaky grin as a heavy pointed chopper waded into the thankfully thin line of Draugr behind us, sending bodies flying with every sweep of his arms. With that immediate concern taken care of, I could share the thought I'd had earlier. Heads up everyone, I called out. I think Moria's planning something big, and this is just a distraction. Warn us again when you've got some kind of idea what we need to watch out for. I winced as Chopper snapped at me. This situation must have really been getting to him. He has a point though. There's not much to plan on if you just say something. Big Lasso's voice took on a whimper as he seemed to realize something. Unless by big you mean Titan. The meaning sunk in fast for me, and I wasn't the only one. Every eye darted towards the manor to find nothing. Any relief we felt was short-lived, mostly because the Draugr took advantage of our distractedness to push a full court press that sent us scrambling back, but also because of a thought that followed shortly on the heels of the first. So we got a plan for when that thing does come out. Sandy huffed and puffed. No, but suddenly, funk. Freed went through air instead of necrotized flesh, and yes, that did feel different, vibroblade or not. I barely had time to process that the Draugr had just stopped when... Crash boom. Okay. Ors had been scary enough when he was just an immobile mountain of meat locked in a freezer. Him bursting out of Thriller Bark's manor, like some demented parody of the Kool-Aid Man. Utterly terrifying. And that was before I got a good look at the changes to his appearance. For starters, there was no life in his eyes or his movements. His eyes were black holes in his skull, his jaw hung limply from its sockets, and his body was both stiff and fluid in unnatural ways, as though he had bones in all the wrong places. By contrast, the roiling mass of black in his belly snaking up and around and all over, leaving no doubt that Moria was still in the damn driver's seat, was barely a footnote. And then his gaze fell on us, and it all coalesced into one horrific whole, for as much as he lacked life. This thing that had once been Or's corpse still had all the hallmarks of intelligence. Like, you know, scanning his surroundings and picking a target. Namely us. Jotun, the behemoth rumbled, slowly but definitely starting to trudge its way towards us. Mr. Cross, Brooke said in a voice that would have been calm if not for how he was shaking in his boots. I believe this is the part where you either come up with an outstanding plan to deal with this monster, or you lose a large measure of your credibility as a tactician. I get it, I'm working on it, I responded, wiping away the sweat from my brow as I ran through the situation. 1 second to review. Or's titanic giant whoops, gigantic titan standing there and being puppeted by Moria. Capable of flattening us effortlessly if we gave him an inch, but going by his current state. Undoubtedly hindered by the apparent frailty of Draugr in general and the spinal damage we'd inflicted, and the ice too. If the weight tracks of his skin were cracking were anything to go by. So he wouldn't last long. Our goal wasn't to beat him to pieces, it was to accelerate how soon Moria caused the corpse to tear itself apart. Another second as Ors wound up a fist. In the story, it took a whole crew combination attack to just get him down, including the Pirate Emperor thing. Good thing I butterflied that abomination away focus. How did they get one up on him?
Right.
Yet another second as it came flying, even as I
I'm
started to
gonna
run like hell.
play
They brought him down, beat his face
one
into
more
little
day,
effect.
and then
Failed attempt at the Pirate Emperor, then the thing with Luffy's
I'm gonna
weakness to
switch
meat,
to
and after
another
that
game
you
for a
reap a
little while.
moment. Fourth second as I took a flying leap,
Gotta
bracing myself
go
and
to
flinching
my
as the shockwave from the literal Megaton
stove. I
punch
haven't
smacked me
been
in the
in a
gut.
while.
Mentally running through the 8 fighters we had and their capabilities and confirming one. Chopper, are you
Or,
good to use a
know,
rumble ball?
just-
Well, maybe.
No,
I
not
took one in the
stove.
freezer.
I'm gonna
I can take
go
one more
to
without going
my
berserk, but I won't be able to control what form I change to. And that was 5 seconds as I landed and rolled into a ready position.
shooter.
That'll do, just cycle through them as fast as you can. Here's the plan, everyone. Gum Gum Waver, Skywalk, Jumping Point, and Bone Skinny, it doesn't matter how you do it. Just get up on that thing's body, make sure it knows where you are and keep moving. It's literally all brawn and no
Not to
brains,
start,
so it won't hesitate to bash itself to pieces with its full power.
my
And everyone
renovation,
else,
please.
I took aim with Lasso. Go for its feet. Right. Everyone shouted as they sprung into action. Kenny Can Barrage. I pulled the trigger and explosive baseballs bracketed one of the feet, tearing off flesh in chunks, while Zoro, Frankie, and Lola went to town on the other limb. Meanwhile, our more acrobatic combatants started shooting around the undead titan like demented fleas. Chopper and Brooke leaped into the air, landing gracefully on the Jotun's arm and darting for the torso. Luffy grabbed the other arm and rocketed up, reaching out at the apex of his arc to grab one of the horns. Sanji kicked off the air itself, positioning himself opposite Luffy, and Nami rode her waver up its legs. And then all at once they lashed out. 2 feet, one at the end of a stretched leg and the other blazing, slammed into opposite temples. Hoof and blade carved into the chest, leaving deep trenches behind. And I could hear the lightning crawling up its back. The giant of course reacted immediately, but poorly, by trying to simultaneously slap its chest, stomp one foot, and scratch its back at the same time. The massive overextension of muscles and the strain on the already stressed tendons must have been massive, but the boom of the open palm hitting the chest and the resultant air pressure was less than encouraging. But never mind that. Ors was shifting its foot. Opportunity. Kenny slick. Black oil sprayed out of Lasso's muzzle, coating the ground beneath the Jotun's colossal foot. and I could only pray that the ground team got my idea. Strong hammer. I shouldn't have worried. Frankie immediately slammed his fist into the back of the Jotun's ankle. There was an almighty snap as something important broke, and more importantly, the foot slid forward on the slick, losing any remaining grip it had. 5 figures darted off the body as it suddenly described a 180-degree turn, flailing limbs demolishing more of the manor as it crashed onto the back of its neck right on the spot where
I
we
gotta
powderized
figure
a few
out
vertebrae. We weren't done, of course. High
a
above the body,
system,
a
a
foot
better
fit for a
system.
giant balloon into existence before rising even higher into the air. For a brief moment, it hung there, and then it came crashing down, slamming into the Titan's chest to a chorus of snapping bone. Still, the Titan attempted to rise, only for a black and red meteor to streak out of the sky and slam into the Jotun's forehead in a burst of flame. Bone shattered, shortly drowned out by the colossal skull impacting the packed earth below. And still, the damn thing was trying to get up. Despite the massive footprint in its chest, despite one leg not working at all, despite everything above its shoulders looking like it was made of so much jelly, it attempted to lift itself on its arms. And yet, it was clear to everyone that it wasn't going to last much longer. Just needed one last damn push. Hey, Moria. Soundbite roared,
It's a
his
bit
jaw set in a murderous
slow.
scowl. How's this for a little ditty? Gastronation. Without warning, the air was suddenly filled with the most skull-churning, gut-shredding grindcore I'd ever heard. On its own, it was pretty bad. And then hark! Going by how the shadows around us suddenly screamed and Orr's corpse started to writhe like it was undergoing an exorcism. I think there was more going on than what I was hearing. Gastronation. I asked quietly, whirly eyeing Soundbite as he ground his teeth, a look of intense concentration on his face. For domination, he grit out. It's a triple threat assault. First layer is to mute the area. You think what you're hearing is loud. It's up to 11 in there. Second is that there's some phony mixed in to stir the guts. But third. Oh. He shook his head slowly as a distinctly vindictive tone entered his voice. Third is when I make his brain and skull vibrate just so. In the simplest of terms, it feels like his gray matter is grinding itself to paste from the inside out. Soundbite's grin grew absolutely satanic. Neat, right? That's one word for it, I muttered under my breath. I was silent for a bit before giving him an accusatory glance. You're gonna be blowing chunks because of this, aren't you? Somebody get me a bucket, he moaned queasily, letting his eye stalks hang. And despite quickly perking up, he still looked rather green. Or Cottontail's tail. Somebody help me, I'm actually considering it. Sue said offhandedly with no small amount of deserved awe as she watched Orr's corpse literally shake itself to pieces in its agonized convulsions. Massive chunks of flesh were sloughing off and shattering into chunks, though thankfully the flailing arms weren't producing for the love of. Duck! I yelped as one of Orr's fingers soared towards us. Following my own advice, I threw myself to the ground, feeling a cold wind of a stupidly closeness brush my everything, followed by a loud crash. Victory has never sucked so hard, I groused. Stupid giant, why couldn't Moria have used a Sea King or something else that would be tasty? Luffy grumbled as he got out from under the finger he's been slammed with. While that nearly took your head off, Sue blandly remarked. Eat your last licks in, Cottontail, Soundbite moaned. Cause I'm about to go mute. Herp. I repositioned my partner so that he was free to hawk his lunch anywhere but on me as I watched the end of the body that had once been Orr's the Titan. And what an end it was. Simply put, the corpse gave up the ghost by just literally falling apart at the seams. Every joint, every single one came undone, and just as soon as it had started thrashing, the being fell still. There was simply nothing left that it could possibly move. It wasn't even a corpse, really. Just a pile of rotting, freezer-burned meat. Is it over? Hey, I knew that quavering voice. I turned around to find Usopp, leaning heavily on a tree branch, walking towards us. Hey, you sure you're healthy enough to be walking around? He's fine. Chopper called out. He wasn't hit as badly as everyone else, and if he didn't think he could handle it, he wouldn't be doing it. That's just who he is. I thought over that and then shrugged. If our doctor said so. Well then, to answer your question, probably, I explained, indicating the mountain of flesh. That was Moria's big trump card, and it's gone. Soundbite also rattled Moria's bell in the process. I frowned. Though Orr's went down pretty easy compared to Cannon. Then again, Moria was overstressing it, and we'd already damaged it pretty badly, so I guess that makes sense. Cross, Nami started testily as her halo started to darken. You are actually complaining about us having an easy time taking down a multi-story Goliath. Then so help me. I'm not complaining. I hastily assured her. Just with our luck, if things turn out easier than expected, wouldn't you want to try and think of anything you might have missed? Kill you. Gurky choke, going ramrod straight.
Scratch
Like, for
remover.
example, a certain raging bastard still somehow having the strength to remain conscious. Nobody had a response to that on account of how they'd all apparently turned to stare at the renewed threat in gape-mouthed horror. And the second I joined them, I completely understood why. Bloodshot eyes completely rolled up in their sockets, a topographical map of bulging veins, pink foam dribbling from both corners of his mouth, and all tied together by the kind of shivering you only ever saw in the most hardcore of junkies and the kind of looks you only ever get by going through a meat grinder besides. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that we were currently witnessing Gecko Moria at the all-time lowest point in his life. If he were anyone else, I'd probably find this kind of tenacity admirable. Given who he was, what he'd done, and what he was most likely planning to do to us, however. Kill you, Moria gargled through all the blood and whatever other fluids were clogging his throat. Kill you. Yeah, not my idea of fun. Okay, I breathed sotto voce as I delicately raised Lasso's barrel. Everybody, he's still
No.
stalling out from pure rage. No sudden movements, nothing to set him off. Just get ready to take him out all at once, very. Kill. You kill. 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 Ooh, that vocal devolution was not a good sign. See, RCR crack. Nor Moria's teeth cracking in his mouth from just how hard he was clenching them. Kill you all. Neeruag. The yell to attack was on the tip of my tongue when a mass of blackness that I barely recognized as a doppelman erupted between Moria and us. I braced myself for an assault from the ragged simulacrum, but rather than attack us, the shady demon instead started clawing at the ground, ripping out handful after handful of guys. Luffy asked slowly, his voice rife with confusion. How come the shadows eating other shadows? As much as the very idea sounds utterly ludicrous indeed, the doppelman was shredding what shadows it could get its ragged claws on, tearing them out by the talonful and shoving them down its gaping gullet. I honestly couldn't comprehend the action until I noticed the thing starting to swell, and suddenly everything clicked into place like the gears of a freaking doomsday device. No fucking way. I drew out in breathless terror, already starting to inch away on trembling legs. Fuck adrenaline rushes, if what I thought was happening was actually happening. Cross. Talk. Now. Nami snapped, her panicked voice managing to ground me in reality. M. Moria once showed that he could manipulate reality, actual flesh, via manipulating the shape of someone's shadow. I babbled. How he warped it was harmless enough, B, but they still had the same general mass. B, but now his own shadow, it's taking in extra mass from the shadows. And that name Nidhogg. I gulped audibly, trying and failing to clear the ash that had filled my mouth. That's the name of a dragon, I finally croaked, staring at the gradually distending gut of the shadow demon in horror. The dragon, of the end of the world. It took all of 2 seconds for that to sink in, and as doppelman began devouring a straight-up stream of shadows from the earth, and both it and its caster really started to swell up. Everyone recoiled in horror.
Bro, put your
Frost
shirt
whispered
on.
with rapidly mounting dread. Are you trying to say that Moria is going to turn himself into a dragon? I shook my head, slowly at first, but accelerating as my panic really started to hit its stride. I think he's going to damn well try, I hissed, spinning around and throwing Funk Freed. And I'm not planning on sticking around to find out. I was halfway up the elephant's back before he'd even fully transformed, and he was stamping his legs impatiently as was. Hey Cross, wait Luffy started to protest. Luffy, Chopper barked. He was carrying Rob and Connus and a frantic Sue on his shoulders, the latter two clearly still unable to move. We can stay here and fight Moria, or we can get our friends somewhere safe. But if we try and do both, then someone's going to get hurt in a way that won't be able to fix. That brought Luffy up short. The rubber man cast a final glance at the Asgard-sized blimp that Moria had become before gritting his teeth, shooting an arm out to snag Boss and booking it like Garp was on his ass. Everyone run. Don't have to tell me twice. Funk Freed brayed as he stampeded after our captain as fast as he could, Frankie and Lola grabbing their way onto the sword's bulk as he passed. And so, for the first time in the crew's history, the Straw Hat Pirates began retreating from the battlefield, hauling ass and hauling our friends' asses besides. What we would do once we got them to safety was still up in the air, but it was better than leaving them where they could easily be trampled into pummeling, no matter who was on the receiving end. For now, I was just glad that the attack took so much setup because it was buying us the time we needed to put distance between ourselves and the doubly mad warlord, which was a damn good thing because looking over my shoulder, I could scarcely believe how rapidly the situation had devolved. Moria and his shadow were both massively gorged, and the shadow's suction had grown to the point where, judging by how trails of shadow were lancing through the air to its maw, it was devouring the very same thorn hedge Moria had used to pen us all in. That was both encouraging and a reason for yet more panic. Still, either way, the build-up meant we had time. I just hoped we had enough. Ah, guys, Frankie shouted warily. Don't want to start any panic or nothing, but that shadow puppet thing just stopped eating. I started to turn in my seat to look back. Current sire, Ursich? And then I snapped my head forward and kept my eyes locked firmly dead ahead, because there was no way in hell that I was going to so much as glance at the source of that turd. Even the mere thought brings me inches from tossing my entire digestive tract. The closest approximation I can think of would be a meat grinder. A Titanic industrial-grade meat grinder. Snapping, crunching, squishing, ripping, grinding, all these sounds and more sounded through the air, and each was more flesh-filled than the noise ever had any right to be. However, just as soon as the noises started, they stopped dead, leaving behind a far too still silence that permeated the air as thickly as the Florian's fog. If only it could have lasted. Ruag! Gah. I let loose a yelp of both shock and pain as I was literally slapped upside the back of my head by a wall of pure sound and air pressure. So strong was the force of the bellow that we were all sent tumbling due to our mere proximity. Not even Funk Freed's massive bulk capable of keeping him upright. The sound of shattering glass echoed in my ringing ears, the shards thankfully going nowhere near us. Instead, we were engulfed in wind-blown grit and ballistic bits of dead flesh, and I'm honestly unsure what was worse. Let me tell you. Regaining your wits only to find yourself lying face down in a pile of desiccated human flesh and feeling like you've been worked over by the mob. Not an experience you want to have twice in one day or at all. And yet, here I was having undergone that very same experience twice in the span of hours. Hate, this island. I moaned as I sat up and clutched my throbbing skull. Yumi and everyone who's been living on it for any amount of time, Lola test, wincing as she pushed herself to her feet. Contemplate burning this hellhole down later, Nemi grit out as she used a wall to claw her way to her feet, her clouds hastily patting down any dirt or rubble that the blast might have kicked on her. Figure out what just happened now. Did Moria really just? Ruard! We all froze as another roar echoed behind us. It was quieter, thankfully, but in all honesty, the lowered volume just made things worse. After all, higher volume leaves a bigger impact, but lower volume has all the details. The gory echoing, twisted details. In a moment of foolish thoughtlessness, I glanced over my shoulder in an effort to catch sight of our enemy. Herg! And just as swiftly, I snapped my head back, hunched forwards and clamped my hand over my mouth in order to arrest a second helping of bile. I hadn't actually seen Moria's form in that glance. The dust and fog were still hanging too thick for that, but I'd seen its silhouette, and that was enough. Sweet Lucifer's hellfire, it was more than enough for a lifetime. As it turns out, I'd been both right and wrong in my assumption. Right in that Moria had obviously tried to turn himself into a dragon, but wrong in that he'd failed. At least I considered it a failure, because the silhouette of the thing I could see in the distance, roaring and thrashing and demolishing section after section of the manor with its every careless movement. That was absolutely no dragon. It was stretched, twisted, warped in ways I can't even begin to conceive of, and at its core, the very core of its being. This thing was every kind of wrong possible, but the one thing I absolutely refused to call it besides human was dragon. Because this was another beast entirely, and I don't rightly know what. Chopper was curled up on his knees, heaving violently as he clamped his hooves over his nose. I don't. The trauma he just put his body through. How is he still alive? This is just. You know what? I heard Lola say with a strained but flat voice. I've done a lot of crazy shit on these oceans, done a lot of crazy shit today for this crew. But no way in hell am I fighting that. I winced and turned my head to reply, and then I froze up as I noticed something crucial. That's actually a very good and very viable idea because that thing ate the thorn hedge. What? Most everyone yelped in shock, spinning around to confirm that, yes. The writhing wall of shadows was gone, and the route to the forest and freedom was indeed free and clear. I have never been more thankful for an enemy getting high on rage in my entire life. Lassib breathed reverentially. And I never thought I'd say this, but same here, Zoro grunted, yanking Canis onto his shoulder. Now come on, everyone grab a body with a pulse and let's get out of here. Everyone gave signs of assent, and we started moving accordingly. Go on without me. When a very familiar voice caused everyone to freeze, and turned to see our captain tossing his hat behind him and crouching down. Numb as clouds caught it automatically as Luffy's body turned red and began steaming. The plan all along was for me to kick Moria's ass, and I owe him that even more after what he's done to us. Our captain spoke in a tone that didn't allow for even a hint of protest. I'll finish him off. You guys go on and get back. I exchanged hasty looks with my fellow officers before we all gave Luffy firm looks of our own. We'll fall back to the tree line, I conceded. But no way are we leaving you alone. Luffy nodded with a steam-filled snort. Good enough. Now get moving. Frankie. He turned aside, glare on our shipwright. Right. Give me a second, Anna. And there. Said shipwright shifted around a bit in place before procuring a writhing bundle of darkness from somewhere. 75 shadows, right up the old address. All yours, Luffy. And with that, he tossed the umbral bundle at and into our captain, who hunched forwards with a groan. As Luffy transformed and Moria remained occupied with wrecking his own domain, I couldn't help but feel a slight inkling of curiosity. Sure, I knew that we kept a cache of shadows in reserve for this exact sort of situation, but I hadn't known Frankie had been hanging onto them this whole time. I guess I'd kind of assumed he'd lost them at some point. After all, where exactly were you keeping those shadows? I asked slowly as I gave his wardrobe, or rather lack thereof, a once-over. Frankie grinned. Oh, I kept them in my. On second thought, never mind, I really don't wanna. Egg. Hey, Moria. Our collective attention was suddenly arrested by a very pissed and now very big and very blue Luffy shooting forward. Skidding to a halt in front of the smoky shadow that was once Moria, no, that was Nidhogg now, and bellowing in outrage. Then, Luffy sucked in a chest-expanding whoosh of air. I am the man who will become the Pirate King, and shook us all to our very souls with a bellow that was accompanied, not so much by a statement of fact, but more like a divine mandate. And while it inspired awe in most of us, others reacted a bit more viscerally. Grog! Roared the unholy love child of Smog and Tim Curry, head flung back. Outraged that Luffy
Smog
weathered with
and
ease,
Tim Curry.
glaring at the worm with neither fear nor hesitation, but simply primal disgust. I'm going to be the Pirate King, Luffy repeated frigidly, with all the finality of declaring that the sky was blue. And not you. It'll never be you. You can't be the Pirate King, because besides the fact it's gonna be me. Luffy crossed his arms and stared down the monster. You're not actually a pirate. I swear you could have sliced the following tension and silence both with a rusty spoon. But of course, like all tense silences, it was born only to be broken. In this case, Grulog! By another ear-rending pseudo-draconian roar that, while it didn't send us all sprawling, still hit us like a semi-physical weight and left us all clutching our ears in agony. All, of course, save Luffy, whose entirely sane reaction was to blur forwards, reel his arm back. Gum jet pistol! Crunch! And extend his fist into Nidhogg's jaw, sending the worm reeling. While the monstrosity was still reorienting itself, Luffy charged past its bulk and disappeared into the dust, heading into the manor's ruins. And once Nidhogg recovered, it ignored us in favor of giving chase with as much speed as its bloated, mangled frame could manage. For a few seconds, we stared silently in the direction the two had gone. Then I felt a jab in my shoulder and I glanced over to Funkfried. One night, and I've gone from having a lifetime of no combat to almost too much, he breathed. It's official. Even if I don't survive this, I made the right choice joining the Straw Hat Pirates. We get it, Lasso chuffed as he started wandering around and grabbing the Tita de Bois onto his back. Now less talking, more hauling. And so we all set about gathering up our fallen comrades from where we'd left them without a moment's hesitation. Well, actually some hesitation. Hey, does anyone have any idea what the hell Luffy was on about? Frankie asked, wincing as he heaved Karu onto his back. Hell if I know, but I imagine he's going to break it down for Moria in the same breath he breaks his face, I replied. Before nearly face planting as their blows shook the ship again. In the meantime, let's get a little more distance, shall we? Being on the same island as this shit show is going to be bad enough. I am not intent on experiencing ground zero. Oh, Monkey D. Luffy winces as he ducks under a grasping claw eyeing his right arm, recently returned from a meeting with Nidhogg's soft core. Even with 75 shadows, strengthening his rubber body's natural toughness, thin tracks of blood crisscross the limb. Another claw comes in, and he hops back, rearing back one leg. Gum-Gum-Jet Stamp! He roars, one sandal-clad foot slamming into Nidhogg and pushing it back. This limb too comes back bloody, the sandal reduced to so many straw scraps. The beast roars in pain and rage, and somewhere in his heart he understands the unspoken question. Pirates sail the seas for a reason. He yells, hopping over an overhead smash. As he winds back a fist, he continues to speak. They sail for freedom. They sail for their dreams. I've run into a lot of people who called themselves pirates until now, but they had some kind of reason that kept them going. Even if it was something stupid like money or power. You can't eat money, you can't eat power, and they don't help you get friends. The blow lands, pain stinging the limb like all the other blows. He ignores this, for he can take it, and his opponent is the one coming off the worst. That the shadows now grasp the limb is far more of a problem. He only has time for an exclaimed OH, before Nidhogg slams into him and doesn't stop. The shadows look at his chest and gut and vest, stinging like so many mosquitoes, and the two crash into the manor. Wood and plaster, and even stone giving way under their far stronger bodies. This is too much for the much-abused building, and the walls give way, collapsing the structure on top of their heads. But even this doesn't stop Nidhogg, and it outraces the destruction, throwing him through the far wall. It shows no sign of stopping. He must stop it. His sandals clap together, his muscles tense, and he roars, Gum-Gum-Jet Spear. A spearhead, formed by clasped toes, slams into Nidhogg's midsection, breaking its weakened grip and sending it flying back into the still settling wreckage of the manor. For a moment, he takes his chance to catch his breath, and with a sudden pulse, he nearly loses control. His chest swelling up as the umbral souls empowering him attempt to return to their rightful place. Time to end this. Setting his feet, he pumps his fists in front of him, waiting for Nidhogg to reappear. And the Shadow Beast does not disappoint, erupting from the manorial wreckage, roaring its defiance and accompanied by a plume of splinters and rock dust. With no regard to thought or strategy, it charges head-on at him. It is perhaps the worst thing it could do. Gum-Gum-Jet Gatling! This time, it is not a single blow that the shadows can grasp and tear. It is not a single blow that Nidhogg's form, long past caring about damage, can simply shrug off. It is a barrage, fast and unrelenting, and offering no purchase. It is with the 173rd blow that the inevitable happens. He freezes, slumping to his knees. Veins rising all over his body, and in a burst of the darkest of black, 75 shadows flee the body of Monkey D. Luffy, his skin reverting back to the usual bronze. He doesn't move. He can't. And Nidhogg is in no better shape. The great beast writhes on the ground, roaring or perhaps screaming in pain and rage and grief and 100 other emotions. Through his exhaustion, he eyes the great mass looming above him, and knows that he will need to draw it up that towering trunk. But he is tired, so tired. His muscles ache with strain and lactic acid. His heart gallops like a panicked horse, lungs vainly trying to suck in enough oxygen. His very soul will quiver with exhaustion, and a dozen different wounds sting him with pain. And yet every time his mind screams fall, he cannot. For he sees the monster in front of him, and he sees the smiles of his crew, his friends, and he knows down to his bones that he cannot let the two meet. He will not fall. Only when the monster of shadow and hate falls, and not a second before. And it must fall soon, otherwise the decision becomes not his. But you, he roars, briefly glancing up. You don't care about any of that. All you want is the throne, and for what? Standing to his feet, he pins it with the best glare he has. For revenge. Because you lost your friends. You don't even remember them. You're just sailing because of your pain. Because you don't know what else to do. And you're making everyone else hurt too, just because. You're not a pirate. You're not even a person. You're a shadow. A ghost. You died with your crew. Astoundingly, Nidhogg falls silent. A creature that roared and spat and snarled for its entire existence, that was always roiling and twitching and moving, freezes, utterly quiet. For several seconds that may actually be an eternity, the two stare at each other, and then he shuffles one foot back. That movement provokes the beast, Nidhogg flipping to its feet and charging forward, still utterly silent. He stretches his arms up, grasping a spar and soaring into the sky as the rubber pulls back. Below, Nidhogg skids to a halt, reverses, and grasps the mast with its claws, beginning to climb. It climbs steadily, but slowly. He climbs in bursts, each taking him further up the mast. Blades of shadow shoot up, seeking to impale him, but swinging in the air as he does allows him to avoid all but minor nicks. Within minutes, he has reached the top of the mast, the fog encompassing all even at this atmosphere, and Nidhogg 2 spars down but rising fast. Gritting his teeth, he bites into his thumb and blows. His arm swells, the air flowing into his chest, and then his other arm as he continues to blow. Within seconds, both arms are fit for a giant, and he cuts the flow in favor of taking a colossal breath into his chest, ribs stretching to fit. Sandale feet grasp the mass and muscles in the back and chest flex, spinning him around into a tightly wound spring. Goo! Yuum. And then Nidhogg is there, faster than he had any right to be. Shadow skitters off the massive arms, merely adding to the thin lines already present, but Umbro Jaws find purchase in his gut. Gah! Air hisses out from the punctured torso, and he knows he must act now. And thankfully, his opponent is right there. 2 massive arms pump, smashing into Nidhogg from above, dislodging him and sending him spiraling towards the ground far below. Giant storm. And he follows, screaming, spinning like a top. Each fist is a meteor with the weight of a mountain, and they fall like a monsoon rain, swift and unrelenting. The fists are too large to receive damage, and in any case, Nidhogg is now utterly senseless, unable to counterattack. The torment is only ended when it is squashed between Titanic Fist and the small landmass floating on the sea. Dark shadows and a small dot in black and blue and bronze and red fly away, signifying to all one thing. This fight is over. Oh, KKK crack. Son of a bitch. I yelped, cartwheeling my arms in panic as the flipping island shattered beneath us. I mean, it was to be expected, of course, after the cataclysmic beatdown we'd just seen Luffy deliver, of course. But it was another entirely to feel the very earth tremble beneath your feet. And then it was a tear all of its own when you and everyone around you had to scramble to stay together as massive rents and cracks ripped the earth apart, and seawater sloshed up and sprayed us in drenching salty gouts. Thankfully, the devastation was as swift as it was brutal, and as soon as it was over, we were left panting in shock, wet, dumbstruck, but alive. Zoro huffed heavily as he stared at the crack before glancing at me. Is this going to be a regular thing? He managed to get out. I shook my head, a slight jerk in the motion. Not until New World, that's for damn sure. That got me a heck of a lot of attention, several people opening their mouths to speak at once. Waves up cut in, Han shading his eyes. Is that Luffy? When they were all silenced by that query and followed his line of vision. And indeed, right there in the sky, sailing on the breeze of his own rapidly exhaling breath. Huoa. Someone catch me. Was our captain and the winner of this long and arduous fight, Monkey D. That freaking glorious Straw Hat Luffy. Oh yeah, forgot he tends to do that, I commented weakly. I paused briefly, tilting my head. Somebody should catch him before he falls in the drink, huh? I got this, Chopper said, weary but fond. Shifting to heavy point, he stepped forward, and then right, and then forward again, just in time for him to catch Luffy against his chest. His head leaned down, several curious hums coming from him, and then he turned around with a sunny grin. Alright, he's not going to keel over immediately or bleed out anytime soon. So I hope you don't mind if I take a moment to celebrate the fact that we fucking survived that. I allowed a massive sigh of relief to exit my lungs, now that we were safe at last from that monster that Moria had somehow become. And out the corner of my eye I could see everyone else, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Frankie, Brook, Lola, Usopp, Lasso, and Funk, free doing the same. But it couldn't be that simple. The second I began thinking about the whole fight with a perfectly clear head, my blood ran cold as I realized that there was something I had overlooked. Hold everything, guys. Not that tone, please, not that tone. Not now of all times. Cross, Usopp moaned, he and everyone else immediately on their guard. Sorry, Usopp, but I have to, I said. Lasso and Funk, Fried moving back towards me as I scanned around. Thinking over the situation, all of the zombies were purified. All of the mysterious three were taken out. All of our allies were present and accounted for. And the mansion was a long way away from the graveyard, isolated from all the noise we were making. I wasn't able to spare enough thought for this until now with Mori's awakened rampage, but thinking about it now, I turned so that I was facing everyone. If we sedated him, which we did, who were what woke him up from it. I registered the looks of horrified realization come onto my friends' faces, but just barely. My senses managed to process that at the same time that they processed a dark shadow looming behind me, the sound of fabric leaving flesh, and a soft, almost gentle voice speaking a single word. Me. I barely had enough time to start panicking when I felt something touch my head. Then everything went dark. Cross-brainin', something simply cannot change. Hornet Ant, on a lighter note, when Moria was hit by the Nova Star, he was going to say rip your spines out through your nostrils. How that's anatomically possible will be left as an exercise to you, dear reader. Up, arrow top. This bites. Zomniac. Chapter 59. Chapter 52. The nightmare is finished. A new dawn in the Florian. Cross-brainin'. Before we move to the conclusion of Thriller Bark, we have a few things that we would like to say to our fans. To those who edit our TV Tropes pages, thank you. It means a lot to us that you give us so much. To recognize a few, Pewdotira Nozaurus, 81,215, UN1, 112,358, Gaby007, The Porter, Liliothavelli, Hudge Renew, Dark Hobbit, NX Tangle, Juddy2K, and The Sinful. Thank you all. Next, to those of you who leave anonymous guest reviews on FFN. First, those of you who ask questions. If you want us to answer them, please spend a few minutes creating an account so that we can actually respond. Second, those of you trying to bring politics in, or who have more recently called for removing the dugong characters. If you can't be arsed to face any possibility of a response, we're just going to keep deleting them. Or to put it shortly, kindly get fucked. Patient, and for the record, I don't approve of the language, but the frustration is no less with me. Zomniac and for my record, I've got some even harsher language. I'm the one with the account. I have to feel that brain did crap first. If you want to flame, either grow the pair need to do it with an account I can report or shut.
Hello?
Cross-brainin', and now brace for flying hammers. Specifically Mason hammers.
Here we go.
For once in my time on the blue seas, my senses returned to me faster than I expected. Unfortunately, it didn't do much good with my subconscious due to trying to figure out what was going on. A few key facts slowly became apparent. I was lying on a rough, uneven surface. There was a rancid stink in the air, like rotting pork, and there was noise coming from nearby. Voices, they sounded like my crew. What was going? Thriller Bark Moria, Awakened Nightmares, crew decimated, Draugr Oars, Eating Shadows, Nidhogg Luffy victory. Kuma. My eyes snapped open, and I leaped to my feet and looked around the area, taking in everything I could. It was still dark, still foggy even. We were still in the Florian Triangle. The next thing I noticed was some of my crew nearby. All of them looked like Impelled Down's finest had personally worked them over, with almost uniform expressions of pain, though thankfully not agony. To name but a few, Conus was cradling her cranium, a bloody bandage indicating she'd most likely gotten another scar. Boss was steadily burning through a cigar as he leaned against some rubble. His flipper pressed to the shirt-like mass of white wrapped around his torso. And Mary, well, I knew it wasn't right to laugh at another's pain, but damn it. You watch a tyke like her gnawing at a cast-covered arm and say it's not funny as hell. Case in point, Lasso and Funk Fried were snickering nearby, despite their many bruises. Moving on, the TWOS and Karu were bandaged up from head to toe, and Robin and Vivi weren't shy for them either. I noticed that the latter was glaring at her necklace, and I winced as I wisely elected to leave that particular hornet's nest the hell alone. And Chopper was lying on his back. From what I could tell, he was regaining his breath from treating so many so fast. his hooves twitching spastically from overuse. Then, there was Luffy on his feet and grinning like a loon. My panic calmed briefly as I confirmed that my captain was safe. And
There
then
we
it shot
go.
right back up as I realized that Luffy was bouncing around after all of that as though he hadn't taken any damage. And as I ran towards them, my panic shot through the roof as I realized something else, so was I. Luffy perked up as he caught sight of me. Hey, Cross. You're up too. That's great. It's also, to repeat, impossible, Chopper groaned. Seriously, I expect this kind of physics-ignoring weirdness from Luffy, but you too, Cross. Usopp moaned as he poked at his nose. Bah, who cares? Luffy laughed. Woo, this is awesome. Not even close, Luffy. I roared, injecting as much terror and desperation into my voice as I could manage. The good mood flew out of him as he and everyone else conscious looked at me with alarm and concern, and I made to look at my partner, Cross, and instead shot a glare at a newly awakened and very irate Sanji. I screwed up and I know it, crap cook, but me facing the music can wait until after we save that noble idiot's life. And in pursuit of that sound bite, I waited for a reply. After a few seconds of silence, I began glancing around, patting down my clothes with mounting panic. Soundbite. Soundbite. I'm here. Further O-U-T. My relief at my partner speaking up was weak. I hadn't heard him this exhausted since Navarone. Is he there? Is he alive? I asked softly. For now, but hurry, they need blood, pronto. His voice is warped and warbled. Head straight left from where you are. Sanova. I'd barely taken 2 steps when Soundbite's words sunk in, and I felt a chill like Brooks' post-time skip swordplay. What? I said slowly. In the name of Roger, do you mean by they? Rather than wait for an answer, I swung my head around, took a hasty head count, and felt my brain crash when I realized who was missing. Rocket US now. I roared, grabbing Chopper's scruff with one hand and reaching out to Luffy with the other. He didn't hesitate to grab the nearest anchor, and a few seconds later we landed in the right location. I thought I had seen the worst when Mori awakened, but no. Even with the nightmares of the shadow fruit annihilated, Thriller Bark still had one last scene ripped straight out of hell to torture us with. And here it was. A barren crater of ground, stripped of all life, the soil straight out of a drought-ravaged wasteland and smothered in blood. The crusted substance cracked beneath my feet, long since dried, and spread throughout the entire crater. More than one human body seemed able to hold. And in the very center stood a single figure immediately recognizable. Zoro! Luffy screamed. Chopper blearily took in the scene. Then his eyes snapped open, showing off bloodshot sclere, and he flipped down and dug a flask out of his bag marked with the skull and the label Last Resort. He chugged the entire thing before tossing it aside and snapping into his walk point, sprinting over to Zoro with an expression that was equal parts furious and horrified. What happened here? Nothing, absolutely. Don't give me that bowl. I roared, grabbing what was left of his shirt with both hands and ignoring the shout of protest Chopper let out. You've just endured every last bit of punishment that Luffy has over the past who knows how long, but we can deal with your suicidal honor code later because you can take it. Now where the hell's the other idiot? Here. I gagged as a raw and barely audible voice floated over to me, and I hastily shoved our fine shredded swordsman off to our doctor before running in the direction of the voice. I rounded a stray block of rubble and stopped dead in shock, barely capable of understanding what I was seeing. Finally, I managed to choke out a single word. Nami. Our navigator lifted her head what little she could manage, her expression flushing with relief, and somehow found the gall to give me a bloody glare. Took your damn time, she wheezed. You always have to sleep in, don't you? I couldn't say anything. How could I in the face of the horrific tableau before me? I'd seen a lot of bad shit during my time as a pirate. I'd experienced bad shit aplenty. But the sight of Nami, one of my closest friends, the one who'd always managed to come out of almost every last one of our escapades squeaky clean, looking like she'd been put through a Titanic paper shredder. It was just overwhelming. Nami was propped up against the rubble, leaning into it without a hint of energy and for good reason. Her legs and her face looked like sandpaper had been rubbed over them, and her arms, her right arm was relatively unmarred, but her left looked like it had been mauled by some kind of a rabid feline. It was such a mess. A segment of her clinotact held so tightly in her fist that I think some of the knuckles were dislocated. And going by the blood-caked state of her right hand's fingers, well, and it was crazy that she could even move her head. The rest of her body was limp and almost gray, removing any doubt, if there was any considering the maroon and red trail towards her, that there was more blood outside her body than in it. She was on the brink of death, and somehow still had the strength I'd never even suspected her to have, to keep on living. Did you see that idiot? She gave her head a minuscule jerk in the direction of Zoro, her lips twisting into a broken, but still catty sneer. Seriously, I told him posing was a stupid gimmick, but he just wouldn't budge, but then again She coughed and wheezed, a mouthful of blood, and I don't even want to know bubbling out of her throat. And I guess I'm no better, every one of us, a big ol' idiot. Do you think it's in the water, or? My legs gave out under me, bringing me to my knees just in time for my throat to finally respond to my will and choke out a single word. Why? Couldn't stop her, could only watch. I followed the direction of the voice to a branch hanging overhead. Soundbite was there, sagging in his shell from grief and fatigue, his eye stalks drooping and barely open. Soundbite, what? Don't get mad at him, Nami coughed, staring up at my partner with a weak smile on her face. He tried to stop us, but we wouldn't listen. It's not like he tried to do something as stupid as us. Don't ask me how. But the damn Adwoman somehow managed to make us smile on the edge of death look sunny. He was pretty damn brave. Stayed with us through the whole thing, even though he was scared out of his mind. He actually might have even saved my life, a few times. I sputtered, but I fell silent when I noticed that her eyes were starting to lose focus. In fact, she slurred, her head starting to sway back and forth. After what he did, she chuckled, a wet noise that was equal parts bittersweet and delirious. You don't tell me anything now. Heh, I in fact. Nami slipped to the side, and I only just managed to grab her in time to hear her breathe out one last thing before she slipped into oblivion. I owe you one, friend. Oh. Alright, you metal-limbed bastard, start spilling your guts or I'll spill them, Mazusi. K. Sanji cut himself off after a brief sand glare from our doctor, who was in the middle of stabilizing the crew. He settled for glowering at me with as much heat as he could muster, and given what he could do, I was sweating like a pig for a variety of reasons. After discovering that little scene, we relocated everyone into the most stable section of the ruined manor we could find. We then spent several minutes waiting with bated breath and raging questions as we waited for Chopper to finish properly stabilizing our semi-eviscerated friends. It had been touch and go for a while, but thanks to some help from the rolling pirates, it looked like things would be fine. Chopper had mended Zoro and Nami's abundance of injuries as fast as he could, desperate enough that he even recruited Mary's skill set and Robin's arms to help. The two of them sped matters along considerably, and he had Zoro and Nami's much-needed transfusions up and running in a matter of minutes. It was a very tense few minutes, but as Chopper measured the progress, he informed us that there was no immediate danger to anyone anymore, which meant that while his attention turned back to handling everyone else's attention immediately turned back to me. Attention I met with a miserable groan as I continued to pace, as I'd been doing since we arrived. Okay, first of all, yes, I forgot that he was supposed to show up. I thought I'd managed to head his presence off a while back, but clearly I was mistaken. I overlooked that the world government could send him because of the SBS or for some other reason, in which case I fully accept the blame. On a related note, I need to double-check something as soon as we're done here. Because if he was here, why I think he was. I lapsed into silence for a second, gnawing on my thumb before shaking my head and moving on. Second of all, in this case, even if I had remembered, it wouldn't have made any difference. You all saw what he did, some of you more than the rest. I shot a pointed glance at Sanji, which got him strangling his lighter so hard I think its casing cracked. So you've probably figured out that against Bartholomew Kuma, the only thing we could have done was put our heads between our legs and kiss our asses goodbye. Crocodile and Moria are the only warlords alive who are even close to our level. The rest are just that powerful, and Kuma's in the upper tier even for them. I sighed tiredly and rubbed my face. Make no mistake, it's the fact that individuals like Kuma are part of the warlords that make them viable counterweight to the Marines and Emperors. I guess we were sort of getting spoiled with arrogant bastards, Vivi said with a ferocious grimace as she kneaded the bridge of her nose. That's the kind of power that warlords are expected to have. If Crocodile's pride hadn't driven him to sorely underestimate Luffy, we never would have beaten him. Sanji continued to fume, clearly not satisfied with my explanation. Even if I accepted that, I would have expected you to tell us that it would put Zoro and Nami Swan in this much danger. It was only Zoro in the story. I shot back. A tense silence fell as we looked around the area. It was only after confirming that there were no rolling pirates in earshot that I continued. The metal bastard came for Luffy's head, but when Zoro stepped in to take his place, Kuma fed him Luffy's pain, expecting him to die from it. Naturally, he didn't because he's that freaking tough, but going by how I feel light as a feather, apparently Kuma was after my head too. That doesn't really surprise me, given how my head could kickstart a small nation's economy, but Nami going through this. I jabbed my finger at our comatose navigator, packing all my incredulity into the motion. Trust me, I'm as confused as you are. And for once, things are flipped because while I don't have the answers we need or want, he does. I turned my eyes onto the gastropod who was currently guzzling his second bottle of liquid lozenge. And Sanji as well as everyone else in earshot joined me. He eyed us for a second, spat the empty bottle out, and met our questioning gazes. Yo. And just that one word provoked a pained wince from him. Ignoring that wince, Sanji painfully shoved himself to his feet and loomed over my partner, cigarette tearing between his teeth. Everything you saw, snail, or I might actually carry out one of my threats. I warily side-eyed Sanji. Not endorsing the death threat, I hedged. But I'll second the urgency. Soundbite took a second to glance around and take in everyone's anxious expressions before slumping forward, his eye stalks hanging heavy with sorrow. Alright, here's what happened. After Kuma showed up out of nowhere and pulled a think of the rabbits on Luffy and Cross, Lola recognized him and asked what he was doing here. He said that the government had lost contact with Moria and he came to see what was wrong. I allowed myself to relax at that, though I was still going to check every inch of the card, which in retrospect, I should have been watching religiously over the past who knows how long. And then he said that while he had the chance, he was here for Luffy and Cross's heads. I must not have been a priority though, he just flicked me off your shoulder like lint. Swear he cracked my. Ugh, anyways, Soundbite cast a pitying glance at my other two partners who were both nursing some hearty bruises to both flesh and ego. Lasso and Funk Free charged him and got blown away first. Felt like I got shot out of a freaking cannon for one. Lasso moaned from under his paws, clamped to his head. What the hell was that bastard packing? Funk Free demanded, and Iceback pressed to his forehead with his trunk. The pawpaw fruit, one of the most ludicrously jailbroken devil fruits I've had the displeasure of witnessing, I explained grimly. It gives the user paw pads on the palms of their hands that have the power to repel or deflect or more specifically, push anything that they touch. And that means anything from projectiles to air to more abstract concepts like, well, I gestured between Luffy and myself. Pain and fatigue. And the force of his pushes is often disproportionately powerful too. Tisk, so that's why you and Luffy had my tranquilizers in you. That explains how he woke Moria. Chopper grumbled as he held a pair of blood-filled vials up to his eyes. I briefly contemplated whether or not I was suicidal enough to ask when he'd drawn our blood, but I just as swiftly snapped my attention back to Soundbite. So those two got slammed and then, I'm guessing he laid down the ultimatum. What's that mean? Asked Luffy, worryingly enough considering the amount of seriousness in his voice. That individual, Bartholomew Kuma, was it? Brook spoke up, his head bowed solemnly. He gave us all a choice to make. We could let him take the two of you unmolested, or we could refuse and suffer for standing in his way. Naturally, we all opposed him with every fiber of our beings, even though I myself no longer have any fibers to speak of. Yo-ho. Wait a moment, the musician tilted his head quizzically. Do skeletons have fibers? I forget, tentative skull joke. Robin. Thwack. Yo. Thank you. After that is when things get fuzzy. Keratin rubbed fur, a pain grimace on Chopper's face. I think I might have gotten desperate enough to take a third rumble ball. No, that's the concussion talking, Usopp clarified. You're fuzzy on the details because there aren't any. Chopper's chin scratching stopped in favor of shooting our sniper a blank look. Aren't any what? After a moment of staring, Usopp sighed and turned back to the rest of us. Anyways, Kuma must have thought that the surroundings weren't wrecked enough, because he used some big air blast attack to flatten everything and everyone that was left standing near him. That's the last thing I remember. Lucky you, long nose, soundbite groaned, shuddering. And how exactly did you stay conscious? Frankie cut in. You may have a thick shell, but it's not thicker than my super metal body, and I got knocked out right away too. Soundbite frowned and thought. Short version, I tried a new technique, it worked. But that tonic was only temporary. My throat still feels like I've been gargling gravel. I can talk shop, or I can tell you about the hell I just went through. Which would you rather suffer? I briefly entertained the easier notion, but proceed. Well, Soundbite slowly turned his gaze as he stared off into oblivion. Tilde. Now suffer the Ursa shock. F-womb. The Ursa shock was a technique steeped in contradictions, while an incredibly destructive attack. It was both simple and relatively silent in its execution. A singular blast of air and wind, but the tsunami-sized quantity of air pressure resulted in widespread destruction, and thus a cacophony of demolished and collapsing debris. Trees and stone, architecture and nature alike, none were capable of withstanding the full, unmitigated fury that was the Ursa shock. When the howling winds died down, they left utter silence in their wake. Nothing stood much above chest height. Anything that had was now sprawled out on the ground, and anything that was once intact was now irrevocably annihilated. Most people, in the aftermath of such destruction, would have been left gaping as they experienced one of many emotions. From terror to utter satisfaction, a job well done. Assuming they were still conscious, of course. As he witnessed the devastation he had wrought with his bare hands, Bartholomew Kuma felt none of these things. Instead, the tyrant merely shifted his massive bulk with his head, systematically scanning his environs with cold efficiency for any signs of life. A glance downwards confirmed that the first of his primary targets that he'd acquired, the voice of Anarchy Jeremiah Cross, was still where he left him after successfully removing his involvement from the situation's equation, pinned in place beneath his boot, incapable of being shifted even an inch by any on the island, much less the meager blast the warlord had unleashed. Satisfied that any potential interfering elements had been dealt with, Kuma reached down, hefted his target by the back of his jacket, and strode into the debris. His secondary target, tracked through the maelstrom by the systems crammed into his head, was still right where he left him. Reaching the calculated location, Kuma dislodged a slab of debris and beheld the slumbering form of his other target, Monkey D. Straw Hat Luffy. The titanic entity reached down towards the rubber man. Warning! And froze as his sensors and Haki both blared out a warning of imminent danger. Kuma erected a minimal, non-hardened barrier of armament Haki over his body, a precaution that was very much overkill in the waters of paradise. Imperial Lion's Anthem. Slash! Kuma's mind and processors alike reeled when a disproportionately strong attack was registered, slamming into his chest, actually forcing the naval bioweapon to take a step back for balance. No critical damage arose from the assault, obviously, but it was with no small amount of silent respect that Kuma observed the opening rent in his shirt, and the infinitesimally small scratch in the classified alloy plating that lay beneath. Not a trace of this respect showed on Kuma's face as he turned to observe his assailant, just cold apathy. Roar no Zoro, he calmly stated. Your power exceeds that which has been previously observed. I shall inform my superiors that your threat level is to be re-evaluated. The swordsman didn't respond, too busy glaring daggers at the expanse of metal he'd exposed. You've got to be kidding me, a marine cyborg. As soon as I save Cross's ass, I am going to kill him. Formulating a strategy based around the new information he had analyzed, as well as the information on the swordsman's intent and ability he'd gleaned through his reacting observation. Kuma spoke the words he knew he would incite the desired reaction. That is false. Monkey D. Luffy and Jeremiah Cross shall both meet their ends at the hands of the Marine's executioners. An inferno of outrage flared into existence in the swordsman's eyes, and he roared, pouncing on the warlord. Like hell, you bastard! Oni. Kuma snapped his arm up, interposing his insensate captive between himself and his assailant. Zoro choked, aborting his attack and rolling past Kuma to avoid bisecting Cross. That was as far as he got before Kuma stepped forwards and shoved his chest. A shove that sent Zoro skipping across the debris and desperately gasping for breath, ribs creaking ominously. Finally, the green-haired swordsman collided painfully with a raised rock, his lungs still gasping for air and the lack of oxygen leaving his vision hazy. Even in his condition, the swordsman did have enough of his wits about him to flip himself onto his hands and knees and react appropriately when he caught sight of the light building in Kuma's gaping maw. That is to say, pale dramatically. Oh, you son of a... Rather than finish the thought, Zoro bodily heaved himself away, not particularly caring where he landed so long as it was somewhere that qualified as not remotely close to the starting point original position. Good thing too. Ping. Kaboom. Gah. The next second, he was sent sprawling by the thermoluminescent reaction that erupted from whatever the hell was stuffed in the warlord's throat. Every one of his wounds from Haruma and Mori were throbbing painfully. He was beaten, bruised, and now partially flash-fried all over. All Zoro could do was wheeze in pain as he lay prone on the uneven ground.
That is not a
eyeing the
Halloween
melted
cookie,
remains of the
that
rock
is a
he'd been lying
cookie de
against
Dia de
moments
los
earlier.
Muertos.
What? He bit out. The hell are you? The pacifista, Kuma answered bluntly, his voice still devoid of inflection. A human weapon made to serve the world government, built by... On second thought, save it, Zoro interrupted, growling with effort as he painstakingly forced himself into a kneeling position. Cross will just tell me everything important about your tin can of an ass later. Kuma took a moment to delete that comment from his memory before replying. Again, that is incorrect. To emphasize the point, the cyborg hefted his captive again. Jeremiah Cross and Monkey D. Luffy will be coming with me, and you will never see them again. Zoro bit out a sharp hiss at that, and then was silent for a long moment, hands balling into fists. The reason you're taking them is because the world government wants blood, is that right? It wants heads to roll. Kuma slowly bowed his head, deepening the shadows cast by his hat. That is correct. Then in that case, how about a trade? The swordsman met Kuma's glowing gaze dead on, without a trace of hesitation or weakness. My head for theirs. I'm not worth as much as them, and their faces might be more infamous, but he rammed his fist into his chest. His teeth grit with pride and determination. I am the man who will be the strongest swordsman in the world. Given time, I'll kill a warlord with nothing but my blade, and my name will be known the world over more than both of those idiots combined. That has to be worth something to you. That has to be worth their lives. Kuma remained impassive throughout the speech, and for a little longer after it was finished. Your claims bear merit, and I am amenable to what you propose, save for an error you have made. Zoro tensed furiously. What the hell are you talking about? Kuma's held up a single finger on his free hand. One life in exchange for one life. It does not matter how much acclaim any one person might hold, the fact remains. One does not equal two. You may take the place of Jeremiah Cross, or you may take that of Monkey D. Luffy. Kuma bowed his head, glasses shining from the shadow of his hat. But you are not worth both. Choose. For one of the few instances in Zoro's life, his very core was stricken with doubt and hesitancy, and true fear etched itself across his face. Tesk. What the hell are you so worried about, Mosshead? Sounds easy enough to me. Both Zoro and Kuma turned their attention to a clearly exhausted Sanji, who was working his way over to them with a scowl on his face. You take the shitty captain, he coughed out painfully. And I'll take the shitty bigmouth. It's not that hard. It's gonna suck like hell, of course, but hey, the cook shot a bloody grin at his rival. Means we do for this crew, right? You! Zoro started to protest. Hey, lead bully. Sanji shouted, ignoring the first mate in favor of striding up to the warlord. You want a second head? You got one. I'll admit I'm not as infamous as the rest of these clowns, and my dream, well, compared to them. Some might even call it lackluster. He jabbed his thumb at his chest. But damn it all, I've got some worth in me, and if ever there was a time to use it, it's now. He cast a wistful glance back at Luffy's body. Sorry, Captain, guess you're gonna need a new. Moron. Tilda, oh Tilda. Wham. Gah. Sanji winced as Luffy brought his fist crashing down on top of his skull. Sanova. What the hell do you think you're, Jarkey? Any protests the cook were about to make were cut off by our captain grabbing his collar and dragging him face to apoplectic face. If you ever do anything that boneheaded again, then I'll kick your ass inside out. Got it? Luffy snarled. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Sanji roared right back. Luffy actually blinked in confusion at that. So wait, you'll still do it again. Me and every other person on this damn crew. Right, everyone. There was a general rumble of agreement from everyone present, which I myself was a part of. He's Gaku there, Luffy, I noted. Luffy eyed us all before slumping in defeat. That always worked when Sabo and Ace did it. Probably because they were more mature. Vivi offered tentatively. Luffy slumped even further. That's the one thing everyone's always said I can't be. Vivi's palm promptly met her forehead before any of us could strike ours to the back. Anyway, Sukuten, focusing on our chef. Sanji, if you were laying your neck on the line, why didn't you go through that instead of Nami? Zoro stopped you right. I posited. I mean, even with that ultimatum, God knows he's boneheaded enough to try. Sanji grimaced and slowly looked away. Right position, soundbite cut in with a downcast look of his own. But wrong ranking. Tilda, oh Tilda. Sorry, Captain, guess you're gonna need a new. Or zap. GRK. Sanji shuddered in agony, his every muscle locking up from a lev current invading his body. What the? That was all he managed to get out before his tenderized frame gave up the ghost, and he collapsed into a boneless heap. Zoro could only blink at the spectacle in shock. The hell? Sorry, Sanji. Both Zoro and Kuma, one incredulous and one impassive, stared as Weather Witch Nami hobbled up to them. Eyes in cloud wrapped around her bleeding right leg, and her body leaning heavily on her climb attacked as she limped her way across the shattered stone. But just this once, she huffed painfully. The knight in shining armor is going to have to step aside, for the big bad witch. You! How the hell are you still standing? Zoro demanded. The navigator rapped her knuckles on her eyes in cloud, which momentarily broke the strong front she was putting up with a full body shudder of pain. My eyes in tempo. I froze up too long to shield anyone else, and I still got hit pretty bad, but it was enough to keep me going. Meaning that now. She glared at the warlord with fierce determination. I'm available to do my job. And what the hell, Gug? Zoro coughed as his body was racked with tremors. Do you think that is? Easy, Nami growled, her tone brooking no compromise. I'm the second mate of the Straw Hat Pirates, ranking right below you. If it's anybody's business to be offering up their lives for this crew, then it's just as much mine as it is yours. So come on. This last bit was roared at Kuma, the arm not holding her climb attack gesticulating wildly. Take me too. I'm the second mate of the Straw Hat Pirates. I'm one of the groundbreaking rookies of this generation, and damn it. A fire blazed in Nama's eyes. I'm the best damn navigator in all of paradise, and I was going to map every inch of this godforsaken world with my own two hands. I'm one of the best, so if you swap me for him. She jabbed a finger at Cross. Then congratulations on the bargain, because you won't lose a single damn thing. For a long moment, Zoro stared at her in disbelief before frowning solemnly. You're not backing down about this, he said more than asked. Nami responded with a defiant nod. I've been in this position before. I've been here. Her hand ghosted over the tattoo on her shoulder, drawing a grimace from her. And I am not losing someone again. Zoro regarded for a moment longer before slowly shifting his glare back to Kuma. Me for the rubber brain, he repeated. And me for the loudmouth, Nami concurred. What do you say, Kuma? Deal or no deal? Though either way, an offshoot of her cloud started to crackle and darken. They are not leaving this island with you. Now show us you have some honor, Zoro growled, throwing his swords at his feet. The warlord stared at them, his shielded eyes and perpetually frowning mouth giving away no hint of his feelings. Finally, once more he sighed. If I were to lay a hand on either of them now, I would be put to shame. First and second mates relaxed marginally. However, and just like that, the tension ran right back to maximum. As you have both pointed out, for all that you have dreams, you are worth significantly less than your crewmates. As such, you will make up the difference yourselves. The shadows around Kuma seemed to deepen into pitch black darkness. By venturing into the depths of hell, before either of the crew's officers could ask what he meant, Kuma raised his captive in one hand and pressed his other to cross his back. A large pink sphere with dots floating above it, resembling a paw print, ballooned out of him and came to a rest in the air before them. It was almost as tall as Kuma himself. What the hell did you just do? Nami demanded. Do not worry. I simply repelled the pain and fatigue that Jeremiah Cross has accumulated over the last 24 hours, the warlord calmly answered. If you are prepared to take their places, then you will take them in their entirety. With the pain that the two of you have taken already, you will die excruciating deaths from taking in your crewmates as well. Observe for yourselves. And before the other pirates could react, he ghosted his hand through the orb, withdrew a pair of softball-sized bubbles of the energy, and lobbed them at the mates. Nami and Zoro grit their teeth, mustering up every ounce of resolve they had in preparation to weather whatever was about to strike them. The moment that the bubbles entered their bodies, their resolve shattered. Yeah. A full 5 minutes later, Kuma loomed over the pair's twitching forms, his expression still resembling a stone wall. Do you still want it? Kuma asked softly. Nami ignored him in favor of hacking up a mouthful of blood. How the hell is that what Cross was feeling? She wheezed hoarsely. Huff, the freaking hell we've all just gone through. He got a hole in his side. He's probably gotten used to his limbs while we aren't. All those other health issues he has, Zoro bit out. Take your pick. Nami winced as she slowly inched herself into a sitting position. I don't suppose you'd be up for a trade. Ah yes, I suppose I should show you your captains as well, Kuma mused. So saying, he walked over to where Luffy was, replaced Cross with him, and then started to push out another bubble of distilled suffering. And then he kept pushing and pushing and pushing. Zoro's eye twitched as he beheld an orb that was bigger than Kuma. Better not. The only response Nami could muster was a squeak of agonized terror. The swordsman let out a tired tisk and shook his head. Whatever, hey bear bastard, he said, a glare directed at the warlord. We'll do it. Just let us change the place we do it, all right. He grunted when Nami looked at him in confusion. Don't want to hit anyone by accident while we're... The navigator shuddered as she conceded the point and slowly, painstakingly made her way to her feet. A shaky tendril of clouds moving to offer a hand to the swordsman. Let's just get this over with before my nerves give out. And so the two started to walk off into the woods. Tilda, oh Tilda. The snail was tearing up by this point, fighting to stay focused. I spoke up then. Didn't try to stop them, no point in it, but in the end I ordered them to take me with them. Couldn't just leave them alone after all. So they put me on that branch, and I watched. They pushed into their balls, and he started shivering in place, staring at nothing. What happened after that? I asked as gently but firmly as I could. Soundbite jerked out of whatever hell he'd been revisiting, allowing himself a massive if redundant snort before powering on. Not much really. Kumaichi said of you that they were still alive, and then Aichi left easy. You guys, you all woke up a bit after that, and here we are. Soundbite was silent after that, probably resting his voice, and nobody spoke, letting the magnitude of what had happened sink in. But it didn't last more than a couple of seconds before Chopper set another bottle of liquid lozenge beside him and moved back towards Nami and Zoro. Soundbite, can you give me some specifics on what they went through? He asked grimly. I'm sorry, but the more information I have, the better and faster I can make their treatment go. Soundbite shuddered, but before I could stop him, he snatched up the bottle and took a swift chug before spitting it out. I only just managed to catch it before it hit the ground. The external wounds, they did it to themselves. They were flailing on the ground, slamming into anything nearby. Internals, though, I don't know, I think some was sheer over exertion, but others sounded like they just opened spontaneously. Chopper frowned, tapping intently at his temple. I recall reading about a few cases of injuries appearing after dreams due to the dreamer suffering intense pain in the middle of the fantasy. Perhaps this is the same phenomena. The mind making the fantasy real due to the transference of pain being so accurate. Closing his eyes, he exhaled, and the madness eased from his still tense frame. All right, that'll help, but what about the more? He glanced at Nami, or more specifically her mummified arm. Soundbite shook his head. Zoro, he was hurt bad, but even through the pain, the agony, he could push through it. After all, he's Zoro. For a second, he wore a confident grin, and then the look shattered. But Nami, she wasn't that strong. She was crying and crying, literally ripping herself to shreds. Then she started, to go for her own throat. I couldn't do anything, so I did the only thing I could. I shouted myself hoarse for hours. I kept telling her she wasn't alone, that she could make it through this. I couldn't let her go through it alone. Soundbite could barely keep swallowing as he finished, tears streaming down his eye stalks. I reached out and patted his shell, as did Sanji and several others. You did good, Soundbite, I murmured, and everyone else echoed my words. We watched as he slowly calmed down, the tension that had been present the whole time draining out of him. Then he smiled thankfully and retreated into his shell, asleep in a second. Sanji turned to me, clearly gathering his thoughts, and then finally he huffed out a sigh. I won't keep blaming you now that I know what happened, Cross, he said quietly. But this kind of oversight, the two of them almost died. Even if you knew that we couldn't do anything to change this part of the future, we could have at least changed what came next. I get it, and you know that I'm already beating myself up to hell and back for this. Cross. Luffy's voice ended my babbling almost before it started, the rubber man frowning seriously at me. You did the best that you could. The only one to blame for this is the world government. And you already know that Nami doesn't blame you. Zoro won't either. We still beat Thriller Bark, we still beat Moria, and we're all still alive. Don't beat yourself up. He turned to Sanji sternly. And don't tell him he needs to. I'm not. Sanji huffed out a cloud of smoke as he looked me in the eye. I just want to make sure that we don't end up blindsided like that again. Just from now on, make sure your plans have a fail-safe for the worst-case scenario, no matter how unlikely it is. That's all I'm asking. I searched for a response before finally nodding sadly. I'll do my best. Though just to reiterate, there was no viable fail-safe in this case. Going up against Kuma can't win, can't run. Fighting him's as hopeless as fighting Mihawk again, and Mihawk we can try and run from if he doesn't care enough. Just give me a few years. Chopper snapped into his heavy point and rammed a needle in Zoro's chest in almost a single move. I am not, he growled out with as the swordsman slipped back under. Dealing with him conscious. For 3 more hours. Any complaints? Nope. Funkfried hastily saluted. Not a one. Conest shook her head vigorously. Take the woman, spare our worthless lives. Mikey wept as he shoved Raffi in front of him. Asshole. Wham. Only for her to spin around and clock him something fierce. When I'm done with you. The pink bandana dugong swore furiously, ramming Flipper into flat. Fwok. Gah. Before yelping in shock when a needle rammed into her neck. I believe I heard something earlier. Chopper grinned a very twitchy grin at her. About sucking side wounds. From how fast she paled, it was hard to tell whether Raffi passed out from the drug or the fear. Personally, I give it 50-50. Now, he slowly rotated his head around so that he could eye the rest of us, faint traces of cyan madness just waiting to be unleashed. Does anyone else have something they want looked at? Ah, see Karu. Give me a ride back to Big Bro Sunny. I've got to make sure he's okay. Mary yelped, swinging onto the duck's back, who shot off like a bullet. Hey, that's my duck. Get back here. Vivi shouted, sprinting after the pair as fast as her own bandages allowed. Which, considering how he was a supersonic duck, was pretty admirably fast. WH, why don't we start looting the manor? Get a nice and sizable horde going so we can appease Nami once she's up, Donnie suggested in a panicked voice. He waited for a response. All in favor. Guys. Before finally realizing his fellow pupils had already ditched him, a dust cloud indicating their route, and he zipped off after them. Welp, Boss stretched energetically, wholly ignoring the swat of bandages wrapped around his chest. I'm not going to let something as trivial as a hole in my chest or several slow me down. Time to get right back to training. He then snapped a Flipper up, nonchalantly catching a syringe dart out of the air moments before it struck his neck. Sorry, doctor, but my schedule trumps your GRRK. Unfortunately, his gloating left him open to the second syringe that found itself lodged in his Flipper. Whale, barnacles, thud! And that was him down. Well then. With your permission, doctor, I believe I'll go investigate the mouth gate to see if Absalom is still there. Robin said with a cool smile that fooled absolutely no one, walking off into the forest at a slightly too brisk clip. Sanji glanced between her retreating form and the unconscious Nami presided over by Chopper, sighed, and followed after Robin into the woods. Frankie, you know the way to the kitchen, yes? Could you lead me there? Brooke asked, actually sounding entirely casual. Either he really wasn't scared, probably foolish enough to think that Chopper didn't have a way to down him at a moment's notice, or he was just really good at hiding his. No, he was just an idiot. It's just that I'm parched, you see. Why, you could even say that I'm. Yeah, bone dry, hilarious, let's go. And then they were gone. Hey, Luffy. I think I just saw a ghost. You want to go ghost hunting? Let's go ghost hunting. Usopp exclaimed, dragging Luffy along with him, or at least his arm, which was presently stretching out while Luffy stared curiously after Usopp. Now, he was obviously oblivious. Hey, what are you talking about, Usopp? Luffy asked with honest curiosity. All the ghosts on the island were fakes, remember. There aren't any real ones here anyways. How come you're lying? And why is everyone so scared of Cho? Just get over here already. Wah! Luffy yelped when he was suddenly jerked out of his seated position by a particularly hard yank. I watched after them with a bit of amusement before glancing to my side. The transceiver was still there, thank goodness. No matter what our crew had done, I wouldn't have put it past Kuma to take it. I made to lift the flap. Funk. And then my hand froze as half a dozen scalpels embedded themselves in said bag, tracing around my fingers in such a way that twitching a millimeter would draw blood. Very slowly, I turned my head and beheld a pair of pure cyan eyes glaring back at me. Jeremiah crossed, Chopper intoned darkly. I have been pushed to my limits even more than an eyes over the last several hours, and this is pushing me even more. As soon as I finish restocking my supplies, I am going to sedate myself and spend the next few days sleeping off my exhaustion. So while I have the chance, I am giving you a doctor's order. Do not do anything that would invite the chance of the Marines sending someone to track us down and finish us off before I wake up. Or I will tear your limbs out of their sockets and have Sanji prepare them for my dinner. Do I make myself clear? Crystal, I squeaked. Once he turned away from me, I frowned as I considered what to do, doctor's orders aside, with sound bite out cold. I wouldn't be making any broadcasts or calls anytime soon. I looked over the few crewmates that were still left and nodded to myself as I got an idea. Hey Connus, could you teach me how to shoot basically anything that's the same caliber for people to carry? I'm not planning on using a pistol anytime soon, but I'd be more comfortable if I could hold one without having to worry about a case of laidfoot. Oh, sure thing, Cross, Connus smiled, unstrapping one of her spare pistols and handing it to me. What about us, Cross? Lasso asked, some indignation in his voice. You two are going to be working on something else entirely. And the same goes for you, Sue, I ordered, my serious tone causing all three of them to straighten. I want you to go through what's left of the manor, every nook and cranny, and then comb over the island itself. If by some miracle we missed any zombies, salt them and free them. But more importantly, keep your eyes, ears, noses, and anything else you have available open for the mysterious four. If you find any of them, report back to the Sunny. None of them should be combat ready if they're still here. But I think we can all agree we don't need to deal with another sneak attack. Got it. You can count on us, Cross. Fongfried saluted proudly. Sue, meanwhile, grinned widely before jumping onto Lasso's back and jabbing a paw
Ay,
forward.
Yami, te vas
Mush,
con
faithful
cuidado.
She sang. This faithful steed is gonna chew your tail off, Lasso grumbled, but he still started trotting off in the indicated direction. Fongfried following close behind. That done, Connus and I both headed off in the general direction of the Sunny. Going by how neither of us wound up taking an anestheticated dirt nap after a few steps, I'm fairly certain that Chopper begrudgingly approved. 3 hours later. Sunny, once again decked out in paper lanterns to shine like his namesake, fairly glowed in the dreary fog of the Florian Triangle. Part of my mind dwelled on that part as I secured my headphones and took aim at the bulls. In canon, Thriller Bark had wound up sailing out of the Florian Triangle by sheer dumb luck courtesy of Orr's Luffy messing with the sailing. Which of course hadn't happened here. I grimaced at that. Sure, we still had the log post, but I didn't fancy staying in this Dead Sea any longer than we needed to. And after the literal nightmares of this island, I was seriously aching ready to see the sun again. Hell, I'd even take the moon and the stars if they were available, just so long as it meant I wasn't being strangled
I'm
anymore.
gonna do 2 more
And I knew I wasn't
missions
the only
and then
one.
get off.
I fired twice, frowning slightly as I took in the placements of my bullets, an improvement from an hour ago, but a long shot from perfect. Like my plans, it seemed. Sure, I had spared the time to sneak another glance at Luffy's red Aces of Ever card before coming back to the Sunny, and it was as whole as ever, but Kuma still came. Even if forewarning wouldn't have made a difference, and even if it hadn't been due to the SBS, I should have figured he was going to come, and I should have acted on it.
Not the wood
Maybe then
walls.
Zoro and Nami. I shook my head, refocusing my body on shooting while I let my mind focus on matters to come. The past was the past, and it sucked, but that was it. Instead of wallowing, I had to focus on what was pertinent, that we'd be seeing Kuma again sooner rather than later, and that I needed to start thinking about what I'd do when that time. Thwack! Yo! I yelped, clapping a hand to the new lump I had growing on the back of my head. Damn it, note to self, start wearing my hat more religiously, but for now, what the hell was that for? I snapped at an irritatingly pleasant Conness, who even had the gall to keep her hand in a post-chop position. That, as you call it, was what we white berets tend to do when our trainees fail to properly focus when they're in the middle of training. Conness suddenly answered, her smile never wavering. I hope you honestly don't think I'm going to cut you any slack just because you're only doing this as a just-in-case skill. I won't have you disgracing me as a white beret Tilda. I frowned in protest. But Thwack. Mother. I clapped my free hand over my throbbing brow. Now, Cross, Conness admonished, shaking her finger at me as though she were disciplining a child. Unless whatever you're thinking about is liable to kill us all in the next few minutes if you don't think about it, then I'm sure you can take a break, even if just for a bit. Her pleasant demeanor then crumbled into worried fretting. Unless whatever it is you're thinking about actually could kill us all if you don't think about it, in which case, please carry on thinking about it. Could it? I spent a few seconds gaping at her emotional 180 BFT, before hiding a chuckle behind my fist, my tension slipping out along with it. No, you're right, a few minutes won't be the death of us. I raised my pistol back into a ready position and focused intently on the target. So, I'll just have to use it making sure that it'll be the death of someone else. Conness smiled anew, stepping back and giving me a thumbs up. Clear. BLBL blam. I set the gun down and waited with bated breath as Conness stepped up to inspect the target, cupping her chin as she looked over it. A second later, she nodded. 3 hits, 2 on the outermost circle and 1 just grazing the bullseye. Not bad at all, Cross. Tesk, speak for yourself. I let out a frustrated sigh, scratching the back of my neck. Come on, I habitually hit 10 for 10 with a 2-ton cannon. Shouldn't my aim with a markedly lower caliber weapon be better? Hui, you hit Jack loud mouth. I cast a disgruntled glance over my shoulder as our search party returned, Lasso leading them with an annoying smirk on his muzzle. Something you want to add to the conversation, Howitzer? Just that you're glossing over my part in your prior bouts of applied firepower, Lasso sniffed haughtily. You point me in the right directions and hold me steady while I do the itty-bitty work. Alone. You can't hit a target worth spit. We want to see how well I can plant my boot between your legs? I asked flatly, tapping the toe of my greave on the lawn. Yep. I then beheld the unique sight of a dog trying to cross its hind legs in desperate panic. I'll be good. Anyway, Fongfried cut in, drawing my attention away from the mutt. We couldn't find Moria or any of his lackeys. The rest of the crew even helped us out, but it looks like they're truly gone. And all the zombies have been purified too, Lola added as she came up onto the deck, waving in greeting. The only shadows left on this island are all in their proper places. Though, she scowled irritably. I'm of two minds about the fact that our tormentors aren't here anymore. Any ideas where they've gotten off to? Which in thought. If I had to guess, Kuma must have taken them with him when he left. Hogback's got a lot to answer for, and heinous though he might be, Moria is still a warlord, and the other two's devil fruits are useful besides. So, no, that's not trite. Soundbite. I asked in surprise, snapping my attention over to the barrel where my snail had been snoozing. Now, however, he was clearly newly awakened and blinking blearily at us. Either Chopper's medicine is that good or it affected his whole body that fast, I mused. What do you mean? I asked aloud. Forgot until now, but Soundbite loosed a jaw cracking yawn before continuing. Kuma didn't take Moria. He took Hog back yet, but that's it. I heard him searching after that, but he couldn't find him. Absalom too, and Perona for that matter. Hogback was arrested nice and clean, but the rest of the mysterious four, they're just gone. Cross. Sue eyed me warily. I frowned and thought. I don't know. Normally, I'd guess they did the same thing they did in the story. Take the backup ship that they had stashed here and sail away to regroup. But, I shook my head slowly. With Moria in the state he was in, and without Hogback around, I honestly don't have a clue. So they're just gone. Lola confirmed slowly. She shook her head and she took it all in. I just don't know how to feel about that. To think that everything, well, evil about this place could just disappear like that. It almost doesn't seem real, you know. Well, Soundbite offered slowly. I think I can give you one explanation. Oh yeah. Sue sneered. What's gaw? Our Powder Fox's exclamation didn't need an explanation as we were all made aware of a slight bit of misinformation. Despite our expectations, we actually weren't in the Florian Triangle anymore. Or rather, going by how some fog still hung over the island's sky, we were on the very edge of it. While half of the island was still shrouded in fog, a look at the east made it impossible to think we weren't outside the triangle. After all, the first light of day shining over us couldn't happen in that dead fog. It's the sunrise, Connus breathed. And there's your explanation. Soundbite. I blinked at him in surprise. My partner responded with a wry grin before starting to speak. If we shadows have offended, think but this and all is mended, that you have but slumbered here, while these visions did appear. And this week an idle theme, no more yielding but a dream. We were all silent for a bit as we mulled it over. After chasing a few thoughts down their rabbit holes, I decided to give him a flat look as I scooped him onto my shoulder. Okay, that's nice, but seriously. Helly if I know. Soundbite shrugged unashamedly. Also, wasn't there another line after that last one? Funkfried queried. Oh, shut up and let it rhyme. I chuckled at the exchange, and then perked up as a thought occurred to me. Ooh, now that I think about it, if ever there were a time. I turned in the direction of the manor, and slumped in disappointment when the horizon remained frustratingly silent. Oh, what did you think was going to happen? Conness tilted her head expectantly. Zoro and Nami would wake up and then Zoro and Luffy would start raising a ruckus. Come on, the timing would have been perfect. Yeah, too perfect. Lola snorted in amusement as she finally tore her gaze away from the rising sun. Come on, that'd be cliched as anything. What, do you think this is some comic or something? We Straw Hats all considered that statement for a moment, before leaving Lola as the confused odd woman out as we all collapsed into fits of mad laughter. Oh, so, how bad is it? Nami asked, her voice almost cracking. I flinched, glancing away from her as I tried to think of the right thing to say. An hour or two after the sunrise dispelled the last of Thriller Bark's shadows. Our crew had all regrouped in the manor's ruins where Chopper had been tending to our crewmates. We'd been partway through discussing whatever the hell our next step was supposed to be, but more pressing matters had come up, thanks to Chopper's improved IQ and medical skills and their very slightly lessened injuries relatively speaking. Nami and Zoro had woken up far sooner than I'd expected. Currently, everyone was occupied with their own affairs. Chopper, for his part, had apparently conked himself out the moment the sun had risen and was snoozing away in Nami's lap. Conness was running long overdue maintenance on her arsenal, triaging what could and couldn't be salvaged while Sue lent a paw where needed. Usopp and Frankie had excused themselves to go start working on some project or other. Sanji had run off to where the rolling pirates had started stockpiling supplies to start preparing the battery of dishes most everyone would need once they realized how hungry they were. Leo, Mikey, and Donnie were all in the midst of committing what I was silently defining as an involved form of suicide by practicing their artistic stylings on the still sedated forms of Raffi and Boss. And everyone else, well, they were all occupied with watching the little show that was going on in the background. Hence, that left me in the nominally uncomfortable situation of having to speak with Nami, who was currently fingering the bloodied bandage that covered her left shoulder. The shoulder she had ripped apart in the throes of my agony, and also the one where her tangerine and pint will tattoo was. It's not completely ruined, if that's what you're worried about, I attempted to reassure her. For the most part, it's fine. Nami's fragile expression wavered as she ran her fingers through Chopper's fur. But the part that isn't. You ripped off one of the pin, Will's larger arms. Not the one with the tangerine on it, don't worry. I hastily reassured her when she suddenly flinched. But still. Oh, but. Fret not, I took the time to ask around the rolling pirates, and there's a tattoo artist ready and waiting. Just give them the design, and it'll be good as new. For the most part. I flinched as Nami brought up the one thing I hoped she wouldn't. That's what you're not saying, right? I scratched the back of my neck with a pink grimace because, well, she really wasn't wrong. Besides tearing the hide off her shoulder, Nami had clawed up the skin below her shoulder too. Nothing crippling, thank goodness, but, well, no matter what world you're from, bloody claw marks just do not scar well. I was wrenched out of my thoughts by Nami heaving a massive sigh and clapping her hands together. Well, she announced with a sunny expression. Guess that's that. Damn, and I had a rough enough time getting it on the first time. Now this is just going to suck. I blinked dumbly at our navigator. Seriously. That's your reaction. Nami shot a catty grin at me. What, did you expect me to break down or something because my tattoo got a little ripped up? Especially after you just told me that you've already found a way for me to fix it. PSH, come on, Cross. There's no way your opinion of me is that low. Sticking her tongue out at me, she continued. I think I actually am hurt beyond all belief. Big meanie Tilda. Ah, well, what about the scars? Come on, Cross. She heaved an exaggerated sigh as she raised her shoulders in a shrug of defeat. Your memory must be some kind of sieve or something. Remember this. She held her palm up to me and pointed out a pale line on her. Oh, right, forgot about that, I said, grabbing my own hand in sympathetic throbbing. Yep, Tilda, Nami saying casually. As you can see, I'm thoroughly familiar with how the pirate life can leave you marked. It's totally fine, no need to worry about me. After all, she grabbed her non-injured bicep and flexed it proudly. I'm the infamous Weather Witch, a world-class Scrooge and second mate of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, well, if you realize you just spouted that shit in front of someone who can read your heart rate like a book, right? Soundbite flatly stated. And just like that, I retensed as Nami suddenly flinched. Soundbite, you little... It's alright, cross, Nami reassured me, looking away as a few key parts of her visage crumbled, a twitching eye here, a trembling cheek there. All very hesitant and betrayed her true feelings. Fine, so I was affected by what I went through, who the hell wouldn't be? Kuma wasn't kidding when he said he'd put us through hell. But... Nami took a very slow and deliberate breath before looking me dead in the eye, true steel gleaming in her gaze. As bad as that was, it still doesn't compare to 8 straight years sitting in that damn room wishing for death. I'm used to it, I'll deal with it in my own time, and for the moment I am fine. Alright. I glanced back at Soundbite, who was frowning but didn't say anything. Ultimately, I decided that if I could trust her with my life, I might as well put a little faith in her now. Well, alright if you say so, but if you need to talk or anything, then I should clamp your maw shut and make you listen to me for a change. Can do. Nami snickered into her fist. I glanced away with a scowl. Well, you don't need to say it quite like that. Still, while we're talking about how each of us is feeling, I looked back to Nami and caught her scrutinizing me intently. How about you? Are you feeling alright? Pretty much yeah. I asked more than anything. Better than I have in a while, which you of all people should know better than anyone. Well, I only ask because... Nami slowly turned her head to cast a flat glare at the madness going on in the background. Well, if you're feeling alright, how come you're not putting on the same show that our beloved captain is? I glanced in the same direction, taking in the sight of Luffy leaning over Zoro's bed and Zoro leaning up towards him. Both of them butting heads and shouting their lungs out at each other. It seemed like even Luffy didn't need to be told not to aggravate Zoro's wounds by way of percussive maintenance, though that may have only been because of how Chopper's snoring kept spiking whenever he started to move. But at the same time, he wasn't taking what his first mate had done lying down. But it was sort of hard to take them seriously considering that they seemed to be yelling more for the sake of yelling than anything. Most comical way to blow off stress I had seen yet. Yeah, that I guess I can understand your confusion, I muttered, scratching my head. I mean, if you want me to shout at you for being an idiot, I can, but honestly, I'm satisfied with just calling you guys idiots. Which, by the way, you are. Hey, we saved her. Nami started to snap. Clonk. Oh. She yelped, cradling the spot where I'd chopped her noggin. You willingly walked into massive ass bubbles of pure pain while already on the verge of death. I snapped, shaking my finger at her. That is the textbook definition of the word stupid. Nami growled bloody murder at me, before glancing away, mouth drawn into a surprisingly cute pout. If it's stupid and it works. Clonk. That only applies when we do it, moron. I shouted as I shook my hand out. Damn, and I thought Luffy had a tough skull. Do you realize how insanely hypocritical you sound right now? Nami roared in my face, teeth in full-on shark mode. Pirate bitch, what you gonna do? I roared right back. Nami sucked in a deep breath to continue yelling. Then her mouth closed as she finally noticed the shit-eating grin I was sporting. You're just screwing with me, aren't you? Hey, kinda. I chortled, casually leaning back and stretching my arms above my head. I mean, I am pissed at you for doing something so, to repeat, bone-dead stupid, but I do it myself in a heartbeat, so as you said. Guess that makes me a bit of a hypocrite, too. That's life, nay. Nami glared furiously at me, but at the continued ruckus from the rest of the crew. She heaved a sigh of defeat and looked back towards the rest of our crew with a goofy grin playing across her face. Hypocrites, idiots, mannerless savages, and uncouth barbarians. We are one diverse bunch of bastards, aren't we? Don't forget the monsters, demons, and assorted spectrum of psychotics. I added. And that broke the camel's back. SNKRT. The sudden snort from Nami was enough to get me to look at her in surprise. Ha 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 ha. And then she flung herself onto her back, flailing around as she howled like an absolute lunatic. All commotion around us came to a screeching halt as Nami's howling caught the attention of the rest of the crew. All of them staring in awe at the once in a blue moon sight of Nami almost literally busting every stitch she had to bust. Luffy finally broke the odd silence by suddenly giggling like the crazy bastard he was. Shi. Finally. He threw his hands up victoriously. Everyone's alright and everyone's happy. Hey, I'm not done. Luffy didn't lose a beat as he poked Red, shoved Zoro back onto his back, still grinning like a loon. We're all happy. So now there's only one thing left to do. Everyone slowly exchanged eager looks as we all figured out where he was going with this, and as one we all shouted what we were all thinking. Let's party. Party. Boss and Raffi roared in agreement, snapping clean out of their drug-induced slumbers. All amped and ready to rock before blinking as they noticed one another's faces. Ooh, boss. Why, you've got a little something on your. Raffi gestured weakly at her teacher's face. Why, yeah, you too, it's all boss, as I twitched as he pointed back at his student. There was silence as the two dugongs stared at one another, and then the air started crackling around them as they snapped their heads around. Murder literally glowing in their eyes as they glared at their fellow dugongs who, it should be noted, froze into pale-eyed statues the instant their compatriots awoke. Tell me, boss, Raffi hissed in a low voice, slowly grinding her sides against one another, the action drawing sparks. Is it a man's romance to kick the ever-loving shit out of one's comrades for screwing around with a person while they're asleep? Why, yes, Raffi, boss stated in a far too serene tone as he somehow managed to crack non-existent knuckles in his flippers, one after another, each as loud as a gunshot. Yes, it very much is. The increasingly terrified dugongs slowly inched back as much as their tails would allow. Please tell me one of you guys has a plan, Mikey whimpered. Because I've got Jack. Can't think, Donnie barely managed to get out. Too scared. Regretting so much. Leo, meanwhile, seemed only mildly nervous in the face of his fellow disciple and master's fury. Don't worry guys, he calmly said. I have a plan. Mikey and Donnie glanced back at him with newfound hope gleaming in their eyes. Really? Yes, Leo nodded firmly, his demeanor astonishingly still calm. You really think that I would go along with something this barnacle-brained if I didn't have a reason to think we would get away with it? Get away with it? Boss snarled. How in Sebek's name do you think you're going to get away with this? Well, boss, Leo said, turning to look in a very particular direction. Are you really mad enough that you're willing to take what will happen to you if you aggravate our injuries? The other dugongs followed his eyes, and Mikey and Donnie smirked while Raffi and Boss stiffened as they saw their snoozing doctor. Actually, he left a message for me in case of something like this. The dugongs' attention turned towards Mary, who had a flat look on her face. He said, and I quote, if any of these morons provoke each other just because they think I'll magically intervene, the only help they'll get is me patching them up once I've woken up. Raffi and Boss's anger returned in full force while the other three gulped. Please tell me you have a backup plan, Leo, Mikey squeaked. Of course I do, Leo said. Notably more nervous, but still possessing enough wits to slowly drag his new cutlasses out of their sheaths and position himself behind his fellow students. Now, listen carefully. I need you both to look dead ahead. To snap their gazes forward, meeting their compatriots' enraged glares without flinching. Steel your backs, draw your weapons. They drew their weapons and held them with pride, ready to fight to the death. And no matter what, don't you worry for even a moment. Leo lowered his stance and tensed in preparation. Because no matter what, I will definitely enjoy 2 more seconds of sweet, sweet life. Rig. Donnie and Mikey started to nod, and then the words fully registered in their minds. Wait, wah. Slam. Leo rammed the hilts of his blades into his fellow students' backs, launching them at their comrades even as he ran the other way as fast as he could. Ever dugong for himself? He wailed in a tearful panic. I'll remember your sacrifice. Wham. Crack. Leo was way off. Raffi and Boss didn't even need half a second to bat Mikey and Donnie through the nearest walls before charging after him. Take your beating like a man, you bastard, was the enraged howl that trailed after them. We all stared after the dust trail that the trio left in their wake. And that just wouldn't do, would it? Party. I shouted energetically. Party. Everyone cheered anew, though this time with a bit less enthusiasm overall. Hey. Yusuf blinked as he and Frankie walked back up to us, layered with soot but otherwise looking pretty darn content with themselves. What's going on? Party. Luffy whooped eagerly. We heard you the first time, Cross. The Risky brothers cut in as they poked their heads into the room, drawing our attention to the hustle and bustle of the rolling pirates, setting up what promised to be one hell of a party. Alright, I'll lead the way to the kitchen, one of them said before charging off in that direction. Alright, I'll start setting up tables, the other said as he went off in his own direction with just as much energy. Alright. I'll wait. Luffy paused mid-charge, swinging his head left and right. Who was going to the kitchen again? That one. Vivi hastily answered, pointing at the one that had gone after the tables. She sighed in relief as he charged after him. Karu, you go after him and keep him occupied. I'll go and warn Sanji to batten down the hatches. Aye aye. Karu saluted before heading after him, with Vivi departing at a far more sedate pace. I need to retrieve my violin. Burke yelped in realization, scrambling frantically out the room. I think I saw an intact piano somewhere around here if you'd prefer, Robin added as she too began to wander off. Oh, that is better. Lead the way. Hey, Frankie. You sup? Mary shouted to the newcomers. I've got an idea. Let's shoot up some fireworks. That'll be really fun. Usopp and Frankie exchanged perplexed looks before the sniper slowly raised a finger. You do realize that it's the middle of the morning, right? Then we'll just have to make them all the brighter. Mary decided. Frankie considered that for a moment before shrugging. Always did appreciate a good challenge. Come on, let's get to it. I grinned as everyone began heading their own way, and was about to join them myself, only to eat a sudden jab to my side. I doubled over with a wolf of pain and glared at the still giggling Nami. The hell, GRK? I was cut off by the navigator grabbing my collar and dragging me face to face. First off, that was for being inconsiderate enough to make me laugh because my everything hurts right now, she grit out, her smile clearly pained. And second, this is the best chance you're going to get to grab Mary and Vivi, duck out, and contact the Masons, so make the most of it. After only a few seconds of spinning its wheels, my brain decided that that was a great idea. So decided, I nodded and marched off, and Soundbite nodded at my glance to confirm that he'd already called our co-conspirators. I had just made it out the door when a thought occurred to me. By the way, now that you've recovered, what was that new technique you mentioned earlier? Oh. Soundbite perked up. Gastro barrier, a literal wall of noise. I just wrap myself up in a sphere of polarized sound, and it diverts most of whatever damage comes my way. Full work in progress. He frowned. Case in point, I couldn't speak up until the end of things because when I use it, it eats up so much energy I black out. Real useful there, Slimeball, Sue drawled as she trotted past us. Ah, shed up. Soundbite shot back. Huh. Nice lampshade, I commented idly. Are you serious? My partner snapped. What? I blinked at him in surprise, pointing at the piece of furniture I was referring to. It goes well with the wallpaper, that's all I'm saying. The gastropod swung his eyes to where I was gesturing, then swung a flat stare back. I can't tell if you're a smart aleck or just really freaking stupid. Yes, I answered as I exited the ruined manor. Now back to business. Cross. I paused mid-step, taking a moment to shove down my frustrations at being interrupted, and turned back towards the voice. What is it, Lola? She flinched. I must not have suppressed my annoyance enough. Odd if this is a bad time. I let out a hiss of exasperation and pinched the bridge of my nose, forcing myself to relax before addressing her again. Sorry, I was just looking forwards to something. But we have got a surplus of time on our hands right now, so I can talk. What's up? Lola perked up visibly at the reassurance and gave me her best grin. Well, first off, no, I won't marry you, I deadpanned with actually quite a bit of desperation in my voice, I'm not ashamed to admit. Rejection number 4004, Chorus every rolling period in earshot, a call that echoed throughout the castle as it bounced from person to person. Well, it was worth a try, Lola shrugged before grinning anew. Anyway, I actually wanted to ask for your advice on something. Assuming that the kings of insane plans don't mind hearing mine out. Ma'am, you misconstrue us horribly. Luffy is the grand supreme overlord of insanity. So saying, I swept my hat off and fell into a mock bow. We are his humble generals. But still, I smirked as I straightened up and put my hat back on my skull. You have our undivided attention. Hey, fair enough, Lola chuckled in amusement before glancing away at the crowd of her crewmates. Alright, I'll cut to the quick of it. Before today, I never really had a really solid plan in mind for what I'd do when I got my shadow back. Because it all seemed so far off. Best I had was to get us all a ship and hopefully burn this place to the ground before running for the hills. But your talk on this BS, the one that putted this whole thing off. It inspired me. A grin slowly spread on her face. In particular, that last line you said to the maid really spoke to me. By daybreak, Thriller Bark won't even exist anymore. And it got me thinking. Those words really got my blood going. I leaned in, intent on whatever she had to say. Now that Moria and his lackeys have disappeared and the zombies are all gone, and like your little buddy said, with the rising sun the curse of this island is gone too, well. She gestured eagerly at the ruins of the manor around us. Just look at this place. I may have spent the better part of my stay here in the forest, and I may have hated every second of it, but now that we're in the sun again. Somehow, I actually think that this emptied-out hell of shadows doesn't seem like that bad of a place. And besides that, even after Kuma's assault earlier, it's still completely seaworthy. Suddenly, she threw her head back and barked out a harsh laugh. I never would have even considered this before, but you straw hats, after meeting you, fighting with you, I feel like doing something crazy. As soon as my men have recovered and I get there okay, which I don't doubt I'll get, we're going to change up this whole island from the ground up, and when we're through, Lola's grin was at the same time absolutely massive and incredibly vindictive. We are going to spit on the grave of Moria's dream in the most poetic way we can think of. We're going to take this prison of nightmares and darkness, and we're going to change it. We'll take this hell and turn it into a heaven. She spun around to face me and spread her arms wide with a mad cackle. Feast your eyes, Jeremiah Cross, because you're looking at the future site of the biggest, boldest, and above all else brightest pirate haven this world has ever seen. And that's a promise on my pride as Captain Marriage Proposal Lola. If my blood was racing before, it was positively singing as she finished, my mind flashing over the sheer awesome of what I had inspired. Destroying the enemy's base was all well and good, but stealing it, defiling it by redeeming it, I couldn't quite bring myself to do more than gape and grin at what was going on. I mean, the possibilities of having an entire island like this in the hands of an ally were endless. Of course it'd be hard as hell for a single crew to pull off, no doubt, but then I had access to more means beyond my own crew, didn't I? My lips slowly twisting into a maddened grin, I raised my hand and clapped it down on her shoulder. Lola, your idea is a work of pure genius, but I think I can help you make it even better. I stepped away and gestured for her to follow. Come with me. I'd like to continue this in private if we could. Lola blinked at me in surprise before shrugging and following. We walked for a minute or two, exiting out into the marginally clear, rubble-strewn courtyard of the ruins. Directed by soundbite, we easily located the spot where Mary and Vivi had sequestered themselves. And going by how Mary was vibrating on the stone she'd pulled up and Vivi had her hands folded before her mouth in thought. I take it you heard all that. I confirmed. Vivi hummed an affirmation. It's certainly feasible. Places like Mocktown fall into hives of scum and villainy because of a lack of any central authority. But with the rolling pirates and whatever other survivors of Moria who joined them running things, she shrugged. Plus, I can already tell you want to get Goat involved in this, so yes, I can see this place remaining respectable. What worries me are the resources, though. Oh, that's easy. Mary hopped in place eagerly as she waved her hand in the air like a toddler on caffeine. She can use the wrecks. There are loads of sunken brothers and sisters in Thriller Bark's bottom. Some of them are rotten through sure, but others were way hardier, and their timbers and bodies are still good to go. Plus, I bet Ox can get him to spare some muscle and skill to help with it, and Sagittarius probably has loads of surplus he can funnel on the sly. We've got all we need. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still need one last piece, I said, waving the hyperactive ship girl down. Once Mary was down from AD to the chipmunk to Sugar Hide, I turned a serious face to Lola. Captain Lola, from what I've seen thus far, I know for a fact that I can trust you. Implicitly, even. And with that in mind, I'd like to make you a proposition. And not that kind. Damn, Lola swore, snapping her fingers. Alright. You have my undivided attention. I would like to invite you into an, I splayed my fingers against one another as I sought the right word, alliance of sorts with our crew. An alliance that incorporates several other notable individuals, all on the down low of course. Should you accept, not only would we be able to grant you the substantial resources you would require to accelerate the construction of your haven by a matter of, I glanced questioningly at my co-conspirators.
Gross.
Years, Vivi offered. Decade to decades, easy, Mary corrected. But in the process, I continued, starting to pace side to side. We would also provide you with the extra manpower and liquid assets you would need to crew, govern, and maintain this behemoth of a paradise you envision. But of far more importance, I tossed a mysterious grin her way. You would be part of something greater than either yourself or this new haven of yours. An undertaking titanic in scale and scope and extremely discreet in nature. And one whose goals, I believe, you would be quite amenable to. And all that would be required for you to join this alliance I offered my hand out to her. Would be for you to say yes. Part of me is wondering why I'm surprised, but I still never considered this. Lola breathed as she stared at my hand. She then snapped a cautious stare at me. Last time I accepted a free lunch, I walked right into hell itself. What's the catch? Broad strokes would be that you help us in every capacity that a place like what you're envisioning has to offer. Details will be specified once you join. Vivi returned smoothly, her gaze focused on her nails. And feel free to talk to your closest confidants about this. That's why we're here for Cross after all, Mary sang, kicking her legs against her seat. Exploding offer, by the way, I warned her. Technically goes bye-bye only when we leave the island, but the sooner you can. I am very interested, Cross, Lola interrupted. And I'm certain that any investment involving you guys is going to pay off big time. So, she grabbed my hand and shook it firmly. Yes, I'll join. Now, about those details. I smiled and wandered over to a nearby couple of chunks of rubble where I sat down and placed soundbite before me. Knucker, if you don't mind. Dialing now, the snail confirmed, and a few seconds later. Pisces, came a low voice. Ophiuchus, I responded. I and mine are still alive. I winced as the new scar on my side reminded me of its presence by throbbing painfully, albeit pretty badly tenderized all around. Details later, but for now, I've got big news on the scale of Sagittarius. Contact everyone who's available and call me back, and if Goat is occupied, tell him it's priority 1. Let's stick to codenames until I say otherwise. The line was silent for a moment. I'll be back in a minute. Ka-lick. There was a second of silence after soundbite hung up, a second that Lola spent glancing around at my crewmates. And you guys would be. Copperhead, Vivi offered. Cottonmouth, Tilda, Mary sang. And Nam is Callie and Zoro's Sidewinder. You'll be learning a lot more soon, hope you've got a good memory. Lola nodded slowly in understanding. And Luffy is uninvolved but aware of our existence, as is the whole of the crew, I answered. If they ask or really need to know, we tell them, but they're focused on the adventure, Lola continued slowly. While you deal with the wider world. That's about the long and skinny of Puru, eh? Soundbite agreed, interspersed with a ringing. Wow, that was quick. Let's get this Puru. Party started. Ka-lick. And you are live. Ladies, gentlemen, and assorted dregs of society. I grandiosely proclaimed. Ophiuchus checking in here with Knucker, Copperhead, and Cottonmouth at my side. Glad you all could make it, and I'm just as glad to confirm for you all that yes, we managed to kick Moria's hide. This VS is currently delayed on doctor's orders in order to minimize the chances of the Marines coming calling for us, but apart from that, we came out clean. So, now that that's out of the way, who's present at the moment? I'm standing in for Cancer while he's off handling certain affairs, Tashi explained. Capricorn is occupied with her present assignment, apparently urgent. Sagittarius is on vacation for his anniversary, and both halves of Ox are occupied with their project. Leaving Pisces, Aquarius, and myself on the side of the divine, T-Bone wheezed, and Rooster and Monkey on the side of the damned, with Goat present as well as per your request. And authority matters aside, this had better be important. You made me walk away from some very important matters, and I'm iffy about letting P. My second call the shots on it. Foxy growled. Worth it for all involved, not to worry, I assured him. For the sake of not watching our words for too long, I'll get straight to the point. I've found a new candidate for the damned, and she's standing next to me right now. Well, of course, heaven forbid we actually recruit anyone notable without your help, Apu groaned good-naturedly. Chuck another one up for the Straw Hats. Ha-ha! Bartolomeo cackled. I resent those implications. Tashigi petulantly protested. Heck, I'll even have you know that Cancer and I have recruited a new possible addition to the Cleaners. Only possible. Mary asked innocently. Soundbite ground his teeth for a second before slumping. We're still convincing the stubborn little bastard. Shut up. As much as I'd love to use this to torment you, are you sure we can trust whoever this is? Where did you recruit him from? I asked. Tashigi snapped her eyes up, but not soon enough to hide the gleam of murder in them. It's a very long story, weirder than some of the shit your crew has done, and I've already had to tell it twice. And one of those times was tastefully redacted to hell and back. I'll give you the quick version after we deal with why you called in the first place. So, who are we considering for membership here? Taking the cue as it was presented, I nodded to Lola, and she stepped up and announced herself. Marriage proposal, Lola, captain of the Rolling Pirates. My crew and I have been Moria's prisoners for the last 3 years, and are now free again thanks to the Straw Hat Pirates. I've chosen to claim Thriller Bark for my own now that Moria's curse is gone, and I intend to transform it from a hell for all sailors into a haven for all pirates where they can dock, resupply, and overall enjoy themselves to their heart's content. It'll be a hard endeavor, I know, but full approval. Apu, Bartolomeo, and Foxy all shouted at once. No more going to Mocktown, Tilda. Foxy sang joyously. No more dealing with those assholes, Tilda. Apu sang in the same tone. This is gonna be sweet. Bartolomeo cackled in finale. Sagittarius great, he said. Tashigi grumbled before sighing. Alright, how much has Cross told you about us? Only that you have the resources to sponsor my efforts, that the scope of your undertaking is literally global. And I think that if I couldn't figure out that this is a one-way street, I would be way too stupid to be a part of this, Lola answered, taking the points off on her fingers. Then allow me to be more specific, Suru cut in. We are known as the New World Masons, assembled largely as a result of the efforts of Jermea Cross. Law enforcers and outlaws alike comprise our forces, allied for the same purpose, destroying the world government and creating a world of freedom for all in its place. Whether they all refers to civilians or those pirates who aren't utterly immoral monstrosities, whose existence we few keepers of the peace have come to acknowledge. Lola's eyes went wide as she took that news in. For several seconds, she was silent. Then her eyes hardened, and she nodded. I owe my life to the Straw Hat Pirates, and I've lived with a boot on my neck for the past 3 years, the rolling pirate captain stated firmly. Safe to say that the idea of a world of freedom is a damn appealing goal to me. If I accept, what do you expect of me? Off the top of my head, the duties that would be expected of you would be simple enough, the elderly Vice Admiral explained. Setting up a pirate haven as you are, you will be expected to screen any pirates that come through, identifying potential recruits for the future as well as any pirates that would be best off arrested, and passing the knowledge onto us associated with justice. Discreetly, of course, so as to avoid losing the faith of your clientele. We will also expect the law enforcers among our number to be able to take refuge on your island if necessary, incognito of course.
Alright, I think I'm
And
gonna
naturally,
go.
you are
I'm
expected to
tired.
inform all subordinates you have that you can trust and swear them to
I
secrecy.
am. I'm gonna go
There
to
may be
sleep,
other requirements, but those
Kakashi.
are the immediate
I'm
ones.
sleepy.
Lola didn't hesitate before nodding this time. That sounds reasonable. Alright, I accept.
Alright, guys. I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really, really appreciate it. But I'm gonna go sleepy. I'm tired. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Bye. Good night. Love you guys. Bye bye.